GT3 car with Alex Buncombe at the wheel. The British driver, last year's Pro Cup champion in the Endurance Series, is looking good here on home soil, especially given that the Nissan is the type of car that really suits Silverstone.
Silverstone historically has been really kind to us over the years. It suits the NISMO GT3 extremely well. Last year we had pole position here. We couldn't convert that to the win, so obviously hoping to do that this weekend. Things are looking good for us. The car's going extremely well, so there's no reason why we can't put him on the top step.
McLaren is going for back-to-back wins, not only in terms of this year's championship, but also, of course, at Silverstone, because it was a McLaren that won here last year. It was the 58 car, run by Garage 59, that won at Monza, thanks to the efforts of Rob Bell and Shane van Gisbergen. But also with the impressive young Frenchman Côme Ledegaard behind the wheel, he's optimistic for this weekend.
The thing is, an English team with an English car and an English track, so that's quite an important one. I think we have good potential, as we show in Monza, but the thing is also the level is really high, so we will try to do our best with the strategy, and I'm sure we can go on top 5, so I hope for a good result.
The new Mercedes AMG GT3 displayed plenty of pace at Monza, chasing the McLaren relentlessly, and the HTP team has 2 quick competitive cars up in the overall class. 84 was the one that finished second at Monza. 85 should do well at Silverstone, especially with British driver Luciano Bacchetta behind the wheel.
I think my experience in all sorts of cars is definitely helping. In this weekend in particular, Silverstone's my home race. I know the track really well, so I'm hoping that I can put that experience to good use.
Another brand with a great sports car pedigree and a very impressive Silverstone history too is Aston Martin. This year the Motorbase Performance Run car of the Oman racing team is in Pro-Am, and it's got an excellent team of drivers behind the wheel, including Aston Martin factory pilot Johnny Adam, and he knows his way around here very well indeed.
The Aston, yeah, 2013 won this race overall, and it's a good circuit for the car. And Aston aren't based long from here, they're only about 20 minutes over in Gaydon, so it'll be great to showcase how good the Aston is this weekend with a good result in Monza. And yeah, for Motorbase and everyone involved, we're hopeful of a good result.
Another highlight of this year's Endurance Cup has been the pace of the Pro-Am cars. The AMs are getting quicker all the time, and there are some very impressive pros in the lineup as well. Take, for example, Giancarlo Fisichella. The ex-Formula 1 driver has joined the championship this year, driving for AF Corsa, and he is very much the benchmark Ferrari driver. Can anybody catch him?
Let's say in Monza was my first experience in this championship with a GT3 car, and I really enjoy it. It's a fantastic championship, 57 cars. I really enjoyed the race. We ended up on the podium, so it was a fantastic weekend for us. I'm looking forward for this weekend in Silverstone. Hopefully the weather is going to be alright. It's a bit freezing, but hopefully it's going to be dry.
The ISR team with its Audi R8 LMS had a great run a week ago at Brands Hatch in the Sprint Cup. Now it's a different discipline altogether, a 3-hour race at Silverstone. And the number 74 car is expected to be the quicker of the 2 in the team, especially when you get the rapid French driver, Franck Pereira, behind the wheel.
I think it will be good again. You know, the car is pretty fast in this kind of track. For me, it's a different weekend because we compete in the Pro-Am now. I have a really good 2 teammates, so I'm sure we're going to fight again for the podium and maybe for the victory, and I will try to do another pole position.
Journalist and broadcaster Chris Harris is no mean racing driver either. He's done quite a lot over the years, but this year finds himself in an AM Cup Bentley, and he's absolutely delighted to be on the grid. With his knowledge of the motoring industry, it's no wonder he's flattered. He go right back to the early days of Bentleys, and he knows how important it is to be a Bentley boy.
It's fantastic because it shouldn't really be a GT car. It's a massive coupe, and they've done a fantastic job at N Sport to turn this thing into a real racing car. It's the home race, so we're here flying the Bentley flag, so I feel very proud to do that. Team Parker have got their own 8-litre Bentley outside the front, which is just a stunning old machine, so it feels like a dream come true. I cannot wait.
So the grid is forming here at Silverstone, and it's a grid that stretches all the way back towards Woodcote Corner. It might, in the fullness of time, evince 1 or 2 gaps, because we had dramas this morning with a few cars in strife. Peter Mann, for example, the former AM Cup champion, his Ferrari was knocked out of harm's way, or knocked out of the trackway by a Nissan. It was Lucas O'Donnell at the wheel, and the investigation continued after it, but hopefully the damage to the Ferrari is not too great. We lost a Porsche yesterday. Nicola Armindo had a rather spectacular off after weird moment with a Bentley, namely Andy Soucek's car, and the damage to the Porsche was enough to render it out for the rest of the weekend, and indeed mean that Nicola Armindo had to stand down from his other driving duties over the weekend. But it is a Lamborghini on pole position, and John Watson is down on the grid to talk to some of the drivers.
Mirko Bertolotti, fastest lap ever in a GT3 car around Silverstone, and you got pole position as well.
Well, I'm really happy. As I said this morning, we had a really good lap. We worked really well this weekend, same as last weekend. Same as usual, I would say. It worked out really well. I'm really happy about it. And we have a long race ahead, so it's not going to be decided at the first corner. But, you know, Blancpain is always like endurance racing, but it's a sprint race, actually.
Jerome Blake-Mullen, are you second or third in?
I'll be in the car in third, so I'll finish the race.
Okay, he robbed all the new tyres for qualifying. Have you got a new set for the final stint?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was P51 in Q2, so I think we're looking good.
But who's got the new tyres for the final stint? Have you got them, or will Mirko have had them on at the beginning?
Well, I think we played a good game, and since I was last in my qualifying, really last of all cars, I have a good set of tyres for the end.
You've answered it twice. Thank you very much. Have a good race.
So Jeroen Bleekemolen telling you without telling you that he's got a set of tyres. Now this is how the championship looks if you take both Endurance Cup and Sprint Cup together. Rob Bell on 49 points, ahead of Maximilian Buch and Dominic Baumann on 45. Then Maxime Soulet and Andy Soucek, ahead of Laurens Vanthoor and Frederik Vervisch. Christopher Mies and Enzo Eid, who had a victory at Brands Hatch a week ago, come next ahead of Ben Schneider and Joachim Kowiak. Shane van Gisbergen's only doing the Endurance Cup, that's why he has a very different points tally from that of Rob Bell. And we can have a look further down the order to see who the point scorers have been if you take the Sprint and the Endurance Cup races into account over the course of the season thus far. Dries Vanthoor, of course, another one only doing the endurance races. That's why he finds himself a long way down relative to his brother and Frederik Vervisch, with whom he will share in the next 3 hours. So the championship has already delivered lots of racing, both in terms of the Sprint and the Endurance Cup rounds that we've had so far, and Silverstone always delivers good racing as well. So we're set, the grid is formed, and let's go back down to Lawrence Frey on the grid, because his Jaguar is looking very strong after qualifying, and John Watson is down on the grid with him.
Lorenz, third row of the grid for the Jaguar. To some people a surprise, but to most delight. To explain.
Yes, for some is it a surprise. For us, we always wanted to have this. For us, it's the best result. We wanted to show the potential of the car. Albert did an amazing job in Q3, could bring all the potential together. And here we are, but we have no points now, so we have to go to the race and hopefully bring the car safely through all 3 hours and bring some points home.
Now, yesterday we saw the car virtually shake itself apart. What was the problem?
We had an issue with the front. We had a crack on the crash box. We could fix that overnight. Probably touched the curb too hard, but now everything is fixed. Car is good. We had a good qualifying. As we see with the place, potential is there to be more in the front.
Good to go. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Well, the Jaguar was on the podium in its class last year in Pro-Am. That first ever podium came here this year in the overall class. 18 corners make up the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit these days, 5.9 kilometres long. It is a long lap, and it's a real compromise because you've got lots of fast bits and also some slow and twiddly bits, so you have to have a car set up as a compromise to allow you to be as good as possible through the fast and through the slow sections. It's not a circuit that's hard on fuel, unlike Monza, so don't think that people are going to be in any strife over fuel consumption in this race. They will easily be able to get to the hour mark, according to the teams. If it's wet, well, thankfully we're not going to have that risk, then it takes away the problem yet further. The window, if you like, for a pit stop, working backwards from the amount of time you can give to a driver, is going to be 50 to 65 minutes effectively. And so it's after the first 50 minutes of the race that you can anticipate the first round of pit stops. And so we are ready to start. The grid will start to lose the VIPs very shortly. And it is still very, very busy down there with the guests, with the teams, and with plenty of drivers standing by, like Frank Pereira, real star around here. He's with Watty.
Frank Pereira, second week in a row you've put your Audi in the front row of the grid. Why is this car so quick?
Everything I think is good. You know, we start the season quite late altogether. You know, we missed some winter tests, but I think since we met, ESR and myself, I think everything is going good. We already show from Misano, and then everything is weekend by weekend. Everything is going better and better, and everybody is doing a good job on the team, and my teammates also. I think we have a good car. It will be tough, especially on our class program. You know. But I think we have the car to win, and we will try for it.
Now, the Lamborghini alongside you took pole this weekend. How close do you think you can get to the Lamborghini in the opening laps?
It will depend. You know, the start. Everything can happen. For sure, I will try to pull on. I will try to pass him because I think we have a better car for a long run. But anyway, we do a fight for the Pro-Am class, and the second Pro-Am is quite far. So we have different race, but I will try to put on and to have a good gap for my teammates after.
Good one, Frank. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Frank Pereira, ex-single-seater gun, has always been very, very quick around here, no matter what you put him in. Even when Porsche was the unfancied car, he was still able to be very, very fast in one of those as well. So let's keep an eye to Frank Pereira over the first part of the race. The grid then, looking down on it, I think is complete. Can't see any holes towards the back, which means the good news is that Peter Mann's Ferrari is there. And we'll have a proper look through it as soon as it's clear, but this gives you an indication of just how busy it is down there. 10 minutes to the start of the formation lap. And 85, the Mercedes that's going to be started by Clemens Schmidt. That's on the outside of the third row of the grid. So you've got the engineers, you've got the media, you've got VIPs, you've got the drivers, you've got security, you've got everybody down there. You've got John Watson there scurrying off to find his next subject. And his taxi awaits to get him from the grid round to the booth, where he will be joining me for the next 3 hours. Charlie Butler-Henderson is going to patrol the pits, John Watson and David Addison. Trackside at Silverstone for another visit of the Blancpain GT Series. It has always been the venue for the British round of the Endurance Cup, as it now is called. What used to be the Blancpain Endurance Series, and we are never disappointed. We always get some great racing around here. Go back a few years, we had a rather wet time, but largely dry weather has always looked after us at Silverstone. So you can see there on the front of the grid the boards saying pole position overall, pole position Pro-Am Cup, where you've got Mirko Bortolotti and Frank Pereira as the start drivers, Lamborghini and Audi at the front of the grid. Silverstone, as you look down on the grid, you'll identify as one of the many venues where the start and finish line are in different places, because the front row is halfway down the pit straight, but the finish line is just after the last row of cars there. That white line across the road is where they will finish. It's the timing line right in front of the race control building. About halfway down the pit straight, Mirko Bortolotti gets ready to go in the Lamborghini Huracan. Mirko Bortolotti, ex-Formula 2 champion, and part of the Lamborghini squad. In the background, Frank Pereira gets his crash helmet on. Henri Assid stands next to him. Henri's just been out in the earlier Lamborghini race, but has now bailed and from one set of overalls to another, getting himself ready for Audi duty. Dakota Jane is on the grid as well, and she's ready to talk to Laurens Vanthoor.
Laurens, so you qualified not exactly where you wanted, but are you going to make some progress during the race?
I surely hope so. We worked quite hard this weekend, but for some reason, since Brands Hatch was struggling a bit, finding the right balance in the car and the setup, and we're missing some speed. And at the moment, we don't have an answer why, but we keep trying to work. And obviously, the race is long; it's an endurance race. It's all about strategy and stuff. So we'll try to go as much forward as possible, because we don't want to end here.
Well, power to you. Good luck in the race.
Thank you.
So Laurens Vanthoor gets ready. The car that he shares with his younger brother Dries and with Frédéric Verviche, and they've been competitive this season as well. So they had a win at Misano, Frédéric and Laurens, in the first Sprint Cup race of the year. The grid formed, drivers getting on board, belts to be done up, and Frank Pereira with Henri Assid there, helping him with the belts from the outside of the front row. Frank Pereira must go into this sort of race not with one hand tied behind his back, but conscious that however good a job he does, it's never going to be a standout result because it's a Pro-Am car, and therefore its overall result is going to be very much affected by the pace of the other drivers. Henri Acid is a quick AM. Philippe Guillauc is the other driver of the car, and he's improving all the time, but it's never going to rival the pro cars, the overall class cars for race honours. Maxime Martin, good to have him back in Blancpain this weekend. He will start number 99 there. And what about McLaren's chances? Well, they won at Monza. Bas Linders oversees Garage 59, and Bas is on the grid to speak to Dakota.
Baz, will the McLaren be the strongest British car on the grid today?
I think the McLaren is always the strongest British car out there. So, but will it win today? That will be a different question. We will start from 12th position, which is not ideal, but in Monza we started 14th, 15th, and we still won. So we will see how it goes. I think we have a strong base in the race. So if nothing goes wrong, we should be somewhere at the front.
Well, anything can happen with racing. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Bas Linders gets ready then to oversee the two cars. 58 will be the quicker of the two, and that's going to have, as is the tradition, Rob Bell starting. That's the Jaguar with, for the first stint, in number 14, Stefano Ortelli. It's interesting how quite a few of the teams are putting in their fastest driver first. Normally, you put them in at the end because if you have a late race safety car, you'll need the gun driver in right at the very end. But here, some different strategies being played. So 5 minutes to go to the start of the formation lap. The race director, Alain Adam, will be at the front of the grid ready to orchestrate the start procedure. And we'll have a look at the full grid in a moment or two once the track becomes just a little bit clearer. So 52 cars it's going to be to go into this race. 53 arrived. We lost, as I said, the Porsche yesterday of Nicola Armindo, the Attempto racing car. Clement Schmidt's car is going to be one to watch. Luciano Becchetta and Indy Doncia, the two other drivers of that. But the new for this year, Mercedes AMG GT3, proved to be quick at Monza. And as the grid is cleared, so too the band makes its way through the cars. Now, before we get underway, let's catch up on more Pro-Am driver information, as it were, because Mauro Engel from the Black Falcon team is on the grid with Dakota.
Mauro, you had a great qualifying for the 56 Mercedes.
Yeah, it's not bad. Obviously in the top 20 is where you want to be on such a big, tight grid, but it's going to be a long race, and as always, key to stay out of trouble, avoid any contact, avoid any penalties, and then we should be up there.
Well, I hope it goes well for you. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
You can tell Mauro Engel's race in the UK and in Australia, can't you? He's got a very Aussie twang to his voice these days, not at all as Germanic as it used to be. So, the grid is ready to go, and it will be one lap behind the pace car to get things underway. They don't stop on the grid at the end of that and go straight into the race, of course. The last engineers will stay with the cars to the 1 minute mark, fire up the engines, and then we will be in business. So, let's have a look at the grid. Pole position to the green Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti. The Audi alongside is in the hands of Franck Pereira. The second row, Maxime Martin's BMW up near the pit wall, and alongside is the black and red Mercedes. Dominic Baumann goes first. Then it's the Emile Frey Racing Jaguar, Stefano Ortelli at the wheel of the blue Big Cat. Clement Schmidt is alongside in the Mercedes. On the fourth row, you get to the first of the Bentleys. Number 7 is Guy Smith, and Sergio Jimenez is alongside in the Audi. On row 5, Matteo Malucelli in the Ferrari, and Devon Modell in the Aston Martin, which had a wheel come off in qualifying this morning. He's alongside. Row 6, up against the pit wall, Frederic Verviche will start, and Rob Bell in the McLaren is alongside. Row 7 is the Barwell Lamborghini. Phil Keane goes first, and Will Stevens is alongside him. Then it's number 2 Audi. Michael Meadows will start, and Jens Klingman is in the Rover Racing BMW alongside. On row 9, Hubert Haupt drives 57, with Toriel 56, the two teammates at Black Falcon. On row 10, Fabio Babini's blue Lamborghini, and alongside is Mike Parisi in the blue and white Audi. Row 11 is the red and black Lamborghini, run by Barwell, Richard Abra at the wheel, Alessandro Pierguidi's yellow Ferrari alongside. Row 12, Tom Onslow Cole's Bentley, and Marco Bononomi, Audi factory driver, alongside. And on row 13, you've got the Ferrari, the red and black car of Michael Brozniewski and Andy Soucek's Bentley. The 14th row is Motoaki Ishikawa's Ferrari, and alongside is Max van Splinteren's blue Lamborghini. Row 15, Frank Stippler starts 75, Daniele Perfetti, ex-British GT champion alongside. Row 16, Michele Beretta's green Lamborghini, Alex Buncombe a long way back in the Nissan. Row 17, Marco Seifried's green Ferrari, and the pseudonym Steve Parrow in the Ferrari alongside. Row 18, another Nissan, Matthew Simmons, the Aussie at the wheel, Giorgio Roda's BMW for company. On row 19, Porsche star Dan Camish has his first outing in the Conrad Lamborghini. He's alongside Peter Cox in Audi number 4. Row 20, Struan Moore's McLaren, Raffaele Giammaria's green Ferrari for company. Row 21, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, Steve Earle, Giovanni Berton is alongside for Ombra Racing. Row 22, Maurice Ricci's Mercedes, and Ramon Narak's Kodak-backed Porsche there, the IMSA car. The 23rd row, Julien Darat in the BMW, Chris Harris, the journalist, in the Bentley. Row 24, Alexander Moisiv, and alongside him is Marco Zannettini. The 25th row, the green Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, Pierre Eret starts, Thomas Nicole is alongside. The back row, the yellow Lamborghini of Miro Konopka, and Peter Mann in the Ferrari that was in the wars in qualifying. That is a grid of cars and then some. The Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup Round 2 is 1 minute away from getting underway. We are good to go racing. The engines are fired up. The pace car sits at the front of the line. Everybody is ready to go. We'll get a 15-second board when the time comes, and then we will be ready. The pack is going to be unleashed at the end of the rolling lap, and then fasten your seatbelts. This is going to be quite a 3 hours, that's for sure. So Marco Bortolotti Lamborghini on pole position, with at the front alongside Franck Pereira. Maxime Martin having a one-off outing, splitting his time now from the DTM into Blancpain again this weekend. He will be on the second row of the grid with Dominic Baumann. With the green flag, Alain Adam, the race director, waves the cars away as they turn their way through Copse Corner, and a chance to get some warmth into the Pirelli rubber. And this is going to be a very, very busy 3 hours, but an especially busy first few laps. And there's one car there that's not got away. That looks like it might be Hubert Haut's Mercedes, and that creates some drama as everybody else has to thread around him. Now, can he get going at all? If he can't, he's going to have to start at the back of the grid after everybody else. So the marshals there waving everybody past, saying, come on, keep going, but be careful. So the field is all away, and let's see whether Hubert Haut's Mercedes is going to get going or not. I fear not. Now, it may have to be pushed into the pit lane and start from there. The cars work their way through Copse Corner, and in a moment the indication will come as to what they're going to do with Hubert Haut's car. The good thing about Silverstone's pit straight is there are access gates that the car can easily be pushed through if it won't fire up. You can hear it trying to fire, but it's still stranded on the grid as the cars then now work their way around Stoke Corner. But if they can't get it off the grid, then it's going to have to be an extra formation lap. I think they're going to push it into the pit lane and it will start from there. So I'm looking down onto the grid. The Mercedes, I can see, yes, it's being pushed towards the access gate and into the pit lane. It'll start from there. Well, drama for Black Falcon, but John, we've got a lot more drama to look forward to. This is going to be quite a race.
It's going to be a cracker because we've got such a competitive grid. The pace at the front has just been stunning. And of course, everybody has done the utmost they possibly can because they realise they need to save tyres. They've been doing that all through the free practice sessions on Saturday. They've been economical with the use of the tyres and qualifying because they know that when you put on a new set of Pirelli rubber, you will have an instant uplift in performance. And the front row of the grid, but in particular, the pole position Lamborghini with Mirko Bortolotti on board, that car will want to make a break. There we see the Mercedes now underway, but of course it's half a lap behind, and it may actually end up being held at the pit lane exit. We wait to see whether that car will be permitted to go on its formation lap. But a lot of interesting prospects inside. Frank Pereira, front row, and that Audi, quickest of all Audis, once again this weekend.
So the cars working their way then up through the relatively new section of the circuit brought in a few years ago, up through Village and the Loop and up to Aintree. Hubert Haut then goes to the end of the pit lane. He'll have to start from there as the pit lane is closed for the moment. And you can see the rest of the grid scrolling through. We've had a look at it car by car and the start driver, but now the field then turning its way in anticipation of 3 hours of racing. And 3 hours doesn't half fly by in this championship, so we'll look forward to what is a wide open race. Quite often people will pose the question to John or I during the weekend, who's going to win? Well, it becomes ever harder to answer it because it really is open, and of course different cars have their strengths and weaknesses at different circuits, which is something else to factor in. So, stick a pin in the entry list, really. You've got some very quick Pro-Am cars, like Franck Pereira's Audi, just to name one, which is going to have a part to play within the first stint of the race for Franck Pereira. He wants to go first because he wants to try and lead and remind people how good he is. He would ideally like to be in a pro car, an overall car, in order to score a win, but a Pro-Am class victory is the mission for him this weekend. So they turn their way out of Brooklands. They get themselves in the Noah's Ark 2x2 formation, ready for the rolling start. The pace car, as it is then, will quicken its pace and head into the pit lane, and then it's up to the two front row drivers, so Mirko Bortolotti and Franck Pereira, to control the speed of the grid as they work their way towards the start line. The lights on the gantry are red. We are going to be good to go this time. It's a tidy formation of the grid. Up towards Woodcote Corner they come, speed building. 52 GT3 cars ready to be unleashed then as Mirko Bortolotti crawls towards the line. The lights still red then. People start to quicken the pace now. They head up towards the timing line. The lights will go to green. We're racing, and it's a good start by Bortolotti, but a good start by Maxime Martin as well in the BMW. Pereira to the outside, diving into Copse Corner. Martin up the inside. Then you've also got Baumann getting himself up past his teammate in the HTP Mercedes as they round Copse for the first time. Clement Schmidt falls in behind him there, but Bortolotti made a good start. Now the next pinch point up towards Beckett's for the first time. Take a big, deep breath. Are they all going to get through safely as the cars work their way through Beckett's for the first time? On board with number 8 Bentley, Andy Soucek at the wheel of it. So far so good as they hit the hanger straight for the first time. On to hanger straight for the first time in 3 hours of racing. On board now with 23, Alex Buncombe at the wheel of the Nissan. Underneath the vehicle bridge they go, but Bortolotti leads the way, and it's just a monster traffic jam behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the entire hanger straight, covered by GT3 cars on board. Well, actually with the Nissan, Alex Buncombe right behind Andy Soucek in the number 8 Bentley. And of course, Bentley and the Nissan, what I would normally assume to be well out of position, didn't have good qualifying. Soucek dives down the inside into Vale, and Alex Buncombe will want to be coming through behind. But there, you've just got to be patient.
Oh.
Lamborghini's been turned round in club corner.
That's Michele Beretta. Beretta has become a revolver, I think, by that. So I'm afraid he's off the road, and hopefully not too much damage done to that or to the Bentley, but he's kicked off early, John.
Well, it was going to happen. I mean, you've got 52 cars on a racetrack and further. Well, there's the Lamborghini. That's another one.
That's Phil Keane, I think.
Yes,
Phil Keane in the Barwell car.
We don't know what happened to him. We saw the other Lamborghini being rotated. So there is the field making its way now through the loop, as it is, and then out into Aintree, and then onto the back straight down to Wellington Straight. And Bertolotti, with that clear air, has managed to open up maybe just under a second of a gap. But Maxime Martin is the car that really is going to be the most threatening. There, look, rear puncture to the Lamborghini 100 making its way back, and that's a sad sight to see. Car getting its tyre cut down. Pinch right now, the 22 Nissan trying to find a way through coming into Brooklands.
So, I'm afraid 100 Max van Splunteren with the puncture at the end of lap 1, though. Bortolotti leads the way. Second is Pereira. Third is Maxime Martin. Fourth is Dominic Baumann. Fifth is Guy Smith in the Bentley. Sixth is Clement Schmidt. Seventh is Stefan Ortelli in the Jaguar. Eighth is Jimenez in the Audi. Ninth is Verviche Audi. And 10th is Matteo Maracelli Ferrari. So you've got 2 Pro-Ams in the top 10. Bortolotti leading by a second and a half at the end of lap 1. But there are going to be some heading for the pit lane even at the end of the very first lap, aren't there?
Well, there will be, but there's been a little bit of progress. Rob Bell, for example, started 6th row of the grid up to 11th place, 1 position. That's all about just jockeying and putting your car in a position that a competitive car fails to do. But the gap between the first and second coming across the line, 1.5 seconds, and that's continuing to extend. It is going to be Maxime Martin all over the back of Franck Pereira in the 74 Audi, as we see the Audi, or the Lamborghini Max van Splunteren crawling back, right rear tyre, nothing left at all. There's the battle right now that is going to be the focal point momentarily.
And another one heading for the pit lane with lots of smoke is Alex Buncombe's Nissan. So Alex Buncombe's Nissan has had a pretty torrid day, and it's coming down the pit lane with smoke pouring off the bodywork.
Was that the car that spun the Lamborghini round? You thought it might have been? Right. So left front damage on the Nissan, could easily have been a right rear contact with the Lamborghini.
So there is number 100 set to go. The other one, of course, was number 19, Michele Beretta. That, I think, did survive, albeit, yes, down in 47th place. On track, the leader, Mirko Bortolotti, is getting away, but behind him, look now, second is Franck Pereira, third is Maxime Martin.
And Dominic Baumann right in the tail of the BMW. So these three are having this battle momentarily over second place. And the Bentley now also coming under attention. Guy Smith getting Stefan Otelli in the Jaguar. The Jaguar looks to go down the inside, but not quite far enough up alongside to take the corner. Guy Smith gave him room to work, the right thing to do, but then eventually it was going to be the Bentley's corner.
And there, off the road again. Is that the car that's just come out of the pits, isn't it? Yeah, so that's number 100. That's Max van Splunteren, who's just left the pit lane. And clearly, there's more damage than just a puncture because it's still damaging the car. Over the line goes Bortolotti. Second is Pereira. Third is Martin. Fourth is Baumann. Fifth is Smith. Sixth is Schmidt. Seventh is Ortelli. Peter Mann, I think, has a puncture as well because it looked low when it went past us at the end of lap 1.
Not surprised. There have been a lot of carbon fibre shards on the racetrack. Peter Mann would have been starting at the back of the grid, so he would have been one of the cars that would have had to find a way around all that carbon fibre that was on the club corner. And of course, just there's just carbon fibre pretty much everywhere. There's the Nissan. You can see the damage left front. That's a big chunk out of that magnesium rim.
Yeah.
So that will be for the Biffa bin as the gap continues to grow over 2 seconds as they came across the start-finish line at the end of lap 2. And Maxime Martin still not able to do anything, as now there is Dominic Baumann.
So there, soldiering on back to the pits is Max van Splunteren. We've got second, third and fourth there coming down to the end of Vale. We've also got Maurice Ricci's Mercedes just coming down the pit road at the moment. So quite a lot of people in strife really early on in the race. We've only done 2 laps. Some haven't even done that. There's Maxime Martin then in the new for this year, BMW M6. Mirko Bortolotti building an advantage. There down the pit lane is Maurice Ricci. Pereira second then. Martin third. Audi versus BMW. And then in fourth place you've got Dominic Baumann defecting from BMW to Mercedes for this year. And there's a great battle going on behind because Guy Smith is coming under attack, isn't he, from Clement Schmidt. There they are. They were nose to tail at the end of the previous lap. They're not done yet. They're still running together as Smith fends off the Mercedes, but only just.
But Clement Schmidt coming off the back of a really strong event at Brands Hatch 1 week ago. Race fit eye in, knows precisely what the AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz is capable of. Guy Schmidt has still got good straight line speed in the Bentley to hold the Mercedes behind. Mercedes feeling that they've been maybe a little bit penalised with additional weight, so that'll have a small bearing on the car's acceleration, particularly onto these quicker parts of the track.
So nose to tail they run. Behind them is Stefan Ortelli in the Jaguar. But at the end of the lap, as 100 comes back into the pit lane, Bortolotti leads. Now the gap was 2.1 seconds. Has it come down at all? No, 1.5 seconds it is now. Pereira's done the best lap of the race at 2 minutes 1.9. So he's getting closer to Bortolotti as into the pit lane has just come Andy Soucek in the other Bentley then. So Bentley number 8 in strife, and that's at the end of 3 laps. What's going on? So many people with early dramas.
Well, I think a lot of us, the consequence of the opening lap, with 52 cars all barrelling into Copse Corner. It's a fast corner, there's a lot of space on the outside. Nevertheless, you saw them coming down, Hanger straight into Stowe, then from Stowe down to Vale. That was the real first pinch point that people were going to be confronted with, and it's probably not unlikely that some of those incidents occurred, so the left front in particular. And that's going to be another sticking wheel on a Bentley. We saw that at Misano. Look at the smoke coming from the front. Is that a brake problem that they've got? Looks like there's something in the brake that's caused that smoke to come off. So I can't see whether they're going to put that same wheel and tyre back on again as we cut back to this battle for what is effectively 5th and 6th between the Bentley and the Mercedes.
So Guy Smith now left to uphold Bentley honour effectively with number 8. And we said in qualifying this morning that had a better year. Traditionally 8 has the bad luck. Spoke too soon. It's kicked in now. Number 7, which was of course the winning number here 2 years ago, leads the way. Stephen Kane and Vincent Abril, the other 2 drivers of that car. But Guy Smith, as is the tradition, goes first. Whoops, Stefan Ortelli running a bit deep into Village there. Did he get away with it? Let's have a look and see. Where's the blue Jaguar? There it is. Didn't lose too much time.
So Stefan Ortelli really enjoying his outing in the Jaguar second time this year, and the Bentley's back, and that was a problem. We think it's with the left front suspension. It might be that the brake's the symptom, but I suspect it's with the center down on the inside. And Guy Smith again, this time having to be, and he got turned around. It was just this time he closed the door somewhat later than he needed to do. He didn't defend maybe quite as strongly, so the Bentley's engines cut out. He's got to get it all fired up again, so those flames licking out of just a little bit of fuel residue in the exhaust system. So Bentley having a dire day. Number 8 in the garage already, number 7 being rotated by the 85 Clement Schmidt Mercedes-Benz. That'll probably go down as nothing more than a racing incident.
Okay, we'll have another look in a moment or two. Hubert Haupt, by the way, from the pit lane, he's up to 36th and making progress. As you might expect, he's a quick driver. There is Guy Smith. Well, that puts him into 18th place rather than being 5th. So in terms of track position, it's cost him a lot, but there is a long way to go. 2 hours and 50 minutes are still on the clock as you look at the WRT battle that's raging on. Sergio Jimenez ahead of Frederic Verviche, then Matteo Malucelli behind them. And Rob Bell into the top 10 now.
Yeah, Rob Bell made a good start. He made up one position on the opening lap. What's interesting to me is that Frank Pereira is actually beginning to eat into the advantage of Mirko Bortolotti. It's down to 1.4 seconds. That's only a tenth of a second on the, what was the fourth lap, the fifth lap they're on right now. Need to keep an eye, but what's more important is the attention of Maxime Martin and the BMW. Let's look again and see. On this occasion, well, the Mercedes is certainly the nose of the car, is well alongside the door of the Bentley, and Guy Smith sort of left the door open, then maybe tried to close it, but it was a bit too late in the day to do so, and the consequence was the rotation of the Bentley.
Well, they both survived, as now Dominic Baumann, with a clear run at Maxime Martin, has done the best of anybody in the first sector. Fastest lap of the race from Pereira, and the gap's coming down between him and Bortolotti. But Baumann, and we saw how well he went at Monza, how well that car went in general, but he's hunting down the returning Maxime Martin, BMW DTM racer, of course. So he was at Hockenheim last week, Red Bull Ring next week. Just pop into Silverstone for a weekend off. There's Baumann in 4th place. Now let's have a look at the start of the race once more, because an awful lot happened on that opening lap. So this is the run down towards Copse Corner. Cars going everywhere, trying to find track position. Baumann looks for a gap in the middle. Martin up the inside of Pereira. Guy Smith around the outside of Stefano Ortelli. And then they work their way up towards Beckett's. This was the view from Nissan number 23 with a huge amount of work to do. This looks like a video game, doesn't it? Cars left and right, and Alex Buncombe goes for every inch of clear real estate he can possibly find. There's a bit of a gap on the inside round Copse. Others run wide ahead of him.
Yeah, the trouble is when you're making these manoeuvres, you see a gap, but by the time you think you're going to make it, somebody else has probably found it as well. So it's as much about avoiding the incident as being caught up in an incident. And with 52 cars and the start of this race so close to the entry into Copse Corner, those cars at the tail of the field are accelerating hard still, while those entering Copse have just come off the throttle and breathe the engine a little bit, so you do get the concertina effect, which you have to be alert for.
But the real mayhem happened later in the lap. Now that's Stefano Ortelli, and is that bonnet starting to look a bit loose like yesterday? It's not as bad.
No, it's not. Laurence Fry on the grid said they've got it fixed, but it was chattering before we saw it in the second free practice session on Saturday afternoon, where it was literally about to fall off the car. It may just be that the aerodynamics on the car create that sort of almost porpoise effect at the front of the Jaguar.
Big bite of curb though that Stefano Ortelli took at the end of Vale, so he needs to keep off those, because it was by hitting a curb too hard, as Laurence Fry was saying to you on the grid, that did for the damage yesterday. Now the lead gap has come down to 0.9 of a second, so Franck Pereira here is on a mission with a capital A and a capital M. Stefano Ortelli running in 6th spot then. Remember, it was here last year that the car got on the podium for the first time in Pro-Am. We were delighted to see that. What can he do in the overall situation this year? There's Bortolotti trying to put a back marker between himself and Pereira. Franck Pereira says, oh no, you don't, and he's very late on the brakes.
But Franck Pereira had to get through. He couldn't allow the Mercedes to get between him and the leading Lamborghini. He got through, the signal went out. The Mercedes stayed way off to the right of the racetrack. As we look further through the field, and another Ferrari limping its way back. Or maybe it's not limping its way back, maybe it's just its natural pace. It looked to be limping its way back.
Yes, I think it's got a problem, because it's coming under siege, left, right and centre. All the other Ferraris ganging up them on 888, I think that one is, which is Marco Zannottini at the wheel. So working his way up towards the end of the lap was Pierre Heres in 488 behind. This is a battle for position. Yeah, it's just seemingly lost pace, that car, out of nowhere. So a great Ferrari gaggle this, coming down towards the end of the lap. There's Maxime Martin stuck in traffic, got to get past Maurice Ricci, but Dominic Baumann right on his tail now, nose to tail they come. Look at the leaders there as one. This is Baumann's view. You're riding with the 4th place driver down towards Stoke Corner.
Maxime Martin is not going to give that up very easily at all, because he's got the advantage. He can choose the bit of track he wants to be on, and he's decided they're going to stay on the right of track to force Dominic Baumann, if he had the speed and the track position, to go around the outside. But look down into Vale again, almost any Martin had to give some space. I think maybe even Maxime Martin overran into Club now, up the inside. Good job by Dominic Baumann, forced the issue with the BMW, gets through cleanly and clearly into 3rd place.
And as one Mercedes gains a place, Clement Schmidt's car is under investigation for the incident with Guy Smith. So that will be looked at. So up front it is Mirko Bortolotti leading the way He is 0.7 of a second up on Franck Pereira. There is the gap. We've still got 2 3/4 hours of the race to go, but this is going to build up nicely. I think Franck Pereira, who has effectively just this 1 hour in order to prove just how quick he is before the AMs get in and the car starts to lose pace a little bit. He is going to maximise this.
Absolutely. I mean, we know Franck Pereira is a quick driver. We saw that, what, 2 years, 3 years ago when he put the Porsche onto pole position. We saw it at Brands Hatch last weekend, pole position for the sprint race. Why has Franck Pereira not been signed to some of the other, you might call them, the higher end, WRT or AMG or Bentley or BMW? And there he is in a much smaller operation, doing a stunning job, fastest lap of the race to Franck Pereira on a 2:01.5, and now within 3/4 of a second of taking the lead from Mirko Bortolotti, who really was the class of the field in qualifying this morning.
But what can Dominic Baumann do now? He's been released, if you like, from behind Martin. Can he catch up onto the back of Franck Pereira? He's got 3.6 seconds to make up. His last lap was slower, but he did have to do the overtake. Let's see what he can do now with a clear road ahead of him. So the leader is Bortolotti. It was ever thus. In second place, it is Franck Pereira. Baumann is third now. Martin fourth. Clement Schmidt fifth. Brackets penalty, ... close brackets. Sixth is Ortelli. Seventh is Matteo Malocelli. In eighth place, Frederic Verviche. Ninth is Sergio Jimenez. And Rob Bell 10th in the leading McLaren. Now there in the Bentley is Chris Harris, the best placed of the AMs at the moment in the Team Parker Racing Bentley that he will share with Derek Pierce and Chris Cooper. Chris Harris has to go straight after the race has done, maybe even after his stint. He's got to go to Argentina tonight and do some filming. So he's been given dispensation by the stewards to do a dusty as soon as he needs to.
Well, I hope somebody's led on a helicopter. Obviously, it's a big title programme he's going to do something with.
Mind you, if he has to get on the podium for a class winner, he might hang about a bit longer. So let's see how he fares, because he's running very well here, 34th, and he's on the back of Hubert Haupt there that started from the pit lane. Admittedly, Haupt's got past him, but he's keeping up with the former DTM racer.
Yeah, very often when a less experienced driver, as Chris Harris is, in terms of motor racing, and you get a quicker car coming through, you can pick up a little bit of information and knowledge, and you might find yourself being drawn along as we look further through the field. And the 24 Bentley, and
it's Tom Onslow Cole.
Tom Onslow Cole. Yeah. Had an interesting conversation with Tom Onslow Cole earlier this afternoon, discussing other issues which will be no doubt made public later in the day, but not now.
We wait with bated breath as we see then the Clement Schmidt Mercedes up past Maxime Martin now as well. So the BMW M6 fading a little bit. Maxime Martin isn't often overtaken, but he's lost 2 spots now. And Matteo Malocelli also sitting about Stefan Ortelli behind. So Maxime Martin dropping back. The sister car of Jens Klingmann is in 11th place. And the gap between Bortolotti and Pereira has gone out again. It's a second. Here's the move. So this was Schmidt up the inside, down towards Brooklands.
Yeah, I mean, that was an easy pass.
Yeah.
Clearly, Maxime Martin has no more performance available to him in the BMW, and I put it down primarily to being a tyre-related issue, because if he had the grip, he wouldn't have been in the position that he would allow a straightforward and easy pass from Clement Schmidt in the 85 Mercedes to make down into Brooklands.
So Maxime Martin possibly with a problem. Of course, it's a new car for this year, so is the Mercedes, and both early in development, but the Mercedes seems to be rather more advanced in its success. There you've got number 16, the Lamborghini Huracan. That made such an impact on GT3 racing last year, and there are so many of them around now in customer hands. So this car for the Grasser Racing team working its way up through Abbey. You can see the classification there. The numbers on the right-hand side, white out and black, are Pro-Am cars, just so you can differentiate on that top 20. The 2 classes, so Bortolotti and Pereira, in other words, each leading their respective classes at the moment.
Yes, and on that last lap, lead, fast lap, and second place fast lap, there was best part of 0.3 of a second in favour of Bortolotti. That was the last lap. Overall, fastest race lap still to the second place. Look at this battle now, getting trapped.
So who have we got in this one? There's Jimenez, there is Klingmann. You've got Rob Bell at the head of the queue. He's managed to gain track position out of this. There is 28, which is Will Stevens, the ex-Manor Grand Prix racer, coming down Wellington Straight. You've also got Alessandro Pierguidi on the back of it in the yellow Ferrari. Cars going everywhere. I mean, this is just a wonderful battle. Fabio Babini in the blue Lamborghini's in the middle of it all as well. Mike Parisi in the white and blue Audi. Where to look next?
Well, I mean, the degree of concentration a driver needs in a battle like this, where you've got maybe 8-10 cars, I haven't counted them all up, because you're not having to look just ahead the car you're trying to challenge, you're having to be aware of what's coming up behind you, and occasionally you'll get one of the drivers might think there's an opportunity and throw it down the inside into maybe somewhere like Vale or one of the tighter corners on the track, and you've got to be aware that if that happens, not to squeeze that car, potentially put yourself into jeopardy. So they all make it cleanly through Copse, a much easier corner, much faster entry, much wider apex. So Will Stevens in that car, 12th place, Michael Meadows 13th.
So we're on lap number 10, 20 minutes of racing gone. Gap fluctuating around the second mark. He's down to 9/10 this time. Clement Schmidt has just done the absolute best in the first sector, as there you can see 98, Jens Klingmann, 11th at the start of the lap. Will Stevens tucked up behind him as the rest of the field queues through, and Fabio Babini gets ahead of Mike Parisi there in the background. You just caught a glimpse of the Lamborghini ahead of the Audi. There it is, look. So Fabio Babini, winner here, what, 12 years ago now, 14 years ago in fact now, of the FIA GT race when he shared with Marc Douay, the Viper. Fabio Babini leading that little group, but still with, in terms of his overall position, a bit more work to do. He's got ahead of Mike Parisi and stays ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. Next target there, number 2, Michael Meadows. Now Michael knows Silverstone pretty well in different iterations. Double Carrera Cup GB champion, started off in single-seaters, raced GT Ferraris, went off to race Porsches, has raced Aston Martins in GT racing as well, and now part of the WRT programme with Stuart Leonard, who's brought Michael with him from his own Aston team into WRT this year. Good combination, those two. And there's number 8, Bentley, and that's a very long pit stop. Effectively, that's out of the running altogether.
Yeah, I mean, it's lost the best part of 8 laps. Just on the position in 3rd and 4th places, the 2 Mercedes, the 2 HTP Mercedes, and they're carving up individual sector times amongst themselves. And in fact, Dominic Baumann has now reclaimed fastest race lap overall, it's only by a few thousandths of a second, but it's gone from what was the pole position or front row position Audi of Frank Pereira. Now it's gone to Dominic Baumann in a 2:01.5, and the sister car, Clement Schmidt, has had the fastest first sector in the last lap.
Well, we've seen number 8 Bentley in the pit garage. Let's find out more. Charlie Butler-Henderson is ready to talk to Maxime Soulet.
Maxime Soulet, so the car's been pushed out of the garage now. You were in the car when it had a slight incident. What happened? Talk us through it.
No, it was Andy taking the start. He was in the car when we don't really know what happened. We think it's the power steering pipe that burst. So okay, now we about 10 laps behind, so we just have to run and we'll see where we end up.
Was it just a mechanical failure, or was it contact with another car that caused the damage?
No, there was no contact. Andy did a mega job in the first lap, coming up from P27 to P17. So there was no contact at all, but I don't know why something broke.
Well, fingers crossed, the car's back out on circuit. Have fun.
Thanks.
That's all they can do really now, isn't it? Because in terms of a proper finishing position, that's not on the cards, but it's a nice car, it's a great track, make the most of it.
Yes, so it is a disappointment to the number 8 Bentley team, and that was a car that over the period of the 3-hour race could have done some good work, and as Maxime Soulet said, Andy Soucek had come from 27th to 17th in the opening lap. Now, obviously progress would have become more and more difficult as you were moving forward. Nevertheless, a positive start. What else can you ask of your driver?
So Dominic Baumann is the next one to watch because he's done the fastest lap of the race. He's hunting down from Pereira. How's this Inter Nissan Audi contest getting on? You've got Will Stevens ahead of Michael Meadows for 12th and 13th places, but Fabio Babini is about to arrive on the tail of them as well. The leaders have just gone by. The gap's down to half a second now between Bortolotti and Pereira. Babini looks for a way past Meadows, who looks for a way past Stevens. 2 Audis and a Lamborghini, and they're just ever so slightly falling away from Jens Klingmann because, of course, now Stevens has to go defensive. And Babini is really hustling in the Lamborghini up the inside where possible.
Yes, the Lamborghini is the quickest of those 3 cars, but of course being quickest on this position doesn't mean you're going to get past automatically. As Mirko Bortolotti, as they came across the line, it was just half a second coming on to now the hangar straight, the fastest part of the circuit today with the way the wind is blowing. So the 2 V10 Audi-sourced engines in the Lamborghini and in the Audi itself, there's nothing to pick and choose between the straight line speed of these 2 cars. Where the speed is coming is either in braking or just that little bit margin of extra grip. The Rob Bell slides, and that's the 59 one, 59 McLaren, that was further back down the field.
Yeah, that's the sister car, isn't it, which has got Stuart Moore at the wheel of it. And is in 32nd place. Now, there are the leaders, much, much closer now. So, from Pereira with still a good chunk of the stint to go, 36 minutes, possibly a fraction more he will stay behind the wheel for, turning his way up through Farm. Pro-Am leader, second in Pro-Am is Matteo Malucelli, and then Devon Modell in the Aston Martin, the motorbase. Brown Aston is third.
Just watching the two cars coming through Abbey, and it looks to me that the Audi is able to give Frank Pereira an easier run through the corner. It's not being affected by the bumps quite so much as the Lamborghini is. So Mirko Bortolotti is going to have to hang on and try to break the pace of the Audi, not make a mistake. In the straight line, there's nothing to pick and choose. Under braking, fundamentally, not much to pick and choose. There's going to be maybe one or two corners around the circuit where the advantage of the Audi will see it close back down. But when you get within half a second, there's not an awful lot you can do except overtake that car, but that's where your momentum is stalled out.
So the Lamborghini garage, they await the first round of pit stops. We're nowhere near them yet, but for the moment, Bortolotti to Pereira is 0.421 of a second. There's the Audi in second spot, accelerating now up towards Maggots. These two well clear of Dominic Baumann now.
Yeah, again, you got into the aerodynamic area, so if you get too close to the car you're chasing, but I mean, you can see that the Audi is able to get the nose of its car in, particularly that change of direction. Ferrari pulls off down at the main end of the main hangar straight, stops on the tarmac area. Now, is that a problem that we didn't quite catch before we switched to it? But there is the lead two cars. Bortolotti now, he's got lap traffic that he's going to have to contend with as a further battle with the Jaguar slides its way.
Lapping Peter Mann's troubled Ferrari. And you've got Stefan Ortelli there now in 7th place with Frédéric Verviche on his tail. And Verviche looking to try and find a way past the Emile Frey Jaguar, the Kessel Racing Ferrari going no further then, seemingly. That, I think, is the Am Cup car that was Marco Zannottini behind the wheel. Parked at Stowe, right, Verviche on a mission. Now the leader getting caught up in traffic. Does this give Pereira a chance then? Yes, it should do. 53 Ferrari getting in the way. Pereira goes one side, Bortolotti goes the other. From Pereira, the opportunity. Is he going to be able to make a move? No, not quite, but that was close.
It was close, but by going the long, long way around, and Henri has seen, well, Henri, you can laugh. You're going to get in that car sooner than later, so remember, you could be in this position, and you've got to uphold the honours. But anyway, it's very, very difficult for those AM drivers who are standing watching the pros. You're racing for the lead. They've got to get in, and all of a sudden the reality of what they've been given that responsibility. So that was the first real chance we've seen for Frank Pereira to have a real pop at the lead Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, and choosing to go the long way around. I could just see Brendan Hartley written all over the windscreen, yes, but luckily nothing occurred. No contact, good driving by all three cars to avoid that contact.
Absolutely, but the Ferrari driver having a real old scare as he was mugged on both sides. It was Motoaki Ishikawa behind the wheel of it now. For third and fourth places, Dominic Baumann is actually closing now on the top two and being hustled along by Clement Schmidt, who is up behind him. But we've got yellow flags out in sector 2 while the Ferrari is recovered. Now it is out of harm's way. We go back to full green. So can we get 4 for the lead? Certainly the Mercedes are starting to close on the Lambo-Audi battle up the road.
I mean, it all will depend on the pace of Mirko Bortolotti, and also with the lapping traffic that they're about to get. They'll probably catch these cars, these two Ferraris, just before they come across start-finish line to complete lap 14. And you've got Dominic Baumann and Clement Schmidt riding literally within, a second and a bit of the first and second place lead battle. So you don't need that traffic at the wrong part of the circuit. Otherwise, it will become a four-way battle for the lead.
The incident between Guy Smith and Clement Schmidt, no further action. So you said it was a racing incident?
Yeah, and I think it was Mirko Bortolotti really having to make an evasive action. He didn't get off club corner, and that's given Frank Pereira yet again, and coming through Abbey where a corner, I think the Audi is better than the Lamborghini, but he's not close enough to make a lunge down the inside because he's just that little bit too far back. He might try and make an undercut, and coming through Village and into the loop, you could be anywhere in the racetrack, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but that slow Ferrari will make a difference to Bortolotti. He's going to get marginally hindered by it. Now, the big chance, Bortolotti has to go aggressive and block. He's allowed to make one blocking manoeuvre, and that's it. Audi doesn't quite have it to come down the inside, or the outside it was initially. Looked to come back, cut up the inside, but Mirko Bortolotti realised for the first time, big time, I'm under threat.
And that was a big chop, wasn't it? He left Pereira under no doubt that he wasn't going to let him by, that was for sure. So the Lamborghini hangs on to the advantage, and Pereira loses just a little bit of ground through the stadium. Henri Acid there in his overalls, watches on as his car, the Audi, goes over the timing line. The gap is half a second between them. And look at Dominic Baumann pounding on it. He's now got stuck behind the Ferrari in the background. So the gap will widen just a touch, second to third, whilst Baumann sorts out the traffic, which he does now. Clement Schmidt tries to seize the opportunity to get past his teammate if he can. They dispense with the Ferrari, but those two HTP Motorsport Mercedes looking very, very strong now. If you think about how the race is going to pan out, we know that number 74 Audi is going to drop down the order, so these Mercedes are going to have a real part to play in the overall result.
Well, this new AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz, we saw at Brands Hatch how good it was on the rolling hills of Kent. Now on the flatter plains of Northamptonshire, it's still a great car, and they're running literally, you couldn't get any closer. Clement Schmidt has driven up from what her starting position to close onto the tail of Dominic Baumann, who was at one stage right on the tail of the second place Audi. He's dropped back, and let's see whether these two Mercedes, when they get into a position of having a relatively clear bit of racetrack ahead of them, which they appear to have momentarily, it'll not be very long before once again they're into lapping traffic.
So no chance on this lap, I don't think, for Pereira to have a go. The team's looking on, and in some cases, happy with what they see. Certainly the ISR squad has developed a very, very competitive Audi, and as John was saying in qualifying, it's here, certainly outpacing the WRT cars. Now there is Clement Schmidt, he's running fourth behind Baumann, and they're virtually together. Are they going to work together? And that's Chris Harris off the road. Gets going again, lights up the rears as he blasts away from Beckett's.
I hope the Beeb were there filming it for their programme.
Playing to the camera, Chris Harris. All right, so he's cost himself some time. Does that cost him his class lead? He got there because he had a spin.
Yeah, we don't know really why he lost it, because you wouldn't expect to lose it in Stowe quite that manner. But anyway, he gets the car into first gear, rotates it as the battle for the lead. The gap slightly stretching again in the favour of Mirko Bortolotti. The last lap, virtually nothing between their lap times. This time there is, 0.3 of a second advantage to the Lamborghini.
So the leading group goes through, and there is Maxime Martin, and behind him is number 34, which is Matteo Malucelli now at the wheel of the second-placed Pro-Am Ferrari. That's 111, which is a lapped car. So from the Am Cup, this has got Steve Earle behind the wheel, and then the next Ferrari in the queue is the hard-charging 34. So, as I say, that's the one that's got the first stint of the race.
And what do you do?
Behind.
You know, how are you going to get? You're getting held up, losing seconds. I mean, as far as you're concerned, you've lost the best part of a minute now waiting behind the AM-driven Ferrari, and comes onto the straight, and even worse, you lose your momentum, and the struggle is to get past another car which pretty much has got equal straight-line performance, and still he's racing down on the inside coming into Stowe, but this time the 34 can sweep around the outside. It's got the racing line and can break that a little bit later and then make the later turn into the corner.
So Malucelli delayed, second in Pro-Am. The third car in Pro-Am is the Aston Martin, which is in 17th place overall, but Devon Modell is at the wheel of it, keeping out of trouble, going strongly. That was a car that shed a wheel in the earlier part of the day. So the race leaders then, currently working lap number 16. There is Malucelli, now released, he's in 6th spot again.
And interestingly, it's the lead Ferrari, a Pro-Am car.
Yeah.
Okay, Malucelli is not an AM, but nonetheless, it's still a two-driver car. Great effort.
Yeah, fair point that. And Malucelli's lap times have been comparable to the leaders. So the Rasa Racing team pit bunker, they look on at all the data and see now where the leading car is. There it is, 16 then, Mirko Bortolotti ahead of Pereira. The gap a little bit down to the eye as they work their way around Luffield this time. Third place, Dominic Baumann. Still keep an eye to his lap time. The second Ortelli comes down towards Brooklands, chased by number 1 Audi, Frederic Verviche. And this is Verviche's view. Behind him, in 9th place, is Rob Bell, but the McLaren's not, as yet, sparkling. But of course, they won last year with clever pit work. Could be the same again.
And in fairness, so far, none of the WRT Audis are sparkling either. It's been really a strange event for them, that the kind of pace that they always deliver. Normally, the number 1 car in qualifying, Q3, Lawrence Van Thor behind the wheel, pops it on pole position, easy as you like. And it's not happening just with the kind of ease. We saw Christopher Mies do a brilliant job at Brands Hatch, but that was a different set of circumstances. Here at Silverstone, the Mercedes, the BMW, the Lamborghini, and the ISR Audi have, and Stefano Otelli having again to take alternative views and lines coming out of the last bit of maggots, or into Chapel. So the Audi certainly has got the pace, but it's not the WRT Audi, and that's something we've never really been fully able to understand, whether it's in the hands purely of Frank Pereira, who's delivering something, but you just look at the ISR Audi when we get a glimpse of it, particularly through Abbey, runs really well over the bumps, and if you've got an unstable car over the bumps, that's going to really highlight it.
In your opinion, is Frank Stippler a very quick driver or just a quick driver?
Frank is a man for all seasons.
Okay.
And if you need him to be quick, Frank can be quick. If you need him to be safe and steady, he can be safe and steady. He can be whatever you want him to be.
I ask because he's also in an ISR Audi and he's 20th, whereas Frank Pereira is second.
I agree. I mean, I think the two Audis, ISR Audis, are probably as close to specification as you can get. Dives down the inside. So did Stefano Otelli leave the door open sufficiently? It looks really much that he has done. Frederic Verviche gets up the inside, but Otelli's not going to give it up. And he goes over the AstroTurf onto the grass, but keeps pointing in the right direction. And, well, sort of maybe caught napping in that one.
Stefan, I don't think approved of being forced wide. Little flash of the lights as he got back on, but he's lost the place. Frederic Verviche seized the opportunity and has gone by. So Verviche up into 7th. And look at the way he pulls away straight off. So Frederic Verviche then chipping away, and after a Sprint Cup win earlier on in the season at Misano, let's see what he and the Vantour brothers can do here. Over the timing line he has gone now. Behind Otelli, Rob Bell creeping into the picture. The McLaren is chipping away. This is the Otelli and Verviche move. There was a gap on the inside, no question. Frederic Verviche took it. They ran side by side towards Aintree. He had his nose in front. That was his place, really. Otelli tried to come back on the outside. Verviche moved across, took the line. And Otelli had nowhere to go.
I mean, Verviche had the corner, but what he didn't need to do, I mean, I would have done the very same thing, I have to say, but what now is sort of frowned upon by race directors is when you know there's a car on the outside, you shouldn't keep pushing and pushing and pushing. You should try to give him as much room to work as you can. Imagine you've got a solid concrete wall by that curb. He would have been in the wall. So if it's not there, remember that you've got to allow drivers racing room, working room. It's something that drivers in North America racing in, for example, oval circuits, they learn because concrete walls hurt. We haven't got concrete walls close to the racetrack here, but there's no reason to squeeze a driver quite that way.
And Frederic Verviche is being given a driving standards flag. We now go live to John Watson for his reaction.
Well, I don't think the race director might have been listening to what I was saying, but that's an example of, I don't blame Verviche for what he did, but he over-egged the pudding, put it that way.
Okay, so he's having a finger wagged in his direction. There are the leaders almost back together again. The Mercedes duo behind, Baumann ahead of Schmidt. And how's Maxime Martin getting on? He's still in 5th place, dropping away a little. Now, is there anybody else lower down who is on a mission? Well, you've got Jimenez lapping a little bit quicker than Rob Bell ahead of him, and Ortelli's last lap was slow anyway because he got forced off the road, so things are still going to shuffle out. We've got roundabout now 15 minutes or so before you need to start thinking about pit stops, as the cars work their way towards the completion of the first hour of the 3. There's a driving standards flag also heading in the direction of number 25, Marco Bononomi. That's for track limit abuse. So where's the next little fight going to come from? Well, it's that, isn't it? Ortelli versus Bell, because now they are together.
Yeah, so Rob Bell has been the car that started just outside the top 10, and slowly, Rob Bell is bringing the McLaren into contention. You can see there's the
Now there's the Jaguar, still going strongly. 8th place, Albert Costa will drive later in the race, and for now he's in the pits ready to talk to Charlie Butler-Henderson.
I'm with one of the Jaguar drivers, Albert Costa. You're doing pretty well, but a little bit of an incident happened on the track there. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, I think it's race happens. Everybody wants to beat each other. To be honest, with the Audi, we were a bit on the outside of the track. Stefan was okay. I think was Berger was driving the Audi, was a bit optimistic now to leave more space to him, but at the end he's racing, you know, he's not dancing, so it's race happens, and I hope at least to beat 2 positions in our category to be in the podium, but we're doing well. I mean, as I said yesterday, we're improving step by step, so this is a good point. Last race we were P20 in that moment, and we are P8 now, so we're looking good.
Well, keep it up and good luck.
Yeah, next run, it's Lauren, next me, and then I will push.
You know, hearing a racer, Albert Costa, to me, sounds like he's a racer. He didn't say what Frederick Verviers did was wrong. He just sort of said, well, you know, I'm a racer too, and I would have done the same thing. But it's just the judgment by which you do it, and it was deemed to be something that a driving standard flag was required to be shown, and no penalty, but just if he does it again, then maybe there will be a penalty. Twice is on the limit, 3 times will be a drive-through, I would imagine.
So catching up on other battles, and there are lots of them here, coming down towards the end of Wellington Straight. Fabio Babini, Will Stevens squabbling. Michael Meadows 14th. The fat Babini's got himself up ahead of Stevens. There is Meadows. Behind Meadows is Parisi. Behind Parisi is Pierre Guidi. Behind Pierre Guidi should be Devon Bodell, but yes, he's got traffic around him. And Guy Smith, remember he got turfed into a spin earlier on. Guy Smith is in 18th place now, trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what all he can do, drive to the next pit stop, and we know that some teams in the pit lane will rotate or turn their car around quicker than others. And as we're finding this year, with the depth of the field, the quality of the field we've got, where everybody is virtually evenly matched, it may vary in different parts of the circuit, but the lap times are very close, that it's going to be something like a pit stop, driver change, new sets of tyres, or the best of your rest set of tyres. And as Jerome Blancpain pointed out in a rather sort of unusual fashion, I'm going, what do you mean, what do you mean? But he has a brand new set of tyres for that lead Lamborghini, and he knows that when he puts those tyres on, wherever that Lamborghini may be in the field, he has got the best opportunity to make sure that Lamborghini comes home number 1.
Now from Pereira, busy behind the wheel of number 74 Audi, turns his way down Wellington Straight once more, and he's on lap number 20. We've got 19 minutes effectively now before people are going to have to bring the cars in on the hour mark. Some will do it a bit early to get the slower driver out. Others might just go to the end of 65 minutes, which is the maximum you can do in a stint. Pereira using the curb on the run out of Luffield. He spent the last, 40 minutes staring at the back of that green Lamborghini. He'll go to sleep with that sort of ingrained on his eyeballs tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bortolotti realises that the best Frank Pereira can do has been seen, and there's not an awful lot left in the Audi, and the 2 Mercedes following likewise have fallen back that little bit. There's a 1.5 seconds between second and third, 1.3 between third and fourth, and at one point we thought the 2 Mercedes might sweep up to the tail of the second place Audi, but that's not happened.
And there is the Jaguar, that's 8th, just seen Frederick Verviers go through ahead, so Ortelli goes by, and there 9th Rob Bell in 10th place. Not that Lamborghini, but that Audi number 3, which is Sergio Jimenez. That's 11th, the BMW of Jens Klingman. Here comes 12th, Fabio Babini. 13th behind him is Will Stevens with the green wing. 14th is Michael Meadows. 15th there, Mike Parisi. 16th through the shop, Alessandro Pierguidi. Devon Bodell is 17th. Guy Smith, 18th. And then in 19th and 20th, Richard Abra through, and Frank Stippler, number 75. The rest of the field all in a line. There's Hubert Haupt, who started from the pit lane. He's 26th. Dan Camish, first race in the Lamborghini for Conrad. First endurance race at this level. He's done British GT, but first Blancpain race, he is running in 27th spot.
Trouble again on the horizon. We've got the Nissan recovering from that pit stop. We've got one of the Ferraris. And this is for Bortolotti to lose. He's got to be very careful. Frank Pereira goes slightly wider around the corner, trying to maybe get an advantage by being slightly higher, getting on the throttle, but the Nissan will be quick in a straight. Bortolotti will have to rely with indicator going in the Nissan to say, come through, I'm aware there's a battle for the lead. So what Frank Pereira had hoped for didn't materialise, but that's how close it is.
They get past Alex Buncombe, who is down in 50th place, now 8 laps behind.
You know, and that's good driving from a professional driver. He's aware of what's going on the racetrack. He gets out of the way, he indicates what he's doing, and that's an object lesson to any race driver when you're in a situation like Buncombe is in, where you're not in contention. Get out of the way, let the race leaders continue their battle.
So huge frustration for the Nissan team, with the dramas costing so much time so early, as the race then with 2 hours and 16 minutes still to run heads up towards Maggots Beckett. We're on lap 22. Mirko Bortolotti now half a second to the good. Franck Pereira in that second spot. And for some, they're going to hope that the pit stops are where they can gain position over the opposition here. This is Alex Bunkum's view. Onto the hanger straight now.
I mean, the lap time of the Nissan right now probably not going to be vastly different to what we're seeing from the lead two cars. It's just that he's 7 laps behind the lead two cars, and again, as in the case of the number 8 Bentley, it's just a drive to the finish. You never know what might happen, and that's one of the things that in motorsport, but when you've got a 7 or 8 lap disadvantage, you've got to be very lucky, and I don't think that's going to be the case today for the 8 Bentley or the 23 Nissan.
So round Luffield comes Bunkum then, and up the road ahead of him, the race leaders, Adam Woodcock over the line, and there you've got through the traffic, the Lamborghini fending off the Audi once more, and this is where, as they sweep up through farm now towards village, the Audi might be able to make a move. No, not close enough, so Bortolotti conscious all the time of where Franck Pereira is. Half a second is the gap, such as it is. And Franck Pereira, again, very good there, isn't he? Coming through the loop, right onto the back of the Lamborghini now.
The Audi is the quicker of the two cars at this moment, but unable to do anything tangible about it. Comes off Aintree, down Wellington Straight. Again, you can see the difference in straight line performance between the Lamborghini and the Audi, sharing identical engines from VW ID Group. V10, just over 5.2 litres. Naturally aspirated, sounds magnificent. And Franck Pereira again glued to the rear wing, putting more pressure on Mirko Bortolotti. When they're in clear air, there's not a massive amount that I think Franck Pereira will be able to do. It's going to be once again when we meet traffic, and it's how the lead car manages that traffic. Sometimes you might want to brake or back off or roll into a corner rather than catching a slow car at the critical part. So those are the things you've got to think about when you're approaching slow traffic, and if you can recognize the car or potentially what the driver pairing might be in that car, that's a great help. So some drivers are good at that, some less. You can just see in the last 3 laps how much Franck Pereira has taken out of the advantage. 0.3 of a second when they came across the line in lap 22.
So lap 23 down at Stoke Corner. The Mercedes challenge has sort of faded. For a few laps it looked as though they were going to get up there with them, but now 2 seconds back is Dominic Baumann. It's not a long way back, it has plateaued, and as I say, for the overall result come the end of 3 hours, the Audi will not factor because it's only a Pro-Am class car.
I mean, the pace of the lead two cars has been just remarkable. They've been running consistently in the 202s. You know, 45 minutes into the race when the tyres are past the best. Franck Pereira now deciding to get impatient, and he wants to force Mirko Bortolotti. Again, traffic ahead. He's got to try and work all that. He went the long way around the outside of a lap car about 4 or 5 laps ago. He may well think about looking down the inside, but he's not close enough to take the chance. He just cannot throw it up the inside and get away with it.
Now the Audi team need Pereira in for as long as possible, but is being stuck behind the Lamborghini a good thing? So would they perhaps bring him in a lap earlier than they might have planned, just to release him from the traffic here? So the car well in the lead of the Pro-Am class. There's Dominic Baumann in the background, flashing his lights at the Ferrari to say, I'm coming, please get out of my way. He's not that far behind this lead battle, and of course he'll close every time it kicks off between the two. If they have to hold each other up when they start squabbling, that plays into Baumann's hands. Out of Luffield they come. Up towards Woodcock now. The gap last time was only 0.3 of a second. There is Pereira in the H2 backed ISR run car. H2 is Henri Asside's company, and they're getting ready in the pits. Look, the first round of pit stops is not that far away, so drivers getting ready. There's Henri Asside on the pit wall having a look at the data.
Well, my inclination would be the ISR car will stay on track until the last possible moment. They might as well max out the potential. Whereas in the case of Mirko Bortolotti, well, they've got pretty much clear air. It's always going to be the lap traffic, and the key for the Lamborghini team to work out is where will our car come back into the field? Will it come back into a bunch of maybe 8 or 10 cars all fighting for the midfield positions? Or if we bring it in early, can we maybe leapfrog those cars and get back into relatively clear air? That's where the team plays its part in this race.
So the leaders are heading down Vale. We've just had a spinning Bentley over in the stadium. It looked like the Tom Onslow Cole car, that, but it's about to get going again, so no yellow flags to confront the leaders at the end of the lap, as there Bortolotti gets back on the power, coming through Club Corner. approaching the end of the first hour of the race, and the leading 4 kind of in their own race, because it's a big gap of 10 seconds between 4th and 5th, and Maxime Martin, who is 5th, of course, within that leading group early on, he was running in 3rd place, wasn't he, before the Mercedes found a way past him. So it's quite a spread, really, the gaps between the 4th and 5th cars. But after that, they're all in a pretty long line, as we've been seeing.
Yeah, I suppose the only interest maybe in Rob Bell, currently in 9th place, is 2.2 seconds, and closing little bit by little bit. In fact, on the last lap, the gap remained pretty static. So within the top 10, that's probably, well, the battle for 5th place. 10th of a second there.
Yeah.
And that's the second of the Pro-Am cars, the 34 Ferrari.
Which is another that will drop down a little bit once Jiri Pisarik gets behind the wheel a bit, because he won't be able to do the same lap times as Marucelli will. So, up towards the lap end comes Bortolotti, comes Pereira, past the Jimmy Brown centre they go, and it's 0.6 of a second then. That's the gap between them. Dominic Baumann is now 1.8 seconds back. His last lap was quicker than Pereira ahead of him, so Baumann has certainly not given up in his quest to get up with them before the end of the hour.
And what's interesting to me is that the lead 5 cars, are all 2016 models, and the progress over the last season between what we were racing. We did see the Huracan last year, but obviously more developed over the wintertime. So the upgraded version of the Audi, the AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz, the 488 Ferraris, lifting and just charging forward in terms of performance and dragging the battle for the lead all the way through the season so far. This is the 4th race within the Sprint and Endurance GT Championship, Blancpain GT Championship. I mean, amazing to see just the differences and where we would have been. Let's say, if you go back 3 years, these cars are lapping up to 6 seconds a lap quicker than they were 3-4 years ago.
Scary, isn't it? Shows the pace of development.
These are production-based cars. They're not race cars. These are cars that you can go and buy in your friendly Lamborghini or Audi showroom. Now, I'm not going to say it'll match these cars on the track, but it's the foundation of those cars.
Indeed, yeah. The word based underlined, but yes, the cars have to have their origin in the road car. The Emile Frey Jaguar developed by the team, and this was a moment it had up at Beckett. Stefano Ortelli in 8th place. Whoops. A little bit of a wobble.
Yeah, a little bit of loss of traction at the rear and runs over the grass, couldn't get quite straightened up. That was coming on to Hangar Straight. There we see the car now. Watch it going through Abbey, watch the way it's a little bit sort of, again, noticed it in practice yesterday, I would call it ratchety over the bumps. It doesn't absorb the bumps. If you look at the 74 Audi of Frank Pereira, I think of the lead cars, and this is sort of, the Audi's in 8th position, so let's count it as one of the lead cars. That 74 Audi is looking to me to be about the best. Henri, your big moment is about to come. And all that laughing and joking, now suddenly you've got to deliver, my friend.
There's just been a message that the team manager of Bentley's 7 and 8 has got to go to race control immediately. I'm not quite sure what both cars would have done to transgress, but anyway, we might find out more. So something not quite right for the M Sport squad, as again Bortolotti is trapped in traffic. This gives Frank Pereira a chance perhaps to have another go as they work their way onto Hangar Straight now.
Yeah, and again, the Lamborghini not really losing much time, but needs to get the Ferrari well and truly out of the way, so swoops back to get under the rear wing to pick up the odd mile or two or kilometre or two, and Frank Pereira is going to get dropped. I think he's not going to get into Stowe without having to wait for the Ferrari to finish its corner, and there's a little moment of relaxation for Mirko Bortolotti.
We understand that the reason for the team manager of the Bentleys having to go and see the officials is that the fuel rig was topped up, but the topper-uppers, the mechanics, weren't wearing all of the fireproof clothing that they should have been, so that's a pit infringement for filling up the refueling rig.
I'm very surprised, M Sport, one of the top teams in the pit lane, that's a sort of a bit of an own goal. As Mercedes is coming through lap traffic again. Baumann has closed down, it looks there anyway, closed down to the tail of second place Audi Frank Pereira.
Maxime Martin now trying to pick his way through the traffic. We've got a yellow flag in sector 1. Looking at the timing screens, you can see the little yellow flash on the countdown clock at the top. That means there's a yellow flag in a sector. It's at Beckett's, because in the background of that shot of Wellington Straight you can see the flags waving. And does this tell us the story?
Oh
yes,
dear,
it does.
Oh dear, oh dear. And that looks like just got away. That could have been nasty, because the Ferrari went across the inside of the entry into Beckett's and onto the grass.
Phil Keane on Peter Mann, that. Phil Keane in the Lamborghini, Peter Mann in the Ferrari. Again.
It's the second time this car today has been in trouble. And, you know...
At Beckett's.
Up at Beckett's. There's a story there, and that needs developing. And I think that needs to be looked at and take the driver in and sit down and say, look, you know, have you got a problem with visibility with your car? If you have, let's get it rectified.
So, it's already had a puncture. It's now... had a spin. Maxime Martin has just come down the pit lanes. That's quite an early stop. Number 99, Maxime Martin then, with 2 hours and 6 minutes to go. He comes in at the end of 26 laps. And that gives up at 6th place, though. Maxime Martin down the pit road.
Interesting to see who will take over, whether it'll be Philip Eng or Alexander Sims. I would imagine it'll be Philip Eng, who again was very impressive during the qualifying sessions, those 3 sessions this morning. Jumped in the car stone cold and was instantly on the pace.
And also coming in is one of the Bentleys. So the pit window, if you like, is being seized upon quite early by some of them. It's Guy Smith who's come in.
Big gap. That was due to the traffic that Frank Pereira got caught and stole the lap before. So the gap between the lead car and second place is actually up to 1.5 seconds when it had been down to as little as 0.3 of a second. And that just illustrates how you can work traffic to your advantage. Now, Frank Pereira with clear air, only the Lamborghini directly ahead of him will be less than 1.5 seconds when they come across start-finish line, as we see the 99 BMW having its service. There is the second place. Now, again, traffic coming down Wellington Straight. Bortolotti will want to slot the Lamborghini down the inside, which he does successfully, and again has managed to use the traffic successfully to catch off guard Frank Pereira, and he's going to have to wait now, and it may not even be possible for the second place Audi to get ahead of the Ferrari before they get down to Stowe. I beg your down to Comps, which will be after Woodcut, which really you don't call as a corner, it's just a curve. So where is the Audi? It's still under the rear wing. He's looking as the Ferrari sort of pulls over very early to take a line, and the Audi takes the wide way round, gets up alongside 2 cars to get past. And the Porsche just ahead is also going to work to the favour of Mirko Bortolotti, who's got the BMW, the Italian entered BMW M6. So the Mercedes, not being particularly helpful, pulls over to the left. Now Frank Pereira's got clear air, but the gap once again has opened up into, well, it's got to be nearly 3 seconds now in the space of 2 laps where traffic just worked unfavourably for the second place. And Dominic Baumann also, as Clement Schmidt, they're looking to see how we can work the traffic and give us some advantage. The Ferrari needs to get out of the way down to Vale. The 2 Mercedes slip through in tandem. That's the way you got to do it. You've got to make your signal pretty clear to the lap car. I'm coming through. Now, family ahead, Mercedes-Benz, so it's going to get out of the way and let the 3rd and 4th place battle, which is really going to be a battle for second place. No. You hate that. You really hate the uncertainty. There's no indication for the car that's being lapped that we are going to make way, let the 3rd and 4th cars go through. Clement Schmidt's going to take his opportunity and try and get around Dominic Baumann, but thinks the better of it. No, he couldn't achieve it, so he's just going to have to sit and wait.
That's 101. Fabio Babini brought it in, the Lamborghini, the Attempto racing car. 26, Mike Parisi has come in as well to give way. As Maxime Martin, although we've already seen him make a pit stop, I don't think there's a huge concern about that. It's more a case of maximising the time that's available for the people that know the car that bit better, namely Philip Eng and Alexander Sims. So a few of them are pitting early, but it gives the faster drivers even more time behind the wheel. Tyres going on the Attempto Lamborghini. There is Mirko Bortolotti now with a much bigger gap over from Pereira. It was 1.1 last time. Dominic Baumann has just come down the pit lane. 2.9 now it is between the top 2. But Baumann gets out of the traffic, gets out of the battle, and he pits at the end of lap 28.
So by doing so, that lets Clement Schmidt up into 3rd place, 2.7 seconds behind the 2nd place Audi. As the Lamborghini lays a bit of rubber, gets a bit of temperature into those rear tyres. Mirko Bortolotti, who's led from the lights going out on now his 29th lap, and he's had to fight for this. Has not been an easy battle for the lead Lamborghini. He's been kept totally honest by Frank Pereira as what was 3rd place Mercedes now into the pits.
Bentley number 7, incidentally, just taken over by Vincent Abril. They're keeping Stephen Kane for the last stint as their Clement Schmidt then works his way through the traffic. And Jasmine Jaffar, you can anticipate, will do the middle stint in 84, and then you've got Maxi Book for the end.
And will Maxi Book have a nice, fresh, new set of Pirelli tyres? You can bet he will do.
Absolutely.
There we go, up in the air, so the wheels and tyres can then begin to service. You have to refuel and finish that before you can jack the car up.
More pit stops ready. Mirko Bortolotti, how far can he go on a tank of fuel here? It's easy to get to the hour mark, but then after that, what's the bonus? And therefore you think about the earlier stops for the others. It's not on fuel, but they're coming in early.
So the 85 Mercedes now into the pits.
Not yet. 84, they need to get rid of first.
Now, what were they doing? Well, because they were jammed in. That was the Bentley. So had to push it back. That's one of the problems. Silverstone, the pit lane at Silverstone's a very long pit lane, so normally being balked or blocked in by another car is pretty unusual. But in the case of that Mercedes, it did get caught. As we go back, is this the number one? Frederick versus Fish.
So number one Audi, after its pit stop, has gone through. And does it gain track position? I think it has done.
Yes, it has.
So there is 84 back on track with Jasmine Jaffar at the wheel. And there's 85 now coming in. So they do them on different laps. So get rid of one. That makes the pit lane clear. And in comes 85. So Clement Schmidt, a good first stint by Clement Schmidt. Hands the car over.
I would say better than good. I've been very impressed with what he did last weekend at Brands Hatch. Right on the pace of the lead three cars. Very difficult to pass at Brands, as we saw. And right on the tail of his teammate Dominic Barman, and did a really impressive job.
So Clement Schmidt gives way to, I think I'm right in saying, Luciano Bacchetta, who's getting into the car. So the British driver, former single-seater racer, into 85. So that did, what, 29 laps. The leaders have stayed out then. It's still Bortolotti and Franck Pereira out on track, going a long way. There's number one then, which is now at the wheel of Dries van Thor. So down towards the end of the lap comes the Audi, and we'll see where this car feeds back in relative to the number one Audi.
Well, the good news is that Mercedes, they're midway, just over midway down the pit lane, but they've still got to change the right-hand side tyres. So the number one, there it is, number one Audi coming into Luffield. And it's going, in my view, to come across. Oh, the problem with the right front didn't go on cleanly. There is the number one car up to speed now. The Mercedes, get it fired up, get it rolling. You can see the distance, and it's going to be close on the exit. It's going to be very close, but I think the Audi's going to have it.
Yeah, and the Audi's up to speed, of course, because the Mercedes will be accelerating as it comes through. So even if it does get out ahead, you expect the Audi to swoop by. This is Maggots. There's the Audi through, yes, keeps track position, and
there's the Mercedes
84, there's 85, so not only has it fallen behind the Audi, it's also stayed behind its teammate. So a very, very good pit stop by number one, bringing it in early. That's a shrewd move, that. Of course, they'll be playing with the fuel strategy on that and thinking about how much you can put in and when you bring the car in. It's the delta time of pit stop, 70 to 90 seconds, which you can't make a pit stop between, so anything under is good, anything over is fine. But do you short fuel it, try and build up a gap and do a splash and dash towards the end?
I can't imagine that would be the case. Mirko Bortolotti now into his second hour behind the wheel. Comes out of the final, out of Chapel Curve. And clear air, the gap on the last lap was just a fraction over 3 seconds. He's cleared all that traffic, which would have been a concern, because now coming into Stowe Corner, but really the run down the hill into Vale, where the Ferrari and the two Ferraris, in fact, still ahead of the Audi. So for Franck Pereira, that's a frustration, because he just sees the Lamborghini with clear air, nothing immediately ahead of it that we can see coming down on the exit of Club, and still the Audi trying to find its way past, coming up into Abbey, really needing assistance from the cars that are being overtaken, being lapped. Gets through now, so he's got two cars, one car cleared, he's still got the second Ferrari to clear. So on the brakes into Village, the short run up into Loop, and we saw that the Audi's got very good turn in, very good traction primarily, so he's going to be able to get past the Ferrari, in my view, as we see the Dries van Thor car currently in 14th, but that's because of the overlap with the pit stops. young Dries van Thor. First flying lap, 2 minutes 2:06.77. That's virtually matching the best lap of that car by Frederik Vervies. So Dries van Thor, 17 years of age, another wunderkind coming out of the Netherlands, or out of Belgium, same sort of thing. Lead car into the pits. So the 16-car Mirko Bortolotti, after 1 hour 56 minutes and 40 or whatever it is, 1 hour 46. Well, sorry, just over an hour and 3 minutes. And in second place, Audi also follows into ISR and the Lamborghini. So this is going to be a battle of who is smarter or quicker in the pit stops.
And where they feed back in relative to the opposition. Now, 34, Matteo Maricelli has not yet fitted. Oh, he's in now. So the top 3 all in. Jaguar has stopped. Michael Meadows, number 2 Audi, that's going back out again.
Who would you put your money on, Rolf Aikkonen or Henry Assid? Because the Lamborghini is going to have Aikkonen in it now, Henry Assid's into the Audis. And is it 6-1 and 12 of the other?
A little bit. Rolf Aikkonen is quick, but not as experienced as Henry Assid. I don't know, the more I think about it, I'm changing my mind. I was going to say Rolf Aikkonen, but I think Henry Assid has the greater experience.
Well, both cars still static in the pits. The Lamborghini was the first in, so the Audi looks like it's going to be, well, is it going to be ready or they're going to do the left side now? Yeah. So different routine. There's again problem in the pit lane. The Ferrari not squared up. The Lamborghini is about to roll. It's moving out of the pit lane. So the lead car has got ahead once again of the 74 Audi, which now is rolling. And look how many cars have passed it. So Henry Assid has got an unenviable task to try to get onto the tail of the 16 Lamborghini, because what, 3 cars passed him before he got rolling?
If that's his mission, he may be content just to try and hang on to the lead of the class. But we'll see how he attacks this. And also, who else gets into the game? Because you've got now Dries van Tor and the 2 Mercedes to factor in, quick drivers in all. You probably suggest that the drivers, Dries van Tor, Jasmin Jafar and Luciano Paqueta, are quicker than Henry Assid and Rolf Aikkonen. So there is Dries van Tor, and this is the car after its early stop now that is very much in the game, because it is ahead of 74. There is Henry Assid, who has fallen back. So number 1 Audi in second place behind the Lamborghini.
Yes, I mean, again, the WRT being smart, getting that car in early, putting Dries van Thor into the car, then it'll be brother Laurent will take it over for the final stint. So this is, the race is beginning to take a shape and a form. What we saw in the first hour was really just people trying to get into a reasonable position, but reading where they would be, and that's the key to long distance racing. Where will you return to the circuit after your drive pit stop? Great drive by Mirko Bortolotti, and the team delighted with that effort, led from the lights going out, under pressure pretty much for the entire stint. Mirko, you can tell by the look at his face, well, I did my job, I'm happy with what I've done today, and I would be very happy to step onto the number 1 spot on the podium in another hour and 50 odd minutes. Not 53, it'll be about an hour, well, 2 hours before they get onto the podium by the time I've finished with them in the Parc Fermé.
But suddenly number 1 Audi is in the mix, isn't it? After being a bit anonymous in the first stint, other than the clash with Ortelli, now it's very much part of the lead battle. And so, having been running on the fringes of the top 6, now Dries van Tor very much in the game as they come down to the end of Wellington Straight. And Rolf Aikkonen, who's had a couple of years of Porsche racing, is now going to have a very tough time fending off the charging Audi. Now, let's see. Well, let's just hear the thoughts of Mirko Bortolotti. He is in the pit lane with Charlie.
So, with the race leader, what amazing amount of pressure you were under. Tell us about it. How was it?
Well, as you mentioned, Frank Pereira was behind me. He was really quick as well, and but still, tried to do the maximum we could, and I'm really happy with the stint. We're leading the race at the moment. We just did a pit stop. Rolf is in the car now, and everything looking fine at the moment. So let's keep pushing, and let's see where we are at the end.
Well, you now got to hold off Audi 1 now, the Audi number 1.
Well, I just jumped out of the car. I don't know. I have to check, but okay. WRT Audis are always quick, so it's always a fight with all the cars on grid. Obviously, the Audis are really fast as well. So let's see what we can do.
Good. Okay. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, Dries van Thor not about to take any prisoners. He wants to overtake the Lamborghini earliest opportunity. He knows that he's a quick car. Rolf Aikkonen has got to get himself driven in. So Dries van Thor's had the benefit of maybe a further 3 laps behind the wheel of the number 1 Audi. And just looking at the body language of that car in second place, you know that Van Thor D, or Van Thor Jr., as Van Thor Sr., both public school educated boys from Belgium, would be anxious to see. Now Dries has got to be careful because he's made a couple of errors in the previous 3 rounds of this championship, and he is on notice that if he another one, he will get a penalty, which will be a drive-through. So he cannot afford to be cavalier. He's got to think about it. He's got to wait until the opportunity comes. But of the 2 drivers, you'd have to think that young Dries van Thor has marginally got the more speed. He may not have a great deal more car racing experience, but he's got more inherent natural speed. Down into Brooklands, the gap between the 2 cars pretty static. 0.6 of a second when they came across the line at the end of lap 32. It's going to be under that half second, one imagines, when they come across the line to complete lap 33. So what, 17 years old, second place, putting pressure on the race leader, traffic ahead, thinking ahead. The key to all this is where will the lead car catch that traffic? Do I actually back out momentarily and give myself that chance to get a run? Or do I want to get right under the tail of the Lamborghini? It's one of those things that it's all about experience and inherent race sense, racecraft. Some people learn it on computer-generated games, and those have an effect. But the difference is, when it's for real on the racetrack, that's when it's counting. Dries van Thor close to the rear of the Lamborghini coming down the straight. Ralph van Eycken not really too concerned right now, but he will be in a few moments because he's got, again, lapped traffic ahead, and he doesn't know how Dries van Thor is going to deal with it. Is he going to look to take a big punt down the inside and try and get away with it, or is he going to be a little bit on the more conservative side? Look at Marco Bortolotti. He's very happy, very comfortable with what he's watching on screen. He knows what the Audi is capable of. He had one behind him, but a good chance now. Battle, and again the Ferrari not conceding it does, and Van Thor would be the one that will be slightly wrong-footed. He's got to be patient and not try to push the Ferrari. He's got to get off the throttle through Abbey, what he didn't want to do. Now alongside, up the inside into Village, the gap opening up once again, but not a problem. The Audi will close it down within the space of what, by the time they get back to start-finish line. But it just indicates again the way that Eichen maybe read that situation and had the advantage.
I've just been trying to do some numbers whilst John's been talking, because I was intrigued to know why the Audi has gained so much time. And by having a little rummage in the system, I reckon if you take the pit in to pit out time, the Audi's pit stop was 69 seconds, which is just underneath that delta time, whereas the Lamborghini was 91 seconds, so just just over it by a second, whereas the Audi, and it must have short fuel to an extent, did it in 69 seconds, and therefore with a much shorter pit stop has rocketed up the order.
Yeah, but the danger is, by doing it under that 70 seconds,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, 90 seconds, there's a potential penalty, because that's you're under the delta time. The delta time is a minimum of 90 seconds.
No, 70 to 90 is the window. You can't do it within that. If you do it under, that's fine.
Oh, sorry, I thought you did it under. So what did the number one Audi do the pit stop in then?
69 seconds.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Yes, okay,
so
you're right.
Just the right side of that margin.
Yes,
so that's how it's managed to save so much time. Yeah. Now, number 888 is getting a drive-through penalty for a pit stop too short, because that would be between the 70 and the 90. But the knock-on effect is, okay, you've taken on less fuel, you're back in the game, but is the car going to have to reduce its pace to go to the end of the next lap? It's going to be fascinating.
It depends how much short it was. If it was 5 litres short, you could probably get it back, but if it was like 10, 15 litres short, then you're going to have to look maybe ultimately for a splash and dash, which is not necessarily the ideal at this point.
Well, let's see what Laurens Vanthoor will tell us. He might not tell us the truth, but we're going to try. Let's go down to the pit lane. He's with Charlie.
So, Laurens, your brother's in the car at the moment. What did you do in the pit stop to leapfrog and be where you are now?
Well, all I can say is we have a very good team, a very clever engineer, and a rule book. And that's what we exploit, and that brought us where we are now.
Maybe a bit of short fuelage or not?
No, everything will be fine. It's something we've been planning to do. It was risky, but it worked out. and yeah, let's see how it goes. But normally everything is fine, and we don't have to fuel save or things like that.
Okay, what's going to go on with you and your brother? What's going to happen with that?
Well, probably he's going to come in, hopefully, at a certain point. I'm going to take over, and we have still new tires left for me. So yeah, obviously we're going to try everything to bring it home. It's looking good at the moment, but yeah, it's a long race, endurance racing, so let's see.
Is he going to attack the Lambo, or is he just going to hold station? What's the game plan?
I hope, because I think now they have their, let's say, not to be unrespectful, but the less quickest driver in, so ideally he would have to pass and try to make a gap, because afterwards it's Blancpain and he's quite quick, so yeah, the more he can do, the easier it will be for me. So.
Okay, well, watch out for the Mercedes behind you, and have a good day.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, Laurens Vanthoor saying we have a good team, a good engineer and a rule book. The man who comes up with the strategy is British engineer Adam Hardy, who takes this as a personal challenge to try and pluck results out of nowhere if the car isn't looking all that flash to begin with, and he could have just earned himself a bonus if this pans out as he wants it.
I think what they're playing on is having a safety car or something that will bring the field together, and then the fuel consumption would be much better. But if they have a clear yellow flag or safety car or whatever, full course yellow, then maybe that strategy is going to be tricky when you get into the last 10 or 15 minutes of the race. That's going to be the call that will have to be addressed. So, it was a very quick pit stop, as you say, under the 70 seconds. There ain't enough fuel in the car that will see the car running at full race pace unless we've got the assistance of a safety car or a full course yellow. So we wait and see.
No, we've got this great battle going on for the lead. Keep your eye on that, and I'll try and explain what I'm banging on about with this 70 to 90 delta time for pit stops. If the lead suddenly changes, I'll go off on a tangent, but to try and stop people spending a lot of money on trick fuel rigs to force the fuel in quicker, the regulations this year have incorporated a clause that says a pit stop allowing for the driving in, the driving out, and the refueling and the tyre change and everything that goes with the regulation pit stop should not take between 70 and 90 seconds. It should be over 90 seconds, really. If you're doing it between 70 and 90 to put a full tank of fuel in, you must be doing something with a trick fuel rig. So, at each event, a delta time is given that the pit stop cannot be between 70 and 90. It can take less, because it could be, for example, you come in and short fuel, or you don't change tyres and therefore save yourself some time. But if you do a full service pit stop, driver, fuel and tyres, it should not be completed within that window of 70 to 90 seconds. Our calculations are saying that the Audi came in, did all of that and went out at 69, so that's okay. The Lamborghini was the other side, 91, which is fine, but it's lost a chunk of time in relation. So that is what I'm talking about and what we're referring to in terms of this pit window, this delta time of 70 to 90 seconds. It's to try to stop people spending money on fuel rigs and pushing the cost of the racing up by forcing the fuel in even faster. So it's down to your brain to try and win on the pit stops.
I mean, what Lamborghini have done, the Grasso Racing have done, is they've done the conventional thing. They've done it very well, very efficiently. And remember that whatever Audi in the number one car may have done may hurt them when it gets into the last minutes, literally minutes of the race. But on top of which, when Jerome Bleekemolen gets into the car, number 16, the Lamborghini that still leads this race, he will have all the fuel he needs, we believe. But more importantly, he'll have a brand new set of tyres to use that fuel so he can run the engine and slides up the inside. Vanthoor gets up the inside, makes a pass in the loop, and sort of slightly caught Ralph van Eycken sleeping. Very good pass indeed, opportunistic pass, well executed, cleanly executed. Now there's a yellow flag, it's all now gone back to green. But well done, Dries Vanthoor. He forced that. Now the Mercedes also slipping up. Jasmine Jafar gets into second place. What's gone on?
That's Ralph van Eycken's inexperience, I think, of racing at this level.
Maybe.
He was a very good Carrera Cup Deutschland Class B driver. But he's not
Bortolotti's, look at his face.
Yeah,
absolutely gutted.
Unfortunately, he's going to have to rely on Jeroen Bleekemolen now to see what can happen about that car. The Audis, just to finish off this long-winded point we're trying to make about number one's chances, the Audi is not fuel thirsty around here. Fuel's not an issue for many of them, so they're confident they can do 31, maybe 32 laps in an hour. So I still think it's going to balance out for them. This, I'm not sure they're going to have to worry about fuel, as Laurens Vanthoor was alluding to either. So I reckon they're going to be good, but we will see. We've got an hour and 42 minutes of all the fun to play out yet. Now, If Dries Vanthoor suddenly arrives with Jasmin Jafar up behind him, he might have to up his pace a little bit to try and fend him off, and he's got traffic to worry about. This is going to be a real test of Dries Vanthoor, isn't it? He's got to race, he's got to deal with traffic, he's got to deal with pressure, and he's also got to think about fuel. As Maximilian Buch's father, that was, watching on from the pit lane, well, he was heart in mouth at the last laps of Monza. We'll see what happens here as Vanthoor gets stuck in traffic, and Jasmin Jafar is right on his tail at the end of Vale.
Yes, and there's a chance for Jasmin Jafar to slip up the inside. He gets on the inside and he's got track position, and Dries Vanthoor is blocked in by the Mercedes on the inside. The Lamborghini goes way, way wide off the track, trying to get back, but again he's still caught behind the Lamborghini as they come up into Abbey. But side by side, Jasmin Jafar read that situation absolutely beautifully. Mercedes AMG GT3 takes over the lead of the race, and it's only about 3 laps since the Audi took over the lead from the Lamborghini.
If that, so Mercedes then up front, Jasmin Jafar ahead of Dries Vanthoor, who has a little look up the inside, and Rolf Eichen tries to buy back into this in the green Lamborghini, but now Jafar goes wide. Dries Vanthoor gets the run up the inside going into Aintree, but he was caught up in the traffic, so lessons learned there about dealing with the slower cars, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and Jasmin Jafar just ran too wide in the loop. Dries Vanthoor looks to go down the inside. He's nowhere near far enough down, and also in doing so prevents any chance for the Lamborghini to look down the outside, so no chance whatsoever for these top 3 to change coming into Brooklands. But intense. We're just over halfway, over 10 minutes before halfway of this 3-hour race, and the battle for the lead no less intense as it has been since the lights went out. Look at the team. Maximilian Buch loving it, knowing again he will be in for the final stint. It's a good effort by the team, little Maxi Buch. So he will be delighted that Jasmin Jafar took that opportunity, didn't wait to be asked a second or a third time. You don't need to wait, you've got to force the situation, but do it without putting yourself into jeopardy.
So now, can Jasmin Jafar build the lead? If he can, and then they put Maxi Buch in the car, then that's going to be a very, very good result indeed. He's not scampering away as yet. There's more traffic up the road that he's going to have to deal with as well. Gap at the end of the previous lap was half a second, so it's Jafar ahead of Dries Vanthoor. Rolf Eichen is third. Fourth now, it's Luciano Bacchetta. Fifth is Alexander Sims, and sixth is Henri Acid. Still being shown on the timing screen as Franck Pereira, but it's Henri Acid at the wheel of the car. There's number 1 then, Dries Vanthoor, and he is closing back up onto the tail of the Mercedes, which is in the traffic.
Yeah, and the traffic has got the Porsche, a Ferrari, so Mercedes swings out to the right, gets up alongside, will be able to take Abbey cleanly. Dries Vanthoor will not be able to slide through just in the initial part of the Abbey, then through Village, or through the farm, then into Village, big break, down, and again Mercedes stays on the inside, gets ahead of the Porsche. Dries Vanthoor clears the Ferrari, and Eichen is still waiting, being patient, being cautious, not wanting to put himself into a difficult situation which he may not be able to control. So the Porsche between the lead Mercedes, second place Audi, and the Lamborghini now getting up alongside to come through, and that's getting through nice and cleanly. Patience sometimes pays, and for an Eichen, if he wasn't comfortable to make it into a difficult part of the track. So now Dries Vanthoor up against the 3,800cc flat 6 power from Zuffenhausen.
Bless you. Over the timing line they come, and it is Jafar ahead of Vanthoor, and then in third spot, wait for the green Lamborghini of Rolf Eichen. Let's count them through. There's traffic. There's the leader. There's the second Audi. There's the third Lamborghini. Back marker fourth. Luciano Bacchetta heading now down towards Copse once more. And then look at the gap as we wait for Alexander Sims in the BMW, the second of the 2 BMs here. You've got the lapped Boutsen Gignon car going through the shot. There's Alexander Sims then taking over from Maxime Martin. Sixth there is Henri Acid. In 7th place it should be now number 2 Audi in the hands of Stuart Leonard. But that's yet to come through, in fact. It's a long way back. Number 2, there it is, in the traffic. And through shot goes Stuart Leonard. And then it's going to be Côme Ledegar in 8th place, number 58. So over the timing line he will go, the Frenchman having taken over from Rob Bell. And to round out the top 10, it's going to be Christopher Hasser in 9th place, and then now in 10th, Rodrigo Baptista in the number 3 WRT Audi. So we've got quite a few with the transponder in the wrong place to alert the race officials now. They need to get the right driver shown, and the leader, Jasmin Jafar, has made good of the traffic now. He's got 2 back markers and some real estate between himself and Dries Vanthoor.
Yeah, and that's Jafar getting clear at the parts of the racetrack which was clean and easy overtakes. Now into village, a very tight little right-hand corner. You can pretty much run any way you like into the loop, because I've never really found a line that seems to be the definitive line. As third place, Ralf van Eycken in the Lamborghini. Now he's going to have to deal with the traffic that Dries Vanthoor has managed to do pretty successfully, but the Bentley's a big car, it's quick in a straight line, but gets through cleanly, and the Porsche thinks, well, I'm going to have a race with the Bentley. And all of a sudden, Ralf van Eycken is going to lose further ground. So 14 Jaguar in the pits. That's a shame. What a shame.
Yeah, that Porsche-Bentley battle you just touched on, that's a proper battle for position. It's 30th, and they're both fighting in Pro-Am as up towards the timing line they come, and the Porsche goes ahead of the Bentley. Rolf Eycken now staring at 2 back markers, running side by side. The Lamborghini's going to lose quite a chunk of time in this, isn't it? Rolf Eycken eventually does stick his nose up the inside, gets himself ahead of Ian Loggy, and now sets off behind Just in the Porsche. So we're on lap number 41. Jasmin Jafar, having battled his way through into the lead, is now 3 seconds ahead, but he's having to be brave through the traffic.
Yeah, and he was brave, but he also did it knowing that he was in a position to take the corner. If he had to pull in tight onto the inside in the final part of Beckett's, he could have done so. So again, single-seater racing mentality of Jasmin Jafar. Let's look and see what happened just a moment ago.
So this was Vanthoor making his move up the inside of Eycken.
Just again, good traction out of village, and just gave him the opportunity to get alongside. Once he was alongside, he could afford to back off or slow down or whatever he had to do to get the Audi into the position to be quicker off the corner than the Lamborghini. There you can see, just simply he just wrong-footed Ralf van Eycken, who was maybe not expecting something as interesting. Race leader. And
so that was one change. This is the second, as up the inside goes Jasmin Jafar. So we've had one change of lead. This was the second, and this is how the Mercedes got the advantage, stacking Vanthoor up in the traffic and through on the inside.
Yeah, in a way, sort of Dries Vanthoor put himself into that position.
Yeah,
but it was very well read by Jasmin Jafar, and cleverly used the strengths of the Mercedes, which is proving to be a pretty effective GT car on high-speed circuits, middle-speed circuits. Misano, Monza, Brands Hatch now here at Silverstone.
So Vanthoor now trying to minimise that gap that's opened up between him and Jasmin Jafar up the road, but Rolf Eycken is falling away a little bit now in 3rd place. Now, who is 4th, and are they going to get in on their act as well? Luciano Bacchetta is 4th, but he's not there yet. And then 5th is Sims, and 6th is Henri Hassid, who's got a huge lead now in the Pro-Am Cup battle. So it's looking very good for Henri Hassid just at the moment.
Yeah, but Henri Hassid's last lap, it may have been a traffic lap, we don't know. But, I mean, considerably slower than the lead cars, showing a 2.06. Maybe he was just caught by traffic. Well, all around him are doing 2.4s, 2.3s mainly, and some getting into the 2.2s. In fact, Christopher Haase in 9th place, and the Audi done a 2.02. 1.98, pretty quick lap by anybody's standards at this stage of the race.
But Henri Hassid's class rival, Jiri Pisarik, who is 13th, did a 2:07. So as I said, he's got this comfortable lead in the class, which is their main aim. But in terms of an overall position, yeah, as we knew, they're going to drop down. And cars 66 and 15 have used their pit stop tolerance for this race, so there are more warnings coming.
Yeah, the rule book really a major part of motorsport these days, and the rules are enforced fairly inflexibly. So if anybody does transgress, they're given a warning, and if you do it up to 3 times, well, that will be a problem. There we look and see the 74, is it? Yes, it is. 74 Audi. But Henri Hassid, currently 6th place, but most importantly leading the Pro-Am category. And we sort of imagine that Henri Hassid should be doing what Frank Pereira did in this car, but this car is not in the Pro category, it's in the Pro-Am category, and Henri Hassid is a gentleman driver, and he's doing a good job. Last lap down to a 2.05, so he must have been in traffic on that 2.06 second lap.
Yeah, Henri Hassid, he's not the youngest driver on the grid, but he's a huge enthusiast. He's already had one race today, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which can be a double driver race, but his co-driver, Nicola Armindo, had an accident yesterday in a different GT car, ruled himself out for today, so Henri Hassid did the whole 50 minutes on his own, and half an hour later was on the grid, or less than half an hour later, was on the grid ready for the start of this race.
Well, I mean, Henri Hassid, I don't know what age he is, but he's certainly not 40.
No.
And, you know, I went to speak to him on the grid. He's not outstanding in English, so my French is negligible. But he was full of beans and all set to go.
Well, I suppose when your car's on the front row, you would be. In the AM Cup, let's just update ourselves on who's where. The Kaspersky Ferrari is the leading car. So Alexander Moiseev, Ricardo Ragazzi, Gary Kondakov, the drivers, and it's got a 23.8 second cushion over 4.88, the Pierre Eret, Stefan Kampnaut Ferrari. So the AM battle going very much Ferrari's way at the moment. The Jag is back down the pit lane. How much time has it lost? It has done 38 laps. It is 4 laps down. So there's the AM leading car, the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. That really means AF Corsa. As over the timing line it now goes, it's Riccardo Ragazzi at the wheel of it, and it's in 36th place overall.
There's just getting a bit of clarification on what pit lane tolerance, pit stop tolerance is. You're allowed once and once only a plus or minus stop, whether it's over or under. In other words, if you're in that 72nd or to 92nd bracket. So 2 teams have been 66 and 15 have been issued with that warning. Do it again and there'll be a penalty.
Stefan Kampnaut goes through. He's second at the moment in the AM Cup in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. There it is that he shares with Pierre Eret. And we're now getting warning flags about track limits coming for Adrian Delina in number 4 Audi, one of the WRT fleet. So we're on lap number 43. We're at the halfway point pretty much, and Jasmin Jaafar leads now. The gap's coming down between him and Dries Vanthoor. There is number 8 Bentley, still desperately playing catch-up. It's 49, Wolfgang Reip at the wheel of that car, and it is 7 laps down on the race leaders. So poor old Wolfgang Reip having a pretty tough afternoon. 98 BMW is currently in 10th place overall. Nick Katzberg has taken over. Remember, Nick was part of the winning Spa 24-hour team last year. He's driving for Lada in the World Touring Car Championship, amongst other things, this season. And from a Lada to a BMW.
Well, you know, I mean, Lada plays the bills. BMW gives them the position in a good championship, a great championship, to sell as well. So, you know, you've got to do what you've got to do as a professional racing driver. But no shame in being a factory driver for the Lada team and WEC.
So turns his
World
way,
Touring Cars,
World Touring Cars, yeah,
WTC.
turns his way up towards the end of the lap now. Is he coming under attack in number 98 BMW? Where's the closest margin? The lead gap suddenly shot up. Having just mentioned it was coming down, it really has rocketed again. 4 seconds. Jaafar to Vanthoor. Both of those cars being good on fuel. Number 3 Audi you're looking at is Rodrigo Baptista, who's only about a second back from Katzberg. 10th and 11th they run. Over the timing line they go.
You'd have to think that Nicky Katzberg and the BMW has got the legs on the number 3 Audi, but well, not underestimate Baptista. So his last lap time was a 2:03, but Nicky Katzberg on the last lap was a 2:02, about just under 0.8 of a second ahead of that number 3. So pulling away, but nevertheless Baptista running strongly as they come through. Ready to see them coming on to start finish, or not start finish straight, onto Hangar Straight. There is the gap between the 10th place BMW and the 11th place Audi.
Jasmin Jaafar then, 4 seconds to the good. Is Rolf Ineiken being caught by Luciano Bacchetta? Actually no, the last lap he was slightly quicker. We're getting more people being summoned to race control as you look at Nick Katzberg, but the team manager of Bentley, number 8 of the number 10 Lamborghini and the number 100 Lamborghini, 3 different teams, all being summoned to race control. The lead car has just gone over the timing line. Jasmin Jaafar's last lap was 2 minutes 2.7. Dries Vanthoor behind him, an inexperienced GT racer, 4.5 seconds back. But Christopher Hasser, number 26 in 9th place, doing good sector times and starting to work his way into contention lower down the top 10 as well. Now, 84 Mercedes leads the way, 4.5 seconds to the good. Maxi Bouk will take over. Let's hear from him. He's with Charlie.
Will you have enough to continue leading this race when you get into the car later?
Yeah, I think so, because so far we proved that the car's running well. We have a good pace from the start, so I think we can do it. Yeah.
You look very relaxed. I'll give you that.
Yeah, because I know that we have a good pace. We found a good setup for the race for the car. The car's running pretty strong, so I think there's no need to get into a hurry.
What if Audi do another super fast pit stop again?
I don't know. I think we will have a battle to the end. We cannot do it doing fast pit stop like they do, and I think normally the window they use is just for punctures and splash and dash and so on. But at the end, I don't care because I'm here to drive and not to judge the pit stops of the others.
Very wise. Good. I like your attitude. Good luck.
Thanks.
You kind of think that what Audi did to get the #1 car up to second place, they can't do it again in the final round of pit stops. I would be very surprised. David, I know you're raising your eyebrows, and I know that you've got the inside leg measurement of everything goes on the WRT team, but you play your cards according to the circumstances. I think Audi have played that game, and now when the final round of pit stops come in and Max Book takes over the lead car, Lawrence Van Thor comes in and takes over the second place car. It's going to be a battle which is going to be about a racetrack battle, not a pit lane battle.
I think you're right on that, definitely. It's going to be fascinating, isn't it? Book versus Van Thor, the elder, for the final stint. So really, Dries Van Thor's task here is to limit the damage, isn't it? He's got, I mean, I'm not suggesting for a moment he's not a quick driver, but he's got to try and stay as close as he can. He's just brought the gap down a bit, but he's got to be brave in the traffic without being overzealous. He's got to try and give Laurens Vanthoor a good chance in that final stint, and Vanthoor catching Book, or racing against Book, is going to be something to savour. So we might have a quiet 26 minutes now up to the next round of pit stops as far as the lead is concerned, but I think it's going to ignite after that.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on right now is that Vanthoor is just literally nibbling away at the 4.2 second advantage to Jasmine Jafar in the lead, and on some laps he'll maybe take 2 or 3 tenths out of the lead of the Mercedes, then traffic he'll drop back, or likewise Jafar will get caught bad part of the racetrack with maybe 2 or 3 cars he needs to get through. So it's going to be seesawing pretty much for the next 25 minutes or 20 minutes, depending when the teams want to make their pit stops between these two cars. It would be unfortunate if either Vanthoor in second place or Jasmine Jafar find themselves compromised by back markers back to the McLaren, which is now Rob Bell still being given as driver car 58 in 8th place.
Yeah, there's something funny with that transponder because it's flicking from Rob Bell to Com Ledegaard at different points. It is Ledegaard behind the wheel, but yeah, you're right, it's showing Rob Bell.
Let's jump back now to Ledegaard. I mean, it must have a mind of its own, but
yes.
Anyway, there is the lead Mercedes coming out of the loop, and you couldn't see the second place Audi, waiting to see the Audi coming. There it is. No, not it is. There it is now.
Yeah, it's a long way back on the start.
So,
but traffic around.
And again, yes, he's got one of the AM Ferraris that he's got to find a way through also.
But no longer in that shot is the Lamborghini of Rolf Ineiken. So Jeroen Bleekemolen is going to have to be another man on his toes to bring it back into the hunt. So Ineiken, who is new to racing at this level, he's done a lot of mileage in the 24-hour series and in the Carrera Cups, but he's not raced at this level before. 28 there, how's that Audi getting on? That's Antonio Garcia, that's down in 13th place, that's got work to do as well.
Yeah, a lot of people in that situation, but Jeroen Bleekemolen takes over. If the gap remains 12 seconds between third and first, I don't care how good the set of new tyres you have is, that's a mammoth task to consider being run down, and Jeroen Bleekemolen, who will be able to do a miracle in the Lamborghini, matching what Mirko Bortolotti did. It's really, it would be the drive of the year in Blancpain, I would have thought, if he could run down that 12-second disadvantage.
Yeah, because it's going to grow as well, isn't it?
It may well grow, that's the downside.
So we've had the first half of the race, and let's just catch up with some of the best bits, just to remind ourselves how we got to where we are here in the second race within this year's Endurance Cup. So a full 52-car field on the grid. 51 started from the track, one in the pit lane, Hubert Haupt, who didn't get away on the green flag lap. The cars battled their way down to Copse Corner, and the first lap was a pretty ferocious one. It did for the chances of quite a few drivers as they worked their way out of Copse and up through Beckett's for the first time, because it all started to kick off as they worked their way around Stowe and down at the end of Vale. One of the early casualties was number 19, Michele Beretta, who got turned around. And also a few laps later, Guy Smith was given a shove by Clement Schmidt. The Bentley rejoined, but a long way down the order, and carving his way into contention was Schmidt, because first of all he dispensed with the number 99 BMW. Maxime Martin dropped behind. 22 Nissan, Matthew Simmons, the start driver, he lost the place but gained it back again very rapidly going up towards the loop. But the first hour was all about the lead battle between the Lamborghini in the hands of a charging Mirko Bortolotti and Franck Pereira in the Audi. as he tried to find a way past. Also going strongly initially, Stefan Ortelli in the Jaguar, but he had a little drama coming out of the Beckett's S's. Number 1 Audi, pitted early, pitted short, pitted fast, gained lots of places and briefly took the lead of the race. This is how he did it. Dries Vanthoor at the inside of Rolf Nijken, going up towards the loop, through on the inside line, and the ex-Formula Renault racer then started to edge away. But he got stuck in traffic, and so Jasmin Jafar was the man that made his move up on the inside coming through Club. There was a brief rub between the two, and he managed to box in Vanthoor behind the traffic. So Jafar had the inside line going up towards the right-hander of Abbey and claimed the race lead. He's still there, and the gap is building all the time. 5.5 seconds it is now over the opposition. So Jasmin Jafar looking very strong in this stint. What can the opposition do to bring down that gap? The Mercedes was very strong at Monza. Now we're hearing about debris on the track somewhere, and the reason for that is not immediately apparent because there aren't any yellow flags to go with a car being off the road, but somebody has either shed some bodywork or bits of tyre out, and it's towards the end of the lap as well. So out on the road there's some debris. The teams are being warned about it. Try and work out where it is and what it is if we can catch a glimpse. So 21 minutes to go to the end of the next hour when you can expect the next round of pit stops. Jasmin Jafar then leading the way in the 84 Mercedes, the gap ebbing and flowing as he hits traffic.
Been really impressive the way Jasmin Jafar has slotted in to the HTP Mercedes-Benz team. I mean, when you see him standing facing you, you can barely see him. When he turns sideways, he disappears. He is so slim, so small, and yet, I mean, this is a big, muscular, heavy GT car. Okay, it's got power steering and lots of other power assists. Nevertheless, adapting to a GT car which weighs more than double that he would be familiar with from a single-seater career isn't always easy to do. A lot less downforce also to come to terms with. The cars are much more inclined to roll in a corner, so you don't have that very crisp change of direction. For example, you have to wait for the car to react. So great job by Jasmin Jafar.
Yeah, I agree with that, yes. Now there is the number 30 Bentley, which is now in the hands of Chris Cooper. Chris Harris bailed out of the car at the end of the first hour, and Chris Harris is going to be spoken to in a moment. We've got a full course yellow, first of all, just to address, and that's because of the debris on track at turn 18. So a full course yellow is being shown. Now that's not going, it shouldn't, let me rephrase, it shouldn't affect the gaps, unlike a safety car. If the gaps do come down, then people haven't gone at the appropriate speed. So everyone has to slow down to the 80 kilometres an hour, full course yellow around. It's like a virtual safety car in essence. And the teams can, on the radio, be told with a countdown when the green flags will come. So rather than have to throw a safety car, it's a full course yellow, and some haven't responded to it because there's a whole scrum of cars going into Brooklands I've just caught sight of.
Well, some of them don't actually understand what's going on, and that tends to be the teams and drivers that are maybe further down the field, maybe some of the AM drivers or some of the teams that are running those cars. They're not giving the briefing to the drivers prior to coming to the event,
so
understand what's going on.
We have full course yellow for debris on track. 2 debris have to be picked up. The first one is done.
And the voice you just heard is Anan Adam, the race director, explaining to the teams what's going on. And there, look, you've got the leaders together, and that was with a gap initially of 4.9 seconds.
Green flag in 20 seconds.
Green flag in 20 seconds, says the race director. In comes Stuart Leonard, out of 7th place.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
10 seconds to the green flag.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag now.
So the green flag comes out, every marshal's post, everybody picks up speed.
What's going on?
Jafar stuck in traffic behind the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and he's lost the lead.
When he didn't understand what was going on. He didn't get the...
So Jasmin Jafar then loses a big chunk of time, and where in the background is Dries Vanthoor. Then we need to catch up.
Yes,
is it just the same Audi or a back marker Audi that's just leapfrogged? Now that's Vanthoor, right? So he's kept the lead, few, but
absolutely
big chunk of time lost. So number 1 will be closer.
That was our joker, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely, we're allowed one a season.
Oh,
And there, off the road, is Chris Cooper. We were about to hear from Chris Harris before the full course yellow came out. Chris Cooper's facing the wrong way.
Not for the first time that car's been off track. We saw Chris Harris down at Stowe also revolving. So let's look and see where we are. There is the lead car. Where is Dries van Thor coming into view? Well, he's what, a second and a bit behind, which is considerably less than before the full course yellow. Or was maybe just, there's the number one, I beg your pardon. Again, is that 4 car getting in the picture? And so Dries van Thor has done everything correctly, followed the protocol, and in fact, probably ultimately has lost out. The gap was 4.1 seconds as they came across the line. So, I mean, it's within tenths of seconds of where it was prior to that full course yellow being displayed. Third place in Icon, now 16.6 seconds behind the Audi in second place, and just heaping more responsibility onto the shoulders of Jerome Blancpain. And of course 85 is the second of the AMG Mercedes, now only 6 seconds behind that third place Lamborghini.
There's the leader in traffic, working his way through Stowe Corner. Right, here's one we prepared earlier. Chris Harris, Bentley, Charlie, interview, pit lane, go.
So I'm joined by Chris Harris, not new to racing, but you're a pretty busy boy at the moment.
Yeah, there's lots going on, but this is one of the more fun projects I've ever had, so I'm happy.
Yeah, so you had a bit of a spin out there, but you managed to hand the car over in the lead, but you still don't look like you're smiling. What's up?
We had a ropey pit stop, and some people ran out in the next garage. It's the usual jostling in the pit lane. I couldn't get close enough to the fuel rig, so there was some jostling there. Then another problem, we lost 4 or 5 positions in the pits. It's amazing, isn't it? You feel like you hang it out in the quick stuff to get yourself a 10th, and then you lose minutes in the pits. We're not very clever, are we?
Well, now you're smiling anyway.
It's a fantastic race series. I love the car. We haven't quite got it where we want it this weekend. We got too much oversteer in the low-speed corners, so we really struggle in the traction zones, and really it's about corner exits here, isn't it? Just to get the drag out onto the straights. But it's an amazing thing to be a part of.
Describe the car in 3 words.
A big beastie.
A big beastie, nice, like it. We'll carry on enjoying your racing. See you again.
Thank you, cheers.
Right, well, the big beastie, which has had a couple of spins, one at Beckett's in Chris's hands, Chris Cooper at Stowe, 42nd place it is now, and of course it's not anymore in the lead of the AM class. The leader of the AM class is the Kaspersky Ferrari. The standings on the screen is the overall classification at the moment, and the lead gap's gone up a little bit in the last sector to 5.2 seconds, and now 5.4 at the end of the lap. So Dries van Thor here is giving Lawrence work to do.
Yes, he is, and just not getting maybe the rub of the green in terms of catching the traffic. Third place Lamborghini, and we went to see how far, it's 15 seconds behind second place. He's made up a little bit of ground. That was more Dries van Thor getting, I think, wrong-footed in traffic, not so much the pace of the Lamborghini. And then the fourth place 85 Mercedes, that's now just 6.2 seconds behind for what would be third place final podium position.
Working their way through Cops Corner then, so we are about 8 laps or so away from the next round of pit stops, and then of course into the final hour. And number 26, Christopher Hasser, is up 1 place there, going through. Henri Assid still leads his class. He's about to lose another place to Kobe Ledegar, but he's still comfortably in the lead of the Pro-Am division. But Kobe Ledegar should gobble up the Audi, I would have thought now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's 2 second plus gap in lap times. But Henri Assid, in fairness, has driven consistently. He's lapping around about the 2:05s, 2:05 and a half, and he's not really concerned whether the McLaren, driven by at the minute still Legar. I keep looking at the screen that comes up as Rob Bell, and it keeps changing every time you say it. So Comme Legar running behind Henri Assid. The Audi, that ISR Audi, has been pretty good everywhere around the lap. You know, it's good in the straight, it's good in corners, good under braking, good under traction.
So Ledegar on the back of Assid as they come down towards the end of Vale, and applying the pressure. Henri Assid 7th, class opposition, Jiri Pisarik 17th, so he's got a huge class lead. And then third in Pro-Am is Ahmad Al-Hafi in the Motorbase Aston Martin, again going strongly, the Omani driver. Right, the race leader has just gone by, incidentally. Jasmine Jaffar has crossed the timing line to do 51 laps now, and Dries van Thor is chasing after him. The gap is 5.5 seconds as here comes Ledegar. The McLarens have looked really anonymous this weekend in comparison to Monza, haven't they?
Yes, it's strange. I mean, I think maybe the way that the race unfolded in Monza played to their strengths. They didn't think they maybe would have won at night pace, but they took the checkered flag, and that's all that matters. So Comme Legar goes slightly wide, coming out of Aintree onto the Wellington straight, hopes to look down and dive down the inside, but Henri Assid is quick where it counts, and that's making life difficult for the McLaren in this battle for 7th place overall. Of course, not a problem for Henri Acide because he's comfortably ahead of the Pro-Am category. And again, you can see the way the Audi leapfrogs ahead. Okay, it's getting on throttle that little bit earlier than the McLaren is, but it does seem to be able to, and it's done that all the way through, both in the hands of Frank Pereira. McLaren sort of catches up coming into Copse, but you know, just has got to be careful not to run too close behind the Audi and lose a little bit of downforce on the front of the McLaren, and then back up the hill into these swooping curves that can form the three part of the Beckett's complex. I mean, one of the most challenging sequence of corners, and Henri Acide, for a man of his age, he's not shy of putting the Audi over the curbs, is he?
Not at all. Not at all. He's still pushing hard. You're riding with Comme Ledegaard, just to factor into all of this, not just this particular battle, but the race as a whole, as Ledegaard has a tentative look at the inside at Stowe. There are some tweaks for this race to the balance of performance. Now, I won't give you all the different numbers, but just in short, the Lamborghini is lighter for this event. The Mercedes is heavier. The Aston Martin is heavier. There's been a change of boost and the intermediate rev range to the Ferrari 488. The Jaguar is heavier, but the McLaren is unaffected.
So they're about where they were at Monza in effect. That's what it, yeah. So look, Comme Ledegaard, can he move up the inside? I don't think he's going to receive. He's going to show him any slack whatsoever. No, he just takes his racing line, fully entitled to do that. I mean, they are battling for overall positions, but they're not concerned about the battle. Or I'll put it this way, Comme Ledegaard is, because he wants to get ahead of this car. He wants to put himself up into 6th place, and he's getting closer by the corner. But again, the Audi is really good in traction out of these lower speed corners. Comme Ledegaard might be a little bit quicker, runs very wide coming through Aintree, closing up to the tail of the Audi, maybe going to have a pop down the inside if he can be brave enough and commit. Henri Acide says, no way. Oh, he made an error. He outbraked himself, and he made it all that much more easy for Comme Ledegaard to go through. But, you know, there's a bit of spirit in the old boy yet.
Absolutely. So you've got a guy in his late 50s defending from one of the young guns.
Only late 50s?
Very late 50s, yeah. And doing a good job of hanging on in there as he goes over the timing line.
No doubt, absolutely a great effort. But maybe that little bit of pressure told. You saw the McLaren closing onto the tail of the Audi on the exit of Aintree, and maybe that was the reaction from the gentleman driver in the Audi, just slightly wrong-footed, went a little bit too deep and couldn't slow the Audi down, and that was the gap that Comme Ledegaard was seeking, and took it and said, thank you, Henri, I'll see you next time.
But Henri Acide maintains his Pro-Am class lead, so he'll be on the top of the podium as a class winner, as assuming everything carries on as it is. Philippe Guillaume will go last in that car, and I don't think he's as quick as Acide. Now their 26 is Christopher Hasser through, and that car is 6th now. What is its pace looking like? Impressive, that's the answer. WRT getting ready for the next round of stops, aren't they? And the 51 Ferrari's off again. So 51 is in the wall. It's had 2 spins up at Beckett's, and now Francisco Guedes is off the road.
Yeah, that's on the exit of Stowe on the way down to Vale. So how the car is there, whether he rotated the car on the exit of Stowe, but it's up against the tyre barrier. Left-hand drive, so no difficulty in getting the driver out of the car, but ideally you want to get the car removed somewhere to safety so that it doesn't provide a hazard should somebody else happen to go off the track at that same point. Second place, Dries van Thor, 5.7 seconds behind the lead Mercedes-Benz. What I found slightly more interesting, well, the gap between second and third had come down to 14 seconds. It's back up to 15 seconds. So again, fundamentally, it's just been the effect of traffic on the battle for second place.
So there's the leading car as we have a replay of things afoot in the stadium, and that was Acide making the mistake, wasn't it? He'd run wide at that point and left the door open.
Yeah, he just outbraked himself in simple terms. Watch, he goes into the corner, realizes, oh, I'm not slowing down, and did the right thing, straightened the car, kept it straight as long as possible rather than trying to turn in off throttle on the brakes and with the steering lock on. So that was an experienced move from Henri Acide.
Race leading gap, 5.7 seconds. Jaffar to Dries van Toor. And then it's going to be Maxi Book versus Laurens van Toor to the end of the race. And we are about 8 minutes or so away from the end of the next hour. One or two smart teams might be thinking about coming in a bit shorter and giving it the maximum amount of time, because 65 is a stint. So I would suggest that Dries van Toor would be in within the next couple of minutes to give the full 65 to Laurens Vanthoor. Make the most out of your quick driver. If they can get him in the car for a bit longer than Boot, that will save them some time. So if they can get Laurens Vanthoor in the car at the same time as Jasmin Jaafar, Laurens can outpace him for a lap or two. It's all going to help. So let's see what Audi does next on the pit stops.
Further through the field in Katzberg, 9th place, gives us personal best in the first sector. And so there we see the spinning Ferrari.
Yeah, that's the replay of Geddes. Up the inside. Does he get a tap? No, he just loses it.
No, he just loses it, just on the throttle too aggressively. And, oh yeah.
Courage.
Oh yeah, well again, spares department at Maranello will be totting up the parts for that one. That's a shame. Another car in the barrier, whether it's recoverable or not, but certainly damage to the right rear of the wing and of the rear suspension, no doubt.
Yeah, the car needed repairing after qualifying. It went off in Q1 with a big hit. Laurens Vanthoor is ready. Helmet is on. This is a man who means business now.
Now, with your telepathy, what is going on in Audi WRT team? Now, what's he got on the top of us? So he's got one of those breather things. Yes.
Part, yeah.
No, he's got a breather in the top of his helmet to keep his
that's
head
right,
cool.
yeah. I think they're going to try and get Dries Vanthoor in as quickly as they can and get Laurens Vanthoor in for the full 65 minutes, or as much of the 65 minutes as they can, and maximise the drive time that they've got. He's in the middle sector. A lap is 2 minutes 2, and let us see. Ideally, I think they're going to want to try and get the car in this time if the clock ticks in their favour.
Well, as my faithful sage, I think you're probably right. I think that would be the smart play, to bring him in at the earliest opportunity and then leave the remaining part of this race just over an hour. But by the time Dries Vanthoor gets into the area of the pit lane, it'll be just about an hour and 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to work out, isn't it? Because we've got 65 minutes and change. If the clock gets to 65 minutes by the time number 1 Audi is driving down the pit lane, that's fine, as long as when he leaves the pit lane there are not less than 65 minutes, they'll be okay.
Now, just look at the 2 Ferraris coming through Aintree, all over the place. And we gather that 84 Mercedes have got Maximilian Buch also. There he is, waiting in the pits. There's the Mercedes. Is it coming in this time? It is. As it comes, yes, out of Luffield. So Jasmin Jaafar, brilliant drive by the young Malaysian driver.
They're playing Audi in their own game, aren't they? Because both cars are in on the same lap here, and they're going to put the gun in. So, yeah, Audi hasn't benefited on the pit stop, but it won't lose either. So both teams conscious of what they have to do, and that is get your fastest driver in for the maximum time allowed. They can't do more than 65 minutes, so down the pit lane they come, and this is going to be a duel in the pits and a duel to the end.
Yeah, very much so. It'll be a battle between Stuttgart and effect, not the home of HTP, and Ingolstadt, the home of Audi, of course based in Belgium, WRT team, the most polished team, I think, for goodness knows how many years in GT3 racing, whether it's in Germany in the Blancpain Championships. So there we see the 3rd place Lamborghini following in. So very quickly Ralph Eneiken gets out of the car. 14 seconds was the gap when they came across the last time between 2nd and 3rd place. And Jeroen Bleekemolen will be getting in. So Dries Vanthoor attaching all the bits and pieces to brother Laurent's helmet and getting the radio connection. There's an air pipe connection to blow up the hair. So Audi now up in the air. Are those brand new tires, or those just freshly look like brand new sets of Pirellis?
Doesn't it?
They are sticker tires going on.
But it makes sense to give the brand new set to your quickest driver.
Undoubtedly. But so the wheel down off the jacks. The Mercedes is still static. There's the Mercedes rolling now, and that's Maximilian Buch, and there's a problem for Laurens Vanthoor. He can't get it fired. He's got it fired now. So how quick the pit stop was lost with not being able to get the engine fired up, and Maximilian Buch has taken the 84 Mercedes out, consolidating the lead. So it's a battle between 84 and 1, with 1 hour and 3 minutes of this race remaining as the 3rd place Lamborghini with Jeroen Bleekemolen behind the wheel. He's a little bit too far behind to make it a 3-way battle, unless again we get another safety car deployment.
Okay, pit stop times for the Mercedes, 93.4 seconds, for the Audi 92.3, so they've gained a second on the pit stops. It's all going to help.
No, they didn't.
They did. Pit in to pit out, they're a second quicker.
Well, they must have lost a lot of time because the car stood static, so the pit stop itself was quicker. Now, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying the pit stop was quicker than the HTP team, but Laurens Vanthoor lost time. He could have been ahead of the Mercedes, in my opinion, so that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, there was time lost, but even allowing for that,
I
it was
accept
just
what you're saying.
fractionally quicker, yeah.
But there should have been a better result, a better outcome for the WRT.
So, of course, if he had have gone a little bit sooner, there was the danger of being just below the 90 seconds. So
well, that's
the gamble.
That's the gamble they made, and that's very clever thinking on the part of WRT. They're monitoring those pit stops, so if they had gone under the 92nd time zone, that would have been a penalty. So, whichever way you look at it, makes you wonder what's the point of doing a pit stop other than it's all complete. So as soon as the 90 seconds is up, then you can go. But how fine is the judgment?
Oh, yes, I'm glad I don't have that job of trying to know exactly when
it's
to
easier
release
than
the car.
commentary booth, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, so there is 84 and it's stuck in traffic. That's going to help number one, Laurens Vanthoor, because he's stuck behind the Bentley. This is good news for Audi, bad news for the Mercedes team. And this is Maximilian Buch up on the inside there. That's the car that had taken over the notional race lead, but has now pitted. So 84 will be back in the lead of the race. And now we start to see the real situation, because the gap is about to be evinced between Maxi Buch and Laurens Vanthoor, and it's 2.4 seconds. That is the starting point. So it was, 5.7 at one stage before they came in. It's 2.4 now. So even allowing for traffic, there was a bit of a gain in the pit lane, and now it's game on.
And Laurens Vanthoor behind the wheel of number one Audi, on it hard, coming through Copse, ran the car right out to the very edge of what is permissible. You've got the AstroTurf on the outside of Copse. If you put all four wheels over it, you'll be given a notice for abuse of track limits. Laurens Vanthoor wants to win this race. Well, so does his brother, so does Frederik Verviers. There he is. The gap between them, 3 and a bit seconds coming down with the Jaguar between them. So a battle between two of the titans within the Blancpain Championships. Maxi Buch leading the race, Laurens Vanthoor chasing him down.
And this is Laurens Vanthoor's view. You're at the end of Vale. He's got to get past that slower car as soon as he possibly can. Out of club, speed building.
Laurens Vanthoor comes through Woodcote. Oh, he's just coming out of club corner, I beg your pardon. Listen to the Audi. Can I go flat through Abbey? No, he's got to get out of the throttle. Just one of those corners you need a little bit more downforce, but of course too much downforce loses your speed. It's a balance between downforce and speed. So the Mercedes, between the lead Mercedes of Maximilian Buch and Laurens Vanthoor, not receiving any assistance. The Mercedes again, good acceleration out of the loop through Aintree, and Laurens Vanthoor will be spitting whatever he will be spitting into his balaclava helmet, because he's seen how the Mercedes can pull away on the relatively short Wellington straight. He's got a car that will lap quicker than the Mercedes ahead of him, but of course he's catching it at difficult parts of the racetrack. Here in Luffield, he can't really find a way around. Now the Mercedes accelerates off Luffield, flat out through Woodcote, down across start-finish straight, up to 240, maybe 245 kilometers per hour. He's nowhere near being in a position to challenge, well, not challenge, but put the Audi ahead. In the meantime, the gap between the lead Mercedes and the second place, well, in effect, the second place, Audi, has increased to just fractionally over 2 seconds.
That's right. So what do we have? It at 2.4 at the start of the previous lap. It's still around the 2 second mark, but now on to the tail of the Black Falcon Mercedes comes Laurens Vanthoor. It's Oliver Morley at the wheel, who's a decent AM, but not in the Vanthoor league. But again, he's got enough grunt in a straight line to hang on to track position, hasn't he?
Well, yes, he's driving very well indeed, but he's got no need to be involved as the car in the middle of the battle for the lead of this race. And I think this is where the team should be giving the driver the information to say the car directly behind you, which is quicker than you, is second place car battling for the lead. And Oliver Morley really muscling over the curbs in the first part of Club Corner. So, you've got to get somebody from WRT down to Black Falcon and say, tell your driver politely to let our driver go through. You're not on our race, we're not in your race. Let's see a race for the final, 58 minutes of this, which will see victory go to either Mercedes-Benz currently leading or Audi in second place. Oliver Morley runs very wide in Village then. Now, wait for the opportunity. Laurens Vanthoor has got up alongside and hopefully the Mercedes will not try and go side by side with the Audi coming through entry. So it's been a bit of patience on the part of Laurens van Thor to wait for that opportunity. It came, it took 3 laps to get past, and the gap, well, we'll wait to see what the gap will be at the end of lap 58.
And bear in mind that Maxi Bouk has just done the absolute best middle sector time of anybody in the race thus far. There he is, trying to get away, trying to break any chance the Audi has, but the Audi is now released from behind the Black Falcon. Mercedes over the timing line they go, and the gap is 2.6 seconds as Maxi Bouk has just set the fastest lap of the race now. The gap has gone up between the top 2, but now with a clear road, what can Vantor do?
Well, I mean, the gap, the difference in lap time between these 2 cars when they get clear air is going to be so fine. It is ultimately, as we're talking about, being about tyre preservation and making sure that you catch the traffic and use that to your advantage. Don't run up against this 5-6 cars directly ahead of the lead Mercedes Max Bouk. Sometimes you have to roll out. I've said this earlier in the race. You roll out, for example, coming into Stowe to ensure that you get the maximum speed off the corner, and then you've got the best opportunity into Vale to make a manoeuvre. But Max Bouk isn't close enough to get past the Lamborghini. Is that the Conrad car? Yes, it is. So he's again having to think through what he needs to do, and in the meantime the Audi behind Laurens van Thor will be looking, and Van Thor now having set the fastest sector time in sector 1 in his pursuit of the lead of this race.
So can he close? Is the traffic going to help Vantor rather than hinder on this lap? Let us see. Drivers working their way now up towards Village. Does Maxi Bouk dive at the inside of Christopher Zirkling? Yes, he does, and Zirkling gave him racing room there. Good driving.
It might have happened a couple of 3 corners earlier, but he gets through fundamentally, and now that'll be the same issue for Laurens van Thor. We saw that he couldn't get past the Mercedes of Oliver Morley. You know, at the moment he caught him, so he's got to catch up to the tail of the Conrad Lamborghini and then find a way through. And of course both cars have identical power units, maybe slightly different in certain aspects, but fundamentally the same engine. Look how much he closes down the Lamborghini under braking coming into Brooklands.
So we've got now 55 minutes to go. Is this going to be a battle? And there's a big cloud of dust being kicked up there. Somebody has run out wide. We've got then Maxi Bouk in the lead of the race. You've got Laurens Vantor in second spot. We're going to hear from Vincent Voss with the gap down to 1.7 seconds. Charlie.
Okay, with Vincent now the boss of the Audi team, you've pretty impressive pace. Has he got it enough to keep you in the lead?
Well, I think it's around 2 seconds.
To get back the lead, sorry.
Well, it's about 2 seconds between the 2 cars. We know the Mercedes and Bouk are going to be very strong. Laurens seems to have the pace, as he just did the fastest lap in the race. It's going to be tough, but let's see. Should be good.
It looks like a very slick operation. I've been watching the pit stops. It's pretty impressive up here.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a gamble, and sometimes we gain, sometimes we lose. And here, for some cars, we gain quite a lot of time, and with some of the car, we could not really make it. But yeah, it's a nice thing to do.
Good. Well, very professional. Good luck, and he looks like he's quick enough, so I think we'll be all right.
Thank you.
I love the way that anybody you talk to at WRT kind of gives you all the little hints about good pit stops, but not yet telling you the full story. That's down to John to get at the end of the race.
Yeah, but I mean, Laurens van Thor trapped behind the Lamborghini, still waiting for a way through. He might have a look down the inside into Village. He's coming up alongside. Yes, he gets alongside, but that's given the opportunity for Maximilian Bouk, who's cleared the Bentley and the Ferrari ahead. So Laurens van Thor finally gets past the Lamborghini, and Nolly goes, oh, not another 2. And a part of the circuit where I know my strength is not at its greatest. So the Bentley will certainly be quicker in the straight line than the Audi. The Ferrari is looking to get racy with the Bentley coming down into Brooklands, and that's again another issue that Laurens van Thor will have to be careful of. So goes the long way around, the courageous way. A lot of rubber on the outside lines on many of these corners. Watch for the Ferrari as it swings out to compete in the exit of Luffield. Laurens van Thor wise enough for that one. Hopes to now try and get enough momentum to run down the inside into Copse, but the Ferrari again, just enough straight line speed to keep it ahead. Don't overrun the back of the Ferrari, Lawrence. You're going to get out of the throttle momentarily, and you might lose your momentum up the hill because the Ferrari's got that speed. Slight misjudgment from Laurens van Thor. He could have backed off maybe a second earlier, and benefited. Now we're going to go the long way around. We're going to take a chance, not up the inside into the last part of Beckett's and through Chapel Curve, and still. It's great for us sitting here in the commentary booth. Great for you sitting at home. Vincent Voss, he will not be happy. Look how much the Ferrari has stretched its advantage down into stone.
He's lost a second against the Mercedes, Vanthoor, in the first sector alone. Not on the lap, in the first sector. And the Ferrari needs to get out of the way. Where are the blue flags? Now, finally, at the end of Vale, he does go through, but Riccardo Ragazzi has done them no favours, and Vincent Voss knows that, and he is very, very frustrated.
I wouldn't put it as bluntly as that. Certainly you could sense the sense of frustration. And I mean, we've got 3 categories in one in this race. It's not a race about 52 cars all fighting for victory. You've got 52 cars, you've got 3 categories. And unfortunately, sometimes some of the categories, the drivers in those categories, in the AMs or the Pro-Ams, don't recognise when a car that is leading or in second place. And the strength of the Audi is its overall lap time. It's not the quickest car in a straight line, and if it can't position itself, I think that Lawrence maybe could have done a little bit better on a couple of those occasions. But you know, I'm not driving the car, I'm sitting here in the commentary booth just talking from experience from, you know, almost generations ago.
Another reason why Vincent Voss might have looked a bit dischuffed is that 2 of his cars, numbers 2 and 3, have just been given drive-throughs for their pit stop times being too short. So that might be another reason why he's looking a bit Albert's mother about this.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly, and that was Robin Freins in the number 2 car, who was making very good progress. In fact, at one time, I think, and still has, the overall, Lawrence Vanthoor has regained 21.01. So at one point, Robin Freins did have fastest lap. There is our race leader.
And so the gap, which was hovering around the 2-second mark, is now 3.5. And the car turning its way up through the Beckett's S's, and more traffic for Vanthoor. He doesn't seem to be able to get through it with the same ease that the Mercedes does, and the Ferrari gets a little bit out wide. Here comes the Audi, and that 34 Ferrari is Jiri Pesari, one of the AMs, who gets out of the way far better than the AF Corsa car did.
I mean, I keep repeating myself and saying it's where you catch the traffic, but I think that the Mercedes has got that little bit more straight line speed than the Audi has, so it makes the task of overtaking not quite so critical. There's bits of the circuit where the Audi and Laurent Vanthoor in particular are really, really strong, and we've seen that also with the 74 Audi earlier in the race. Frank Pereira was very competitive indeed when he was running behind Mirko Bortolotti. There's the gap, first to second. What it showed 3.5 seconds as they came across the line. On lap 61, it's probably stretched a bit beyond that, maybe into the low 4s. So Maximilian Buch, interestingly, on this lap 62, fastest first sector time. So there's no, this fight is not, it's just a fight. It's not like it's been picked up or whatever. These 2 drivers are driving the wheels off their respective marks. And it's going to be a battle of traffic. It's nothing about pit stops from now on. It's just about which driver will manage the traffic with the equipment that they've got. And I don't know which of the 2 is going to be the winner of this race. Right now, the incumbent in first place, you have to say, has got the better opportunity. But things can change. You only need another safety car intervention, a full course yellow or statutory yellow on one part of the track, and things can dramatically change. And again, look at the amount of rubber that's been shed all around the racetrack. So the line is getting narrower and narrower at each of these corners, and here coming into Kopp's very quick corner, you can see how much rubber, big chunks of rubber, that are now on the outside edge of the circuit.
So the gap is 4.3 seconds, and across each sector, even without the traffic, the Mercedes was quicker than the Audi. So let's see now what Laurens Vanthoor is able to do, if anything, about that charging Mercedes. Maxi Buch looked very relaxed, very confident earlier on in the day, didn't he? Ron Blinkermolen is 3rd, there 4th, Indy Dontje. The Mercedes 85, 4th place. 5th is Philipp Eng, number 99, BMW. So there's your own Blinkermolen, who is 21.5 seconds away from the race leaders and not lapping as quickly at the moment.
No, and Indy Dontje is, just 2.5 seconds behind. And that gap probably has been closing marginally. I would have thought that maybe Jerome Blinkermolen with that new set of tyres and a pumped-up Dutchman behind the wheel of the number 16 Lamborghini may have been able to eat into the gap, but 21.5 seconds behind second place. Laurens Vanthoor, really, he's looking at the 3rd spot on the podium, and he may have to defend that from the 85 Mercedes.
And that little shot, you can see the Aston Martin, Johnny Adam, Aston Martin factory driver at the wheel. They're up to second in Pro-Am here, the motor-based performance team, the Oman Racing Team, to give it its full title. And Johnny Adam, 19th overall, second in Pro-Am. And also, you've got now at the wheel of 53 Ferrari, Giancarlo Fisichella there. Trouble is, that car's 41st overall, 3 laps down. So, however startling and sparkling Giancarlo Fisichella is about to be, it's not going to help them in the grand scheme of things because they're a long, long way back in class after earlier delays.
Yes, I mean, all you can look to is a masterclass from Giancarlo Fisichella to show us just what this Ferrari is capable of.
So Jasmine Jaffar did a grand job, didn't he, to get the Mercedes into the lead in that middle hour of the race. Let's catch up with the Malaysian driver now. He's in the pit lane with Charlie.
Jasmine Jaffar, you're doing pretty well today. AMG GT, what an awesome car. Has your teammate got enough in the bag to continue where you left off?
Yeah, I think so. He's got the new set of tyres now to just bring it home. I think the car is very competitive with full fuel. The tyre deck is quite heavy on our car, but all in all, you know, it's a strong package, and we have a good setup for the race, which I was very comfortable to drive, and all in all, a good package.
Good. Okay. So, and the car looks and sounds amazing. Can you just describe what it's like to drive it? You know, and what an experience it must be for you.
We'll do passenger rides, and you'll come with me, and we'll go around soon.
Okay, that sounds like a deal. Okay, perfect. Well, carry on, and good luck, and I hope you have a good, successful rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
So that's success balance if you take Charlie for a ride, I think, in the car. There it is, the 84 Mercedes leading by 4.6 seconds at the end of the previous lap. There's another drive-through penalty coming the way now of Christopher Zirkling, who's taken over from Jules Gounod, 29 Lamborghini, and the pit stop was too short. So that's coming in as there is number 1, and he's caught himself up behind the Kaspersky Ferrari that's pitted and come out yet again in front of him.
Yes, and the Ferrari, almighty lift in Abbey, and fortunately, Lawrence Van Thor was well over to the left, because had he been any nearer to the rear of the Ferrari, he might have given one almighty boot up the rear, as that was, yeah, I was going to say a puncture or...
Yeah, puncture and suspension damage, isn't it, on 42,
yeah, it
cramming its way around.
Rear suspension is...
It's coming out of Beckett's, isn't it?
That's maybe broken on its own, or may have been a consequence of something earlier. Anyway, there is the lead car with that previous 4.6 second advantage, and it might be it's like a little bit of shuffling and bumping going on as the Lamborghini makes its way into the pit. Let's see whether the 4.6 advantage has grown. I suspect it might have gone up a few tenths of a second.
5.3, yeah.
Oh, more than a few tenths of a second.
Absolutely.
So that was really the situation in Abbey, running up very close to the tail of the Ferrari, having to take very rapid avoiding action to avoid contacting the rear of the car. So Lawrence Van Thor might feel he's not had the rub of the green in terms of how the traffic has been unkind or kind to him here in this final stint, just under 3/4 of an hour of the race remaining, and back on board with the Belgian driver, almost sort of senior citizen at 25 of GT racing.
And a man with a great reputation, and you can see why, but so too as Maxi Book. He dives through the traffic there, doesn't he, going into Stowe Lawrence Van Thor, up the inside of the slower car, and in the first sector he's fractionally faster, and that 76 Porsche off the road with front damage. Thierry Cornac at the wheel, and that is at the Beckett's S's that it's come to grief.
So the front of the car, the front spoiler, and there the car is, and that is up at just a wide-angle shot, harder to tell where it is.
Oh, it's up on the exit of the loop, I think, isn't it?
It is actually to the loop. No, it's outside of Abbey. It's the exit of Abbey, coming through Farm into Village into the loop. So again, how would a car ever get off there, other than if there's been contact with another car? And maybe that's the reason why it would have been the Ferrari there's been contact with.
No, because that's not yet got to that part of the lap, has it?
Let's have a look and see. There's the Nissan coming through. That's the 22 Nissan.
Goes wide.
And the Bentley sideswiped by and very lucky not to get caught. That would have been a big, big impact had that contact taken place. And that's the same thing. You get quicker cars, slower drivers, mixing and matching at a critical part of the circuit. So that's the exit, a long way from the exit, and the Ferrari getting more and more camber and toe in as it just exits out of at a club corner. I don't think this is going to make it back. If it does, it's not going to be much left of that left rear bodywork and corner. gap on the last lap dropped down from 5.3 to 4.8 seconds. Lawrence Van Thor got the better of that last lap on a 2:01 against a 2:02. So Lawrence Van Thor, everything he can think about do to gain an advantage, to cut into the 4.8 second. Thankfully, the Ferrari has finally pulled off, but it's not in a particularly safe place.
Exactly, that's the point I was about to come to. Does that mean a full course yellow? Does that mean a safety car to get it to a safer place? Neil Stevenart was off in the gravel at Club this morning and stopped qualifying. Thierry Cornac has got going again.
But he's got to go in the pits.
Yeah.
Remember, the radiators and the porch are always very vulnerable if there's front-end damage, but that Ferrari's in a difficult position, and I would not be surprised if we do have... There's a yellow flag at that second sector, so they've got to find a way to remove the car to safety.
A safety car would help the Audi because the gap would come down. That's what Vincent Voss is hoping for. A full course yellow would help the Mercedes team because it would maintain the gaps.
And the marshals preparing to go to the assistance of the car, but they will not go to them, in my opinion. The car is too near to the edge of the racetrack. You're coming out of Club, the second part of Club. Drivers do tend to run very, very wide. Looking at the Bentley coming out, it's backed off. The Bentley behind likewise, and the McLaren that's following. So nobody wants to go anywhere near the Ferrari until everybody, and we do really need, I suspect, a full course yellow to bring the situation in control.
And of course the driver is still in the car, so he wants to make sure it's safe for him to get out. There's the leader. Is the lead going to be maintained or affected by circumstance? Maxi Buch leads the way, 4.8 seconds up on Lawrence Van Thor.
Looks to me to be about the same. I don't think Lawrence Van Thor has been able to do anything to gain an advantage, and I don't think Maximilian Buch, he would have slowed down going through that scene.
I'm just looking at the Marshals post down below us where they've started to get a bit toey for yellow flags and boards. So
I wonder what that was all about. The arms and hands flying all around the commentary booth.
Sorry, I nearly had your eye out there, John.
So the gap actually is up to 5 seconds there. Marshals now. I mean, how can you push a car with a rear wheel pointing?
Safety car. Safety car is being deployed. It's come up on our timing screen. We're going to go safety car, and that brings number 1 Audi into the mix.
40 minutes remaining. There is the safety car being deployed, hoping to pick up the race leader, number 84, Maximilian Buch, Mercedes AMG GT3. Safety car deployed. There is the indication. 2 drivers waved yellow flags. Safety car has yet to pick up. They will let the cars that are directly behind the safety car eventually overtake until they pick up number 84. And we haven't got on screen our identification map to see where that might be, but anyway, we'll soon know, because the safety car will pick up eventually the lead Mercedes, and Lawrence Van Thor ain't going to be too far behind.
So the safety car on track, and the leader is at the exit of Club, approaching the incident zone, in fact.
Where is the safety car?
Is number 1 in second spot. And the safety car is there, look. Now that green light means go past me. The green light says, if that's on, then you can go past, because I'm waiting to get the race leader. So, unfortunately, the traffic now not responding to the instruction.
Well, I mean, again, the team should be telling the driver what to do.
Yeah,
you know, if the driver doesn't know the rules, I mean, the rule book these days in motorsport is it's enormous, and it's important because that's where races will be won and lost.
So there's one back marker between the Mercedes and Lawrence Van Thor, so the gaps will come down, but even so, he's going to have to get past another car on the restart. But yeah, the safety car has picked up one of the AM Ferraris, but that green light says you may go past. There might have to be some arm waving in a minute from the officials to say, come on, hurry up.
So Maximilian Buch still pounding away around the circuit, comes across the line to complete lap 67. Dries Van Thor, the young brother of Alain Van Thor, looking intently at the timing and scoring. There is the Audi in second place, gap down to 3 seconds. So
message has got through. Look, the safety car has peeled out of the way, so this is how it should be done. That green light says you may go past. The safety car pulls out of the way, and so the traffic will be released, and the safety car will pick up the race leader. So eventually the message gets through.
So the race leader coming down Hanger Straight, and the safety car just going through Abbey. So it's going to take another few minutes for the safety car to pick up the race leading car. And of course, second place will be Laurens Van Thor.
The timing screen reflecting what John and I have been banging on about. Green lights on safety car. Please tell your drivers to overtake safety car. Well, we know what's going on, John.
No, you did. You knew it. You said, I'll give you credit for knowing the rule book. You know, Mr. Memory Man and all that. So there is the lead car, which has slowed down. Maximilian Buch. Well, it certainly looked like it slowed down, but nevertheless.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the right thing under safety car rules, isn't he? He's reduced his pace.
Yes.
And
going through a yellow flag or yellow.
Sure.
I mean, the whole circuit now is under safety car rules, but nonetheless, he is doing the correct thing.
Yeah. And in a moment, he will see the safety car, and it's one of the Lamborghinis, isn't it? It's the 19, I think, the recovering. It's Andrea Piccini, yes, who is behind him in the queue, and then it's number 1, Laurens Vanthoor.
Oh, look. Camera never lies, Vanthoor, does it?
That was the pit allocation form they were looking at, just to have a reminder of who is where, up and down the pit lane, which is a bulletin that's issued to everybody. You can find it yourself on the Blancpain website if you really want to. But anyway, Vanthoor and Vos determined that no bit of paper should find its way onto television. Right, so this is the next wave of cars that needs releasing.
And again, you know, they're all sitting, you know, like trained puppies. No one's prepared to move. Yeah. Now, they know if they pass the safety car under normal circumstances, the green light is not flashing at the minute.
No, it's not. You're right. So
they're doing the right thing. There we are.
On.
So pull over to the right and make it abundantly clear to those that don't understand that they are permitted to overtake.
It's on the timing screen. The teams ought to read it and relay the message. So the safety car team will peel to one side, I think, and usher everybody else by. There's the leader, keeping the tyres warm. So he's at the back of the queue. Sometimes you can criticise race officials if they get it wrong, but sometimes the drivers don't help you, do they?
Well, I mean, it is a team sport, and if the driver isn't recognising the rule book or understanding it, then somebody in the pit lane who has got the rule book there or can understand what maybe is going on should send that message. They've all got onboard radios. They've all got pit boards in the pit lane. So if the radio fails, there's always the old faithful pit board to give you some information. But, well, somehow the message isn't getting through. There's one of the ISR IDs finally is now making. But we've got this Ferrari poodling around. And they won't be allowed to overtake that Ferrari, in theory.
Correct. Yes, that's right.
So the Ferrari is going to cause... I mean, I don't know.
Well, again, to an extent, the Ferrari driver is going at the
He's going at the right pace.
He's going under wave yellow flags.
Yeah. But everybody who has caught up to the Ferrari has been exceeding what one would say would be the correct speed to run under a safety car, which would be 80 kilometers per hour.
Correct, indeed it is. So there is the safety car, which now has to try and make sure it picks up the Mercedes. And in fairness to Maximilian Buch, he knows what's going on. He knows that he's expecting to see the safety car, and when he does, he'll back off and slot in behind it. And he's not far away, I wouldn't have thought now. Where is he on our tracker? He's coming out of Beckett's S's.
Coming through Beckett's. So safety car is just on its way down out of Stowe into Vale. So again, it'll be another lap or so before.
No, there it is. There's Buch.
And then
coming into the end of Vale.
Yeah, the track. Well, he's not on the tracker. He's actually coming down Hanger Straight.
Okay, right.
The tracker's not up to speed.
No, tracker needs a little boost. So there, we now have the correct situation. The car is being retrieved. The safety car has got the race leader behind it. There's one back marker between Maximilian Buch and Laurens Vanthoor. And it's going to take a few minutes to sort this out, not only in terms of getting the car away, but also you can't really restart the race when the leader is going to plough right into the back of slow traffic, so they need to do something to allow that long line to at least get away from the safety car, if not catch up.
It'll be interesting to see how this is handled, because every lap that we stay behind the safety car, that's going to be a 2-minute 30, maybe at best, lap. So look, the Ferrari, that right rear, barely hanging on, probably only by a brake line by the looks of things. So it's getting lifted. And how many times have owners of... Oh, there we are, looking at a tracker guide. So which team is this again? Back in the Audi teams. They're looking at the spotter's guide, something that we in commentary get given. Every event we get a photographic guide of every car and the drivers in that car as an aid to identification.
I just wonder if they were looking at which car it is ahead of Audi number 1, the back marking Audi, the back marking Lamborghini, and if that is what they're doing, which garage do we need to send somebody to say, oh, make sure you get out of the way on the restart, please, or bail for the pit lane and don't hold us up, bearing in mind that we want to go after the leader. Could be that.
Lovely thought. I mean, I would do that. I would have no shame. I'd be straight down to the garage and, what is it, the number 19. So I would be down to the Grasser Racing team. And who's behind? There was a Lucas
Andrea
Stones.
Piccini.
Piccini, okay. I'm a good driver. So he's not going to give it up easy. I mean, he's not going to turn around and say, after you know, go through Lawrence and get involved in the race, but he may be forced to.
Because behind Lawrence Vantor is number 3 Audi, which is in 20th place, which is the car chasing Andrea Piccini. So he gets out of the way of one Audi, he leaves himself in jeopardy in his own race. And of course, he's driving his own race. He's got to think about that.
Yes, and I think in this particular circumstance, that Lamborghini is not going to get out of the way. Andrea Piccini is going to continue doing what he's doing, and it's going to be up to Lawrence Van Thor to find a way past, which of course may be some relief for Maximilian Buch. And now really trying to get energy into the tyres. Safety car still on track, but the more important thing is the Ferrari has been removed. The recovery vehicle has got that car away. There's the part of the racetrack, so I don't know whether the recovery vehicle has pulled through. There are gaps in the barriers around the racetrack to remove cars, so the circuit looks clear enough for within the next moment or two to get this race back underway, waiting for the safety car lights to go out and indicate to Maximilian Buch that at the end of this lap it's Mercedes-Benz or go.
Well, as this train is at Beckett's, there's another wave of cars just coming through Woodcote, so a long line is almost formed. There are 2 waves of cars at the moment, but if the Ferrari of Gary Kondakov and the train behind hurry up a bit, they will just about get to the end of this line before we go back to green flag conditions. And so with just over half an hour of the race remaining, the lead battle is teed up nicely.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
There's the message from Alain Adam, safety car in this time. Vincent Voss gets ready with his bank of data and his flat cap, ready to watch the race.
And everybody from Maximilian Buch now doing what we've seen for time immemorial of weaving, trying to put temperature back in, not just into the tread of the tyre, but into the sidewall to try and generate heat. You know, tyre temperature is not just simply about what's in the tread, it's about the sidewall, the carcass of the tyre. Dries van Thor watching to see what's going to happen. This could be potentially a make or break situation.
Yes,
for the final
right.
30 minutes, and literally it is almost to the second 30 minutes remaining.
Not only does Vantor have to get past Piccini very, very quickly, but he also has to rely on Piccini not having a nap on the restart, because if the Mercedes steals a march of 3, 4, 5 lengths before they get to the green flag and the timing line, and you can't overtake until you get there, that is going to go against Vantor as well.
Just watching what Lawrence Van Thor was doing coming through Vale, he was dropping back a little bit. He wasn't running directly under the rear wing, and I think what he's going to possibly try and do is anticipate when the track goes green, as we're sitting watching in the WRT pits. Fingers crossed. I think that will probably make a massive difference to Lawrence Van Thor's decision, but again, he's sort of finding himself pretty much close to the rear of the Lamborghini. Again, Lamborghini and Audi keep repeating it, but same 5.2-litre V10 Audi-derived engine. So there's no advantage one way or the other to Lawrence Van Thor. It's really going to be on the acceleration out of Luffield across the start-finish line, and they won't be able to pass until they go across the start-finish line.
That's right, over that control line at the exit of Woodcote. So engineers stare at data, and HTP versus WRT, Mercedes versus Audi, but the fly in the proverbial is that Lamborghini that needs to be overtaken.
The safety car will begin to pull away, and well, it hasn't done so yet, but it will very shortly start to pull away, and Maximilian Buch will then have control, and it's in his hands to do as he so chooses. He's got to do it within a reasonable, he can't slow the field down to 2 or 3 miles an hour then sprint away.
And equally, you've got to slow and go. You can't accelerate and stop and accelerate and stop. Once you commit to acceleration, you've got to carry on doing that. And here they come then. So Laurens Vanthoor will get himself up onto the back of Andrea Piccini, ready for the restart. And Maximilian Buch will floor the throttle coming out of Luffield once the safety car goes for the pit lane. And it doesn't come in after all of that. The message is safety car in this lap, but it stayed out. The lights are still on. Lights never went out.
And look in the WRT garage, they look almost of disgust as to, well, why were we given a message on screen, safety car in this lap? And what happens? The safety car doesn't put a slide out, it continues. Now, there's clearly a reason race director wouldn't put up something on the screen and then have the safety car continue for a further lap. Look at, I was just going to get a replay of inside the WRT garage. So safety car light out now.
I think part of the problem is that
is it back on again? What is going on?
That's the replay. The other problem is the second wave of cars with an AM at the head of the queue is at walking pace, so they're not catching this line of cars, and they're going even slower. So number 49 Ferrari, which is in the next group, has just gone over the timing line, but it is going so slowly that they're not catching the wave of cars, and they should be catching the wave of cars ahead.
Well, I don't know how you're going to resolve it. I mean, other than you bring the safety car to a standstill, let the rest of the field catch up and then continue the safety car procedure. But it seems a bit ridiculous.
One answer is to get a message to AF Corsa, tell your driver to speed up and catch the train ahead. He's not that far behind. He's only about 3 corners adrift.
Hey, what do you say? You know.
So HTP ready for the restart. One further safety car lap confirmed.
And on it goes?
Well, maybe.
I tell you, I'd be going down to the Parc Fermé before this is sorted out.
I do sympathise with the race director, because if the teams, not every team obviously, but some, don't understand the rules that you've briefed them on, then what can you do? So, as I say, you've got this long train of cars with the leading cars in it, fine, and then there's a gap, and then you've got the AM class second place car, Gary Kondakov, going so slowly, not catching up that it should to this wave of cars ahead.
And in the meantime, Jasmine Jafar in the pits with one of his mates, playing with the iPhone and having a jolly old time. 25 minutes remaining, still safety car procedure, still safety car lights on, still waiting for the entire field to come under the control of the safety car. In other words, be a complete line of what we got remaining. How many cars are remaining in the race? Looking to see certainly 47, 48 cars. Just looking to see how many have made it. Brundle's out, Buncombe, 22 laps done.
So are the lights out yet on the safety car? Yes, hooray, we're going to go back to racing this time then. So the race director has given them enough of a chance to get onto the tail of this queue and can't really do very much more because he needs to get the race going again. And so the safety car now sprints away, everybody weaving around to get the warmth in the tyres. Maximilian Buch stacks them all up behind him. Now, when does he start to go? Does he go at Brooklands? Does he go at Luffield? Where does he do it?
Luffield. Or just on the approach into Luffield.
So down they come to Brooklands then. It's Mercedes versus Audi. And then in third place is the sister Lamborghini to the one there, the joker in the pack, the lapped
There he
car.
goes. No.
And that's got Jeroen Bleekemolen at the wheel in third place. So now through Luffield, Maximilian Buch still has got them stacked up behind him. And the safety car has stayed out. The lights are out, but it stayed out.
Oh.
So and they're accelerating because the lights were out. They've expected the safety car to pull away. This is going to be mayhem. They're coming over the line. There's a safety car with no lights on ahead of them going into Copse Corner, and this is going to have serious consequences if the drivers aren't expecting it.
Booker's slowed down. He sees the safety car still on track. I know there's no light,
but those behind, hopefully they'll get the message.
Absolutely, they don't know what's going on. They're back at the races as far as they're concerned. But there are waved yellow flags on the pit lane, so they know that they can't overtake. So what has, I shouldn't say gone wrong, but what is actually happening? Where are we with the lights went out on the safety car? We had what looked to be a perfect safety car restart. And then we get suddenly on the screen, safety car will stay out.
And people are overtaking. And car 49 should overtake safety car, we're now being told. So, what? Look, the Black Falcon Mercedes has just overtaken the whole pack. So that's Oliver Morley, who has overtaken the safety car and everybody else. So that now is a further drama because that's going to cop a penalty for overtaking. And why should number 49 overtake the safety car? No, it should not. It's down in 35th place. It should catch up to the safety car. It shouldn't overtake it.
Oh, goodness me.
I'm glad I'm not the race director, but honestly, when you look at it from some angles...
Well, I mean, what has been a really great, almost 2.5 hours of nail-biting battle, cat and mouse between the Mercedes, the Audi, initially the Lamborghini. This is becoming a bit comical.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
And we don't know the reasons, and it's not for us to criticise, so we will maybe be able to get somebody, Charlie Butler Henderson, down in the pit lane, might be able to get some kind of information to give us a guidance.
So we're being told that 2 cars are being given a lap back under the safety car, one of which is Oliver Morley. Okay, well, he's gone through, we've seen that. And the other is number 49 Ferrari, that was the one that was going so agonisingly slowly. But how on earth number 49 is going to overtake the safety car? Pass. Oliver Morley has got his lap back. Okay, so he goes through. There he is. So what I said was an error. Apologies. He's been allowed to do that by race control.
But more importantly, he's been instructed by his team what to do. But with the Ferrari, the 49 Ferrari, it seems as if either the message is being transmitted but not being received, or it's being transmitted and not being understood, or I can't think of any other reason.
I don't understand how we'd lost a lap anyway, because the safety car came out, let people pass until we got the race leader. Job done. So let's have another go. 49 hasn't overtaken the safety car. The safety car is in this lap. It says the lights are out. Fingers crossed. Let's see what happens next. And I won't get quite so buoyed up about this restart until I know it's going to happen. So they come down to the end of Wellington Straight. But yes, John's point is well made about what we've just seen over the last few laps. There's the safety car. Its lights are out, which should mean it's going to come in at the end of this lap. And does it? It comes out of Woodcote, into Woodcote. Yes, it's heading for the pit lane this time. So the safety car crosses the white line. It's in the pits. We're going to get the race back underway with now 21 minutes remaining. And now, green flags wave. Jasmine Jaffar watches on as Maxi Book floors the throttle. And how long is it going to take Lawrence Van Thor to get up and past the Lamborghini? He's on his toes as he comes over the line. He's only half a second back, but he's got to get on with this and get past a slower car as they turn their way through Cox, because now Book is getting away as they work their way up towards Beck. It's on board with Van Thor, runs wide.
Big manoeuvre coming out of Cox. Brave manoeuvre by Lawrence Van Thor. Just carried more speed at the exit of the corner. Makes a clean pass on the Lamborghini, and now he's got the first time really the sights of the rear of the Mercedes-Benz, probably around about 2 seconds. Tension, excitement, almost laughter on the face of Thierry Tassin, one of the officers in WRT team. So this is the battle, 30 or 20 minutes remaining.
Down they come, Stowe corner. Have a look in the background for the second of the green Lamborghinis as well, because that's Jero Blinkemolen, who's on a bit of a mission as well. He's been thrown a lifeline by this safety car.
And that's the lifeline that they really needed, because that car was out of contention for the first or second positions. So the 16 Lamborghini needs cooperation. There it is. Jerome Blinkemolen got traffic ahead of him. So he's going to have to struggle. He's got a McLaren, which is not going to be any easy overtake.
So, race leaders then work their way up towards Abbey. Sideways, Ferrari getting in the way of 85. Indy Dodger jumps to the inside. Does he go through? Yes, he does. There is Blinkemolen, and he is on an absolute mission as well. And we know he's quick, so don't rule out that car before the end of the race. There are the 2 leaders then. In the first sector, Book was quicker than Van Thor, but he did have to make an overtake. They're coming up towards the end of the middle sector, as there, look, Indy Dodger and Philip Eng run together for 4th and 5th places. So it's a real 20-minute dash to the end, isn't it now? But the lead gap is just creeping up again, because Book is still quicker in the sectors.
And looking skyward on that camera shot, did I see sort of threatening clouds? Hopefully they'll not come into play. They're blowing sort of from east to west. There is the Lamborghini, gets through cleanly. He needs lots and lots of assists if he's going to have a chance to catch up to the tail of Lawrence Van Thor. But the pace of Van Thor right now, with clear air other than the lead Mercedes, comes across the line, waiting to see. Last lap for Van Thor, 2:02.2. Last lap for the Mercedes, leading the race, 2:01.7. And where's the Lamborghini? The Lamborghini, 2:05. So really losing out massively, trying to get through some of these tail enders.
So we're on to lap 74. and Maximilian Buch leading by 9/10 of a second over Laurens Vanthoor. Now, is the Audi quick enough to do anything about the Mercedes? Remember, at Monza, the Mercedes was the chaser. Here it's the chase. There's Indy Doncia fending off Philippe Eng. So Mercedes ahead of BMW. The leaders come down the hanger straight, and Vanthoor does the best first sector of anybody in the race so far. So the fuel load coming down, and of course that long safety car period has helped all the fuel calculations. He can throw everything at this now.
And he is.
Absolutely. And it's working.
And it is too. So Laurens Vanthoor, wheel perfect into Vale. Wheel perfect through the first part. There's the battle going on. Indy Doncia and Philippe Eng. And Eng looks like he's got the pace. Can he get up alongside the Mercedes coming through the first part of Club? No, he can't. But traffic up ahead. So Indy Doncia, what a prospect. 4 cars he's got to find a way through cleanly. Philippe Eng is looking somewhat like he doesn't want to hang around very much longer.
So they work their way up towards Village then, lap 74. And there are the 2 race leaders, Laurens Vanthoor creeping up onto the back of the Mercedes and Maxi Buch, who, as long as he can defend, doesn't need to have a huge advantage, but he's pulled away in that second sector. So through the twiddly bits, the Mercedes has the grunt and it helps.
Yeah, got 0.3 of a second advantage. I mean, it sounds minute, but it all counts and just gives you that little bit of extra. Oh, catch your breath as the field comes down in. This is the battle going on for 5th place or 4th place with Indy Doncia and Philippe Eng.
Race leaders just coming up over the timing line. I reckon the Mercedes is pulling away once more. 9/10 it was. To the eye, it looks a little bit greater. There's the Mercedes, yeah, 11/10. It's gone over a second now then between the top 2. In 3rd place, Jeroen Bleekemolen still hustling on. Now, his last lap is slower because, of course, he's got traffic around him, one of which is his teammate. But the lead gap, 1.1 seconds. There goes Eng, 5th. At 6th, now Greg Gilbert in the Santalog Audi that's come out of nowhere. 7th is 58, now Shane van Gisbergen, still masquerading as Rob Bell.
I don't know how they managed to do that.
8th is Stephen Kane, 9th is Nico Muller in for Will Stevens, and 10th is Steph Dusseldorp in 98. So there, you've got Doncia and Eng running together still 4th and 5th. There's still a lot that's going to shake out of this, but up front, I still think the Mercedes is just fractionally stronger.
I mean, it's one part of the track. We're seeing an advantage to the Mercedes, another bit of the track, the first part of the track, which really is the downforce part of the track. The Audi was that a bit quicker. Certainly the fastest first sector time on lap 73 went to the number 1 Audi. And again, this battle for 4th place, Doncia, Philippe Eng. There is the gap. You can see it. It's showed at 1.1 seconds as they went across the line the last time. Really, I mean, through Abbey, no advantage, no loss to the leader or the chaser. So watch to see what happens coming up into the loop. A myriad of options in the loop. Good traction off. Slightly wide on the exit for the Mercedes, but also the Audi follows. But it allows you to get a softer line through and carry that speed without any scrub. So through entry, flat out, down the straight, flat out, naturally, into the braking zone. Can you risk to be brave in the brakes and overrun the corner? Well, that was about as late as you could get from the Audi, and Laurens Vanthoor, he couldn't have afforded to brake any later. He didn't quite make an apex, but it's not a critical corner. Then on the exit coming out of Luffield, the Mercedes is good on the exit of Luffield. Comes across the line, 1.1 seconds was the difference at lap 74. What is it now? 1.4. So again, 0.3 of a second gain.
Can I throw you another thought as well? Because we've had that safety car period, the line of cars has formed behind the leaders. They've been released. You don't have the stagger of cars all around the lap, so that takes away the opportunity for Vanthoor to use traffic to his advantage because there won't be as much.
Well, I mean, he may have used it to his advantage, or it may have worked to his disadvantage. You never know, but that is one of the benefits of the safety car. We've got just 14 minutes in this race remaining. Whether they will catch up to the tail of this chain of cars, 45 or so, 44 cars still running, is difficult to say. I suspect that they will, because the pace of the lead cars vis-a-vis those further down the field running, I mean, some are running in the high 2 minutes, 7-8 second per lap, as opposed to the pace of the lead cars down in the 2:01s, which is a mega lap time. Okay, they've both gone out on new sets of tyres. They've both benefited from that long safety car procedure. So the tyres in relative terms are relatively fresh, got a lot of grip yet to give up.
Down to the end of Vale comes Philippe Eng, still on the tail of Indy Doncia. The 85 Mercedes doing a very good job. So both cars from HTP, very competitive, both impressing here. Can they get 2 out of 3 within the podium finishers. Behind as well, you've got Shane van Gisbergen pushing on. So there is Eng turning his way up through Abbey now. We've got, 13 minutes still on the clock. And the lead gap was down by a tenth in the first sector, as there Eng closes right up under braking coming into Village. In the second sector, the gap just widens again, so it's rather elasticated, and you can see the Audi is good through the fast bits, and the second sector where you've got the Hanger Straight, Vale, then the run up towards Aintree, and all the twiddly bits in between, that's where the Mercedes has the strength. Down they come towards the end of Wellington Straight. Again, Eng pulls out, has a look to get past Dodger, can't do it, and slots back in again. The race leader is about to work over the timing line. The gap last lap through was 1.4 seconds. I still fear it's creeping up. Let's see. No, it's come down, 1.2. So Vantor, and we know that he gives everything lap after lap, is still hustling on, and he is chipping away ever so slightly. But he needs to try and get a mistake out of Maximilian Buch now, and that doesn't look like it's going to happen because they don't come very often.
No, I mean, you're not likely to see an unforced error from either driver in this particular situation where they're running in clean air, but you never know. You might find yourself, 12 minutes to the race remaining, you could be in the 5-minute zone, and all of a sudden, what comes up on the horizon? A Sunday driver.
Absolutely right. So there you can see being delayed by Andrea Piccini, Indy Dodger, who has to jink to the outside, leaves the door open for Eng, who gets up the inside. And a Sunday driver, well, Andrea Piccini is not one of those. He's an experienced former GT race winner, Spa 24-hour winner a few years back, but there he got in the way. The Mercedes had to take evasive action, and Philip Eng has got past him. And look, Piccini's making a race out of this. He's a lap down. He is running in 21st place. He runs a bit wide at Stowe, and Eng gets up alongside him, but Piccini is treating this like a proper battle, and it's not.
And he shouldn't really be involved in this at all. I remember, was it either Monza or Misano, we saw a similar thing from Andrea Piccini. He got involved in a battle for, that may well have been the lead again. So he doesn't seem to have much interest in assisting cars that are well ahead of him in the field and giving them the opportunity to continue their battle. And it's always a shame when a car that is not at the race or in this particular event in terms of battling for a podium position seems to want to interfere and continue. There is the gap between the lead Mercedes. It was 1.2 seconds, taken a little bit out on lap 76 and that sort of 1.18, so hardly any difference. It's ebbing and flowing really all the way around the lap.
On board with Max Buch now. Let's have a look and see how precise he is. Is the pressure telling? Is he soaking it all up sponge-like? Well, so far so good. Just over 10 more minutes of the race remain as he turns now up towards Woodcote Corner. Through he goes. Gap 1.2 last time. Is it greater? The answer is yes. It's up to 1.6. It does look as though the Mercedes has got this nailed, barring a mistake.
And what's lovely from Maximilian Buch's point of view is that he's got clear air, a clear racetrack. He can place his car precisely where he wants to do so, into the Beckett's complex, into the final part. Oh dear me, and where is that? Down at Brooklands, I think it is indeed. So that will not have any bearing. I thought maybe we were going to see another issue that might have been beyond the control. There is the gap. And Lawrence Van Voort driving the wheels off the Audi. Maximilian Buch doing likewise in the Mercedes. It's always nice, I always felt, to chase than to be chased. But some drivers are very comfortable, as Maximilian Buch clearly is in the lead Mercedes. He knows that he's got an advantage on bits of the racetrack, and most of those bits are going to be the parts that the Audi can't respond to. The Audi will work better maybe in where the downforce plays its role, but certainly when it gets into a straight line or on traction off some of these corners, the Mercedes has been very effective. Through Village into the loop. Again, off the throttle, just gentle application, not slamming it open, not trying to provoke any wheel spin or any loss of traction. And for a little guy, I mean, Maximilian Buch is one of the shorter drivers, but he does know how to drive a racing car. It's a real joy to watch. On board with the young German driver in the HTP Mercedes team. Look at the back end just sort of snapping oversteer coming out of Brooklands, but nothing that impeded his progress. Again, uses the curb on the exit of Luffield, then more or less sort of angles the car through Woodcote, flat out obviously through there. And then down in the gap, 1.5, so it's just fractionally, I mean, tenths or 0.2 of a second per lap going in favour of the lead Mercedes. we've waited to see whether there will be, with 8 minutes and 19 seconds, if there is going to be any traffic caught by the lead cars. Doesn't look like it's going to be a big issue, but nevertheless, as we look at Indy Donji, who lost that position to the BMW, now closing back up, having dispatched Andrea Pagini in the Lamborghini. So Indy Donji, can he find a way past and make it a Mercedes into the top 4?
And just while you're looking at one Mercedes, can I throw you a thought about another? Because remember the one that started in the pit lane, Hubert Haupt? Well, Adam Christodoulou is now behind the wheel, and it's up into 12th place, so that's been a remarkable recovery by that car. They've just stuck at it all afternoon and got up into a decent finish as the race has worn on. There is Philippe Eng then, under attack. He's got right up with him Indy Donja, who really has come on as a GT driver in the last, 18 months or so. Heads down Vale now then, lap 79, 7.5 minutes still to run. And other things that could shake out of this yet as well. Number 26, Greg Gilbert, running in 6th place. There's number 4 Audi, Pierre Caffer, but that's down in 23rd place. That's had a fairly torrid time, really, as the Mercedes tries to force a mistake out of the BMW. Donja flashes the lights, more in hope than in anticipation.
Yeah, it looks at this point that actually Indy Donja's got a little bit more pace than the BMW. As we go back to this lead battle going on between Mercedes AMG and Audi R8 LMS, and just having to play on the steering wheel a little bit as he came into Brooklands. So the gap, 1.5 seconds when they came across the line. End of lap 78, 6.5 minutes of this race to go. That's going to be another just over 3 laps. So is the time 1.8, stretching, and Lawrence Van Thor over the last 3 laps has seen Maximilian Buch bit by bit, almost like a slow German Mercedes-Benz torture, just have enough every lap to demoralise. I mean, I know that Lawrence Van Thor will fight until the end, but he's done everything that he can. He's had the benefit of the safety car, and he still just hasn't got what it takes when he needs it.
And there's 58, which is now Shane van Gisbergen, who is hustling on behind the Santalog Audi, Greg Gilbert, so there might yet be a change for 6th place before the end of this. No nose to tail look, so Shane van Gisbergen, who was the man trying to soak up pressure at Monza, here is trying to attack as the cars work their way then now onto the Hanger Straight once more. And you've got, again, Philippe Eng having to work his way through the traffic also. So back markers for some, but of course not for the leaders, as we've been making the point. Clear track space ahead of them with the queue of cars having caught up. There's 58, that's Van Gisbergen. So he turns his way down Vale. Bentley 8's being given yet another penalty, incidentally, another drive-through for a pit lane infringement. It's not its day, is it? So there is the fight for 6th place. Greg Gilbert just ahead of Shane van Gisbergen. The Giz who starred at Monza, winner here last year, accelerating his way now up past the Silverstone wing on towards Abbey. The gap between these two at the start of the lap was only 0.3 of a second, but as we've seen so often in the past, catching is one thing, but then the BOP kicks in, the balance of performance, and it's just very hard to overtake unless you're really, really brave. Well, the Giz certainly is, but Greg Gilbert, much underrated quick French driver, able to fend him off for the moment as the cars don't work now. Lap number 80 up front. Maximilian Buch quicker in Sector 1 and quicker in Sector 2. It's starting to look now, with 4.5 minutes to go, which is about 3 laps, that it's job done. Cars are heading their way then down through Brooklands. The safety car and a full course yellow to interrupt proceedings in this race, whereas we got through safely at Monza. Donja to the inside, gets his nose chopped by Philippe Eng. It's a big car, the BMW, but the Mercedes, a lot more nimble than its predecessor, tries to cut across the road and dive for the inside, can't do it. Eng defends, this for 4th as they come over the timing line. Not that far up the road, he's your own Blickerman, and Eng really has to go defensive there because Indy Donja is very, very quick indeed as they go through Copse Corner. The big BMW fending off the Mercedes now. They run nose to tail up towards Maggots. 3 minutes and 55 seconds and counting on the clock. The lead gap is up to 2.1 seconds now. It's virtually done and dusted for Buch. Out of Beckett's they come then. Out of Chapel Curve, onto Hanger Straight once more. Indy Donja in the car that Luciano Becchetta did the middle stint, and Clement Schmidt started right there up with Philippe Eng. And then in the background, you've got the 59 McLaren, ignore it. Then 58 is on the back of the 26 Audi. So there, coming into Stoke Corner, number 58, Shane van Gisbergen works his way through the right-hander. Out of Stowe, down Vale once more they go. So there are still battles to be resolved, but which will be resolved before the very end. Let's see, there is 59, which is the Andrew Watson-driven car. In 22nd place, Andrew moving up to GT racing after a spell in Ginettas, and still learning, but going strongly nonetheless. And in 22nd spot, as I say, as there is Jeroen Bleekemolen. Is he going to be secure in 3rd place? The Audi behind, number 3, is Felipe Albuquerque, who is a lap down, but he wants to get past and gives a little nudge there to Bleekemolen. Says, come on to the Dutch driver, hurry up. Albuquerque is going after the traffic ahead. His next target being Oliver Morley. Down Hanger Straight they come. So, Indy Dontje inching up onto the tail of the BMW once again. Now the race leaders are over the timing line, so they have got 2 minutes and 18 seconds. They're going to get 2 more laps out of the race, and the lead gap is 2.1 seconds. Last time around, Laurens Vanthoor was just 19 thousandths slower than the race leader, but it's all adding up. He is cumulatively dropping back, albeit only slightly. So there you can see the BMW, a new car for this year, versus Mercedes, new challenger for 2016. And then behind is the lapped Lamborghini, Andrea Piccini, trying to play catch-up. Of course, he's driving his own race, trying to gain ground if he can before the very end. In the Pro-Am contest, the number 74 Audi still leads the way there, started by Franck Pereira, now Philippe Guillaume at the wheel of it. Johnny Adam is up into 2nd, and we could yet have a change for the lead of Pro-Am, because they are only 7/10 of a second apart. It's now 4/10 of a second apart, so Pro-Am could well go down to the wire on the last lap, as you're looking then at the race leader, Maxi Book. 2 seconds to the good. He is coming up now towards Village. As I say, I still think he's got enough in hand here to have pretty much secured this, as he works his way now up towards the loop and then Aintree. Further back onto Hanger Straight, and there in the background is the Pro-Am battle. So they've got an Am Bentley ahead, but Philippe Guillaume is just ahead of Johnny Adam. Can Motorbase score a victory? They had 2 wins in touring cars a week ago at Thruxton. Matt Jackson and Andrew Jordan victorious, and now they could get a class win out of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. So the Aston Martin heads down through Vale. Philippe Guillaume versus the pro driver, factory driver from Aston Martin in Johnny Adam. The leader goes through onto the last lap of the race now, 26 seconds and counting. So the flag will be out at the end of this lap, and the lead gap is down to 1.8 seconds, but I think it's still too much for Laurens Vanthoor to be able to bring down and then think about making a move for the race lead. However, Pro-Am certainly ain't done yet, because Guillaume has got past Derek Pearce in the Bentley. Johnny Adam now comes up to challenge as well. And the the Mercedes rather, of Mauro Engel gets between them as well. And Engel is also in the mix for Pro-Am honours here. He's 3rd. Gifted that lap back, remember, under the safety car, but now Philippe Guillaume is given an easier ride of it, because Johnny Adams has got to try and defend from the Mercedes. Mauro Engel comes up alongside, they lean on each other side by side for 2nd in Pro-Am, heading down towards Brooklands, and Mauro Engel is going to do it under braking, I think, unless Johnny Adam with the wiper on can stay on the outside. No, he can't. So Mauro Engel, last year's FIA GT World Cup winner at Macau, goes through, takes 2nd in Pro-Am. And if anybody now can go after Philippe Guillaume, he is the man. The lead gap looks like it had come down a little bit there as they came through Club. Yes, it has. Laurens Vanthoor was quicker by half a second in the first sector, but I don't think he's going to get onto the tail in time, try as he might. Pro-Am will go down to the wire as well. And nervous now, Jasmine Jafar looks on. This is Laurens Vanthoor's view, and he's got, about 5 corners to go. This is the first of them, up towards Village. Brakes late, hustles on, tries to close onto the tail. Nervous faces in the WRT garage, but he's a bit closer coming through the loop, but then the power comes onto the Mercedes and he sprints away again, does Maxi Book. Laurens Vanthoor has thrown everything at it on the last lap. He's taken another half a second back in the middle sector. They're going to be much, much closer at the end. Is this Book driving within himself, or is there something rather more sinister, and Vanthoor almost runs out of road? So late does he brake going into Brooklands. There's Luffield and there's Woodcote to go. Checkered flag at the ready. It is going to be a Mercedes win, but only just. Maximilian Book will bring it home as a race winner then. Mercedes for HTP Motorsport wins at Silverstone. Second goes to Audi. Laurens Vanthoor comes over the line, chasing hard. The gap at the end, 0.963 of a second. And applause from both teams to acknowledge the efforts of their drivers and of their rivals. We're not done yet. Third will go the way of Jeroen Bleekemolen in the number 16 Audi that he shared with Rolf Eichen and Mirko Bortolotti. And fourth and fifth are absolutely nose to tail. Is it going to be Philipp Eng? Yes, it is, just as he crosses the line. But Eng and Dodger 0.124 of a second apart. And then the rest come. Next one to look for is Pro-Am. I'm keeping an eye on the screen, an eye out of the window to see whether it is going to be a Mercedes or an Audi or an Aston Martin. It's going to be a Mercedes, isn't it? Because Maro Engel has got himself through the traffic. Maro Engel has done it on the last lap. So in a lap and a bit, he's gone from third to the class lead. Brilliant stuff. Maro Engel then comes through in the Black Falcon Mercedes, on target for a class victory. Here he is, up through Luffield. So Maro Engel, Miguel Toril and Oliver Morley are going to score the win in Pro-Am. What a drive by Maro Engel, helped by the safety car, but a win is a win. And Maro Engel brings it home ahead. Who's going to be second? Johnny Adam for Motorbase takes second. And Philipp Georg in the car that was running second overall early on in the hands of Franck Pereira comes home for third in Pro-Am. Great stuff in Pro-Am right at the very end. And the drivers that have taken the checkered flag, and I think it's just about everybody now, bar one or two, slow right down on the in-lap. There is the winning car. Maximilian Buch by 0.963 of a second is victorious. What a great end to the race. The safety car period certainly was disruptive, but it gave one or two people a chance to fight back, and it certainly gave a fascinating last 20 minutes for the lead. But in the end, it was the Mercedes that hung on in there. So Dominic Baumann, Maximilian Buch and Jasmin Jaffar, the winners of the second round of the Endurance Cup. The drivers will make their way shortly to Parc Fermé. We'll have a chance to hear from the winners, and then they'll be up the stairs to the podium. But under great pressure, Maximilian Buch managed to hang on in there, score the win, and underlining just how good he is these days. Former Blancpain Endurance Series champion, and Dominic Baumann, having been a BMW driver last year, switching to Mercedes this year. In the background there is number 488, which is the Pierre Eret Stefan Kampenhout Ferrari class winner, Rinaldi Racing. And that car chased home by 87, which is the Jean-Luc Bobelic, Maurice Ricci, Gilles Vannelet Mercedes, and the third of the AMs, number 69, which is Miro Konopka, Andrzej Lewandowski and Theodor Miszkowski. And they'll be on the podium as well. So the HTP engineers start to celebrate. That must have been a very long last stint, having to watch all that. Just to recap, Pro-Am, Maro Engel, the winner with Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril. Second, Ahmad Al-Hafi, Johnny Adam and Devon Bodell. And third, Franck Pereira, Henri Assid and Philipp Georg. And the overall top three, 84, Maximilian Buch, Dominic Baumann, Jasmin Jaffar from Laurens and Dries Vanthoor and Frederic Vervisch. And then third was Mirko Bortolotti, Rolf Eichen and Jeroen Bleekemolen. We'll have the overall of the class podiums coming up shortly. But a race full of talking points. And that safety car, I know, has got lots of you talking on Twitter. I don't think the race director was given much help by some of the drivers and teams at the start of it, but it didn't half get mighty confusing towards the end, and whoever's fault that was, you can decide for yourselves. But there is Maxi Buch, yet again illustrating how good a driver he is. Last year with the HTP Bentley team, didn't really sparkle, but now that HTP has gone back to Mercedes, both team and driver looking far stronger once again. So it was a brave decision last year, and he's about to make his way down the pit road. Great queue of cars, because some of them have got to now get themselves into Parc Fermé, and as soon as the officials are happy, they can release the rest of the cars, and the rest of the traffic jam can make its way down the pit road. So there you've got the Emile Frey Jaguar heading down the pit lane. That was a car delayed early on, ending up in 43rd place. And there is the Mercedes, the 0-1 on the Lumirank display, confirming its position that it's held for really the last hour. And it was Jasmine Jafar that needs to take some of the credit, of course, because it was his opportunism that put it into the lead in the first place when he dived up the inside of Dries Vanthoor. So down the pit lane they will come. Next stop for the Endurance Cup is going to be the 6-hour race at Paul Ricard that takes them into the dark. And then, of course, it's the Blue Ribbon event at Spa, and it ends up with the traditional race in the September Nürburgring event. So the cars being marshalled into Parc Fermé. Top 3 in each class. It's where delighted teams swarm across the cars as best they can. And there, the SRO officials wave the overall victor to P1, where the little board will be, Maximilian Buch. Former endurance champion, reigning Sprint Cup champion with Vincent Abril, and about to be embraced by Dominic Baumann and by Jasmine Jafar. Out he clambers, and Dominic Baumann congratulates the diminutive Maxi Buch. Jasmine Jafar there as well to say well done to his co-driver, and we'll hear from them in a moment once Maximilian Buch has been over to say thanks to the team, who understandably, all the engineers and his dad, delighted with that, because once more he has had to soak up the pressure. Pecco Bortolotti in the background there, ready to offer congratulations as well. But as soon as the crash helmet comes off, we'll hopefully have a chance to hear from Maxi Buch. 9/10 of a second it was that split the top two at Flagpole, that was all. So helmet off, balaclava off, earplugs out, hands device off. And then you might be able to face the cameras. Let's go down to John Watson in Parc Fermé and hear from our winning drivers.
Well, congratulations, guys. Fantastic drive. Maxi, I'm going to come to you in the end. Dominic, you started the race. Tell us the story of the first stint.
It was good. So I just kept my position, tried to get out of trouble, but in the second row it's quite comfortable, better than middle in the field. Car was perfect, really. I had an amazing car. Tried to close the gap a bit, but with the traffic it was not so easy. And stint was really good and perfect, yeah.
Jasmine, you jumped into the car. And Dominic had a great opening stint. You had a brilliant middle stint, sometimes the difficult stint to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you know, the traffic, and we needed to make some grounds when the opportunities are there. So I maximized it, dived in, and just be consistent right till the end of the stint. So anyway, I'm so happy, so overwhelmed, and it's an incredible job by the team, and what a day.
Fantastic day. Maxi, you get all the glory because you're the driver that brought the car home, but it wasn't easy. Lawrence was keeping you honest the whole way through.
Yeah, first of all, great job by my teammates, great overtakes, great job by the whole team. They gave us a fantastic car for today. Great pit stops. Yeah, it was a good stint, I think. I was pushing throughout my stint, and he was keeping the distance, and he was pushing as well, and I tried to don't do any stupid mistakes in the traffic, and it worked out.
So when the safety car was deployed, was that a plus or a minus for you?
It's difficult to judge because even after the safety car, I still could pull a gap, and but it was a bit confusing behind the safety car because lights were out and off and not, and it was a bit confusing. But at the end, I'm really happy.
Well, sweet victory for HTP Mercedes. Get up and enjoy it.
So there are the three winning drivers posing for photographs briefly, and there Laurens Vanthoor comes across to say well done. He'll appreciate that, having been the chaser for the last hour. But all smiles at Mercedes. And there's the second place car, the Audi #1. Let's hear from the drivers for Laurens and Dries Vanthoor and Frederik Vervisch with Watty.
Fred Vervisch, that was a tough race from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, it was tough. We knew it. The qualifier was not perfect, but I think all of three we did a great job. I had a good start, could make up some places, and we had a master plan, and that worked out well. So and we did all our part, and then in our stint. So great results.
I'm going to ask Dries what the master plan was. You came in early, you had a brilliant pit stop, you took over. What was the master plan, please?
Well, you have to thank my engineer Adam. He invented the master plan, but
tell us what it is. You can't. I know you can't. Anyway, super drive, fantastic Dries. Lawrence, you were given the task of running down the 84 Mercedes. You did everything you can do, as you always do. Traffic didn't help you.
No, yeah, like you said, I tried all I could. Even tried too much at a certain point, but it was just a bit quicker. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that nobody really respects blue flags, but it's nothing new. But yeah, considering where we started on the grid and where we're now, I think we can be very happy.
Was there any chance at any point, safety car or not, that you felt that you could launch an attack that might give you the chance to win?
The very beginning, I had the feeling I had a better pace because we were on new tires, and I was catching him quite a bit until we both got a bit stuck in traffic. He got through a bit easier, and then after I immediately saw it's going to be difficult, and then maybe we were talking on the radio. I would keep up with him, but to pass him is not a thing. And in the end, I think he was a couple of tenths a lap quicker near the end. We tried. They were a bit better this weekend, so they deserve to win.
Well, you gave us a great race, 3 hours of excitement all the way through. Go and enjoy it up on the podium.
And that's the third place car, which was, of course, the one that started from pole position. Mirko Bortolotti did a great job in his stint. In fairness, Rolf Eichen did a decent job, but he's not as experienced or as quick a driver as Mirko Bortolotti nor Jeroen Bleekemolen, so inevitably he lost ground in the middle stint. But we'll try and catch a word from them before they do head to the podium. The three Lamborghini drivers are with John.
Mirko, you started in pole, you led the race. You must have thought this was a done deal when you gave it up.
Well, I knew it's going to be hard because we know the level on this championship, how it is, the drivers, the cars, the teams, it's really, really high. So I was really happy with my stint, kept the lead. The Audi behind me was really pushing hard. But I knew that it's a 3-hour race. So at the end of the day, WRT did a good job with the pit stop as well. And the Mercedes is really, really fast. And we all three of us, we did the maximum today. So we are really happy with this podium. First podium this year for us, for Lamborghini. So we are really, really happy with this result, and we look forward in the future.
Rolf, you were in second. What did it feel like taking over the lead car in a race? It must have been a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure. We had a really good pit stop. All went very well. We had no mistakes, and the crew did a really good job. Car was good, but we didn't have the pace to go with the Mercedes and the Audi. Car was really perfect, and thanks a lot to the team. They did a great job.
Jerome, you had the new tires, but the gap when you took over was just too much.
Yeah, then we got the safety car, so I got a little bit of hopes, but I was in traffic, had some big fights even with lap cars. I made some contact and got hit from behind, but that's racing. It was exciting, I had fun, and in the end the podium, so not too bad.
You're a Dutchman, you don't mind a bit of fighting. Look, the podium is waiting for you guys. You better get up there. Thanks a lot. Well done.
So third place for the Lamborghini crew. The job well done. Let's try and run down the order as confirmed with the 84 Mercedes, a race win for Dominic Baumann, Jasmin Jafar and Maximilian Burg. Ahead of Audi's Laurens and Dries Vanthoor and Frederik Vervisch from Rolf Eichen, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Mirko Bortolotti. Fourth, Maxime Martin, Philippe Eng, Alexander Sims. Fifth, Luciano Bacchetta, Indy Doncha and Clement Schmidt. And Komen Ledegar, Shane van Gisbergen and Rob Bell round out the top six. The rest scroll through, picking out the class winners. The 56 Mercedes winning Pro-Am. And keep scrolling down, and you get to the AM class winner, number 488 Ferrari, ending up in 33rd place overall, the car of Pierre Arret and Stefan Kampenhout. Others, Dan Camish just to pick out, 24th, first time out in the Lamborghini, first time out in Blancpain as well, having been the Carrera Cup GB winner from last year. Rinaldi Racing then celebrates an AM Cup victory, with opposition coming from the Mercedes of Jean-Luc Bobolic, Maurice Ritchie and Gilles Vanelay in second spot within the class. But inevitably, quite a few didn't make it to the finish. And 46 of them classified as finishers. The number 42 Ferrari had its suspension breakage. Number 111 stopped on the track. 51 was off in the barriers. 333 disappeared relatively early, and so also 78 had suspension dramas. 23 Nissan had lots of damage done early on as well. So, drivers on the podium, our top 3 teams. First of all, in the AM Cup, Pierre Eret and Stefan Kampenhout are on the top step. For Pierre Eret and Stefan Kampenhout, honours in the AM Cup at Silverstone. The trophy is now presented by Frederic Nadin, Blancpain's UK brand manager, and he hands the trophies to the third-placed drivers. Miro Konopka, the boss of ARC Bratislava, a regular GT racer for many, many years, Andrzej Lewandowski and Theodor Mitkowski join him in second spot. The trophy is now presented to Maurice Rishi, to Jean-Luc Bobelik and Gilles Vannelet. The winning team, which is Rinaldi Racing, celebrates, and then the trophies go to the winners of the AM Cup, Pierre Eret and Stef van Kampenhout. The double driver Ferrari team then scores victory. Pierre Eret, an experienced GT racer, and Stefan Rattel arrives to hand over checks to teams that are registered for both championships, and 5,000 euros goes to the ACA ASP squad that runs the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Maurice Rishi, Jean-Luc Bobelik and Gilles Vannelet. The AM Cup won by Pierre Eret and Stefan Kampenhout. So there are trophies, there are giant checks, there are bottles of champagne, there are Pirelli caps, and there is mass on the podium as the ARC Bratislava crew cannot wait to start the celebrations. So the drivers will in a moment make their way off to the press conference, and the podium will be made ready for the Pro-Am drivers who will make their way up onto the steps. Rinaldi Racing celebrating its class win, and the top 3 teams from Mercedes, Aston Martin and Audi will be represented next on the podium in Pro-Am. Let's just have a look at how the Endurance Cup looks overall. Jasmine Jafar, Dominic Baumann and Maximilian Buch ahead by 11 points of Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen and Koen Ledergaard. This just takes the points out of here and Monza rather than the Endurance and Sprint Championships together. So it's Mercedes ahead of McLaren drivers, Lawrence Vantour, Fred Vervies and Dries Vantour now third ahead of Bortolotti, Inaiken and Bleke Mola. In Pro-Am then, drivers are on the podium, and for third, Philippe Guilloc, Henri Assid and Franck Pereira. Second, drivers Johnny Adam, Ahmad Al-Hafi and Devon Modell are there. And the winners, a delighted Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril and Mauro Engel for Black Falcon with the Mercedes. They head to the top step. Oliver Morley, Mauro Engel and Miguel Toril, the winners of Pro-Am here at Silverstone. And for Oliver Morley, that I'm imagining is a very big moment. He's had a class win in the past, but to do it at home, to do it at Silverstone, a home circuit, a rare opportunity to race in the UK for Oliver Morley, that's a big deal. And there the trophies being presented. Ahmad Al-Hafi is all smiles, Johnny Adam in the middle, Devon Modell at the far side. Second in Pro-Am, Franck Pereira is already with his trophy, so too Henri Assid and Philippe Guilloc, and now the winners get their trophies. It was Mauro Engel that did a storming last stint, helped by the safety car, but he wins. Trophy to Miguel Toril and the Morley family on the podium, and Oliver Morley holds the trophy aloft, and he's absolutely all smiles, as you can imagine. And there is more for Black Falcon, because there is a big check for, what, €15,000 to go the way of Black Falcon, Sean Breslin's team. Handshakes from the boss, Stéphane Rattel, to all of the drivers on the podium. And I think he'd be well pleased with that, because you've got a good spread of drivers and ages, and also of teams and brands, with Mercedes, Audi and Aston Martin represented on the podium. And that victory gives a class lead by just 3 points to Toriel, Engel and Morley, ahead of Armand Hafi, Johnny Adam and Devon Modell. And a disappointing day for Ferrari, Bronieschi, Bonaccini and Rizzoli, a distant third now in the title race. Champagne at the end of the Pro-Am Cup, a class win for Miguel Toriel, Oliver Morley, Amaro Engel. Oliver Morley is absolutely drenched. You can't see a thing. It's in his eyes. But it's worth it, because he's a winner at Silverstone. Maro Engel's a brave man for doing that. Amateur boxer, Oliver Morley. So if he can dry his eyes, and if he can see something, he might shuffle off to the press conference. If you take the two series together now, both sprint and endurance, Maximilian Buch and Dominic Baumann take over the lead ahead of Rob Bell, who in turn is ahead of Vantor and Verviche, who are ahead of Jasmine Jaffar. Then, after a bad day at the office, Maxime Soulé and Andy Soucek, Philip Eng and Alexander Sims creep into the picture. Kobe Lenegar and Shane van Gisbergen tied with them on points. They've had better days. Then you go back to Christopher Mies and Enzo Ida, who had that win at Brands in the main race at the Sprint Cup. Ben Schneider and Jules Shimkowiak were successful there as well. So there's one more class to go. It is the overall classification, as Jeroen Bleekemolen, Mirko Bortolotti and Rolf Ineiken are on the podium. Now they are joined by Frederik Verviche, Dries Vantor and Laurens Vantor. But the race winners will make their way to the top step for HTP Motorsport. Dominic Baumann, Maximilian Buch and Jasmine Jaffar make their way to the top step of the podium. It is a win for HTP Motorsport, a second class win of the day for Mercedes, as victory goes to the AMG GT3. Dominic Baumann, Jasmine Jaffar and Maximilian Buch win at Silverstone in the second round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. And now the trophies presented to the drivers, to Jeroen Bleekemolen, to Rolf Ineiken and Mirko Bortolotti, content if not delighted with third place. To second place drivers, Laurens and Dries Vantor and Frederik Verviche, the trophies now go. That'll be the team's trophy, the team's award to HTP Motorsport. And then there will be the race winners' trophies to go the way of Jasmine Jaffar, of Dominic Baumann and Maximilian Buch. A great drive to withstand all the pressure at the end for Maximilian Buch. Trophies in the air, HTP Motorsport and Mercedes wins at Silverstone. Jasmine Jaffar, Dominic Baumann, Maximilian Buch, the winners. And now more money is distributed to Grasser Racing Team, a mere €20,000, to WRT, 25,000. Messi Vincent, says Frederik Verviche. I think Vincent Voss and the guys might want that back. And then €30,000 to HTP Motorsport. These checks to the teams that take part in both Endurance and Sprint Cup. And it's all smiles for HTP Motorsport, and it's about to be all wet as well, because out comes the champagne. And Dominic Baumann steps to the front of the podium. He's going to get soaked, but I think he aims that, or will aim that, at the team in a moment, as the champagne is sprayed on the podium at Silverstone at the end of the second round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. WRT turns on itself and soaks Dries. Not entirely sure he's old enough to drink it, but he can certainly get soaked in it, having stepped up from Formula Renault from last year. And brother Laurens clinks the bottle. Second, not a bad result, and they tried and tried and tried to get onto terms with the winning Mercedes, but it's a victory for HTP Motorsport at Silverstone. So the drivers now make their way off to the press conference. And HTP Motorsport very happy indeed. So on to second place at Monza, a win at Silverstone. The Mercedes has proved, just like its predecessor, the SLS AMG GT3, that it's going to be a tough car to beat over the remainder of the season. So a reminder of how we stand in the Endurance Cup. Jasmin Jafar, Dominic Baumann and Maximilian Buch now taking over that advantage by 11 points from Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen and Koen Ledegaard. Laurens Vanthoor, Frederik Vervies and Dries Vanthoor now third, tied on points with Mirko Bortolotti, Rolf Nijken and Jeroen Bleekemolen. Behind them, after a bad day at Silverstone, Andy Soucek and Maxime Soulet. Then you find Wolfgang Wright, Philippe Eng, Alexander Sims, Maxime Martin into the championship and scoring pretty well, helping Alexander Sims and Philippe Eng this weekend. Next stop for the Endurance Cup is the 6-hour race at Paul Ricard, into the darkness, into the night. But for now, the cars go through the post-race technical checks and the drivers make their way to the press conference. Just to remind you again how we stand in the overall standings. If you take both Endurance and Sprint together, even though it's shown at the top as the Endurance Cup, it takes the two series together. And that's where you've got Maximilian Buch and Dominic Baumann now in the lead. So, a great drive by Dominic Baumann, Maximilian Buch and Jasmin Jafar. And let's have a look at the best bits of Blancpain at Silverstone 2016. Away from the rolling start, a good getaway made by the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel and slotting into the lead as the cars work their way through Copse Corner for the first time. Lower down the order though, there was some early contact and one or two dramas, but the field battled its way to the end of Vale where there was more mayhem. Michele Beretta was turned into a revolver, he got tagged into a spin, and there was damage for Alex Bunkum's Nissan. Worse to come also for Guy Smith as he got shovelled out of the way by Clement Schmidt. He rejoined but a long way down, and in the end the car finished in 8th place. A charging Clement Schmidt moved himself up past Maxime Martin as Matthew Simmons lost a place and gained it straight back. The two Mercedes got themselves together, 84 and 85 in sequence. Stefan Ortelli had a wobble at Beckett's, but the Emil Frey Jaguar recovered on track. Now, the first round of pit stops in early and gaining a lot of ground with a great short pit stop was the #1 Audi. And then with Dries Vanthoor behind the wheel, it took over the race lead, diving up on the inside of Rolf Nijken, who'd been installed behind the wheel of the erstwhile leading Lamborghini. A spin for Chris Cooper going into Stowe, bit of help and evasive action having to be taken by the Ian Loggy car as well. A mistake made by Henri Acid as he slithered out wide. That gave track position to Koen Ledegaard, but Acid was on target still to keep his lead in the Pro-Am race. Jasmin Jafar moved himself past Dries Vanthoor and into the lead, and then was able to hang on in there. There was a late race safety car period, a lengthy safety car period as well after Niels Stavenart had to park the Ferrari, and it would all come down to who was going to be the bravest with just 20 minutes of the race remaining. When the race did get back underway, it was blast off. And the Mercedes was able to hang on in there. Despite the best efforts of Laurens Vanthoor, Maximilian Buch managed to hang on and score victory after a second place at Monza. In fact, there were battles right the way to the flag, and the most drama seemed to be coming in Pro-Am. Although Philippe Guillouc was the leader, he was being reeled in towards the end, and there was a good fight as well between Indy Dontje and the Philippe Eng driven, Alexander Sims driven BMW, which just darted past right at the very end. Pro-Am went down to the wire. It was won in the end by Mauro Engel, Oliver Morley and Miguel Toril. It was an AM Cut win for Stefan Campenhout and Pierre Eret, but overall honours to Maximilian Buch, Dominic Baumann and Jasmin Jafar. It's been another great race. From David Addison, John Watson and Charlie Butler Henderson at Silverstone. Bye-bye.